ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ speaker.
The Supreme Military Council has been meeting to consider, among other things, the conclusions of the military tribunal appointed by the federal military government to try those involved in the abortive coup of 13th February. The council has confirmed the sentences passed by the tribunal. Those condemned to death by firing squad have been executed today. These include Lieutenant Colonel B.S. Dimka and Mr. J.D. Gumwalk, two of the principal actors of the abortive coup.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimo, eguma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimo, eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone, befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basani kapanto mo. Yeah, dear Bugame. Oh, kwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ask the one for your brand yourself when I knew you. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke as a party and winam better min garti min gari zude kadi party ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone bonni bokke as a party ay tuwa gamne weli focus souvenir film hanki wana hande hanki jammo bale sim min nyalla fije nange jammo lengi mbade tin on sa kuran ala wura men ko jaro find sifti namo ala chifti ala ind idi now will the iwi.
And there it is right there. Shifty Nama. Let me adjust mine. So there it is right there. Shifty Nama. So shifty Nama. And here we go again. Apologies for the late start. It's almost certainly going to be a short session, unless of course somebody comes to take over from me. But good to see you. Good to be in your company, and always a delight to be around. So always a delight to be around, especially in your company. A hop, skip, and a jump to Christmas now. A hop, a skip, and a jump. So I'm just reading the comments. HD, the only solution to a mistake is correction. Niger is a critical mistake, vividly evident. So, well, there you are. Let me just highlight this comment for a moment. This is from a character called HD. The only solution to a mistake is correction. Niger is a critical mistake. It is vividly evident. So, you name one country then that is not a British construct. The United States of America is a British construct. Canada, a British construct. Australia, a British construct. New Zealand, a British construct. The whole of the vast majority of the West African coast, a British construct. Singapore, where it's not a British construct. India, a British construct. So forget all of this nonsense that the only solution to a mistake is a correction. Nigeria is a critical mistake. So yes, Nigeria was created by the British, but as so many other countries were created, one of the preeminent, in fact, the preeminent country on this planet was essentially a British construct. They are doing perfectly fine. They call themselves the United States of America. So forget all that. There is sufficient enough within Nigeria to get it right. If you look at the composition of the Nigerian state, all of the ingredients are in there for greatness. It is only getting it right, mixing it in the right quantity for it to strike that balance of that pathway to greatness. Just look at the country. We have the Yorubas, you have the Edos, you have the Igbos, you have the Hausas, you have the Fulanis. All of them strong nationhoods within themselves, coming together to form one nation. If you draw all of the strength of all of those peoples, if you draw all of the strength of all of those people and you pull it towards a common purpose, it will be the greatest country on the planet. So forget all of this nonsense about Nigeria being a mistake. It is only a mistake because we have not gotten the management of it right yet. But well, a good comment nevertheless. It just try, usually I don't even respond to comments, but that one just struck me because I've been hearing people saying those sort of things for quite a good while now. So I've been hearing people saying those sort of things for quite a good while now. A shortish little session, as I said, and we kick it off. What really brought me online was this headline right here. Alleged money laundering. I am dying of cancer. Allow me to come back home. Diezani begs President Tinubu. So there it is. So she's written now this long letter. The embattled former petroleum minister during the regime of President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, who ran to the United Kingdom for the fear of the EFCC, Diezani Madueke, has now begged Nigerian government for leniency. A statement released by EFCC says Mrs. Diezani, who is reportedly suffering from second stage of her cancer, is begging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to allow her come back to Nigeria to confess her misappropriation whilst in office. Ms. Diezani was answering questions from the press in London after a medical visit. The former petroleum minister, who was accused of stealing Nigeria's money amounting to billions of dollars, revealed that she is now ready to open up about the money she allegedly misappropriated whilst in office as Minister of Petroleum. I am a born-again Christian and currently suffering from stage 2 cancer, which my United Kingdom physician advised me to continue taking medication for the rest of my life. Yes, no human is perfect, but sometimes God Almighty allows some of such things to happen. I have been accused of misappropriation when I was the petroleum minister, which is true, but I would like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to forgive me, to come back home and offer my contribution because life is temporal. A statement by the EFCC says, a statement from the EFCC says, Diezani said in tears. The statement from the EFCC reads, my husband and my entire family members, including my Nigeria lawyer based in the United Kingdom, knew my relationship with Dauda Lawal Dare, the current Zamfara state governor, whom I entrusted. It is actually the amount in play that brought me online, the amount in play. And this is just from one little cameo. Because, we're so used to the narrative of money being stolen from the Nigerian space that we don't even pay attention to it anymore. But if we start to take stock of the monies being stolen and we start to stack them up, I think we will be a lot more outraged than we are. My husband and my entire family members, including my Nigerian lawyer based in the United Kingdom, knew my relationship with Dauda Lawal Dare, the current Zamfara governor, whom I entrusted, now listen to this, over $9 billion for safekeeping, whilst he was the executive director of the First Bank of Nigeria PLC. Unfortunately, it has now come to a point that Mr. Dauda Lawal is no longer picking my phone calls and even worked in collaboration with United Kingdom police to put me under surveillance. Maybe the claim that the money I entrusted with him may be to claim the money I entrusted to him when I die, she said. So we're going through a lot in that. why that country has not taken to the street and burnt itself down is only a mystery that only God must have greater plans. So we're talking about a little cameo right here, just a tiny little cameo. A senior minister, but not the most senior, most powerful person within that administration, the Minister of Petroleum, and within her portfolio, she managed to make a way. I've highlighted this so you can see it, and I think the letter is all over social media, so you've already read it. She managed to make a way with $9 billion. How much are we going to beg from China every day? We beg for 500 million here, to 250 million there. One single individual, through her own confession, made a way with $9 billion. My husband and my entire family members, including my Nigerian lawyer based in the United Kingdom, knew my relationship with Dauda Lawal Dare, the current Zamfara state governor, whom I entrusted over $9 billion for safekeeping. So if she's entrusting $9 billion to this guy for safekeeping, on whose behalf? Is she asking him to keep it safe on behalf of the Nigerian state, which is the question, or on behalf of herself? So who exactly is Dauda Lawal Dare? Who exactly is he keeping that money safe for? That has to be the question, obviously. That has to be the question. So that has to be the question. So yes, my husband and my entire family, including my Nigerian lawyer based in the United Kingdom, knew my relationship with Dauda Lawal Dare, the current Zamfara state governor, whom I entrusted over $9 billion for safekeeping, whilst he was the executive director of the First Bank Nigeria PLC. Unfortunately, it has now come to a point that Mr. Dauda Lawal is no longer picking my phone calls, and even worked in collaboration with the United Kingdom police to put me under surveillance, maybe to claim the money I entrusted to him when I die. This is what she said. So the money she entrusted to him, on whose behalf? That is just the question is no more complex than that. The money she entrusted to him, on whose behalf? But are still talking about, so that's $9 billion there. But even so, we're talking about the hierarchy of stealing right there. So towards the top end, of course, the petroleum minister, but even higher than the petroleum minister has to be the CBN governor. I was aghast when I saw this. CCTV shows Boss Mustafa Godwin Emefiele dragging $6.2 million cash from CBN vault 2 weeks to 2023 election. Anti-graft czar Obaze. So this is it now. You see, and what really frustrates me, what often frustrates me, is that these things don't usually go past the headlines. So we read the headlines, we're all aghast and alarmed, we all flap our hands in the air, and we're back to watching BB Niger and back to drinking ogogoro and whatnot. So this is just the thing. These things, they don't go past the... Look, we've had... how many people have we had? We've had Femi Fani-Kayode, who is constantly in and out of court. He's from Obasanjo administration, by the way. We have Ayo Fayose, who we have the junior minister for defense. I can't quite recall his name, who the Americans indicted and rescued well in excess of 250 million Abacha. He was the bagman for Abacha. Not only have we forgotten it, he's also now been rewarded with the senior portfolio. So there is, we have just surrendered to it's a mess. It's a mess. It's just I don't the words fail. And it's really because of the docility. They know we're docile. This is what they know. And they know that if you attempt to rile against these things, all they have to do is to roll out a few dongaris on the streets have them shoot a couple of you, and you will scatter away. And still within that space, CCTV shows Boss Mustafa Godwin Emefiele dragging $6.2 million cash from CBN vault 2 weeks to 2023 election. This is Obaze now bringing this information. The special investigator tasked with probing the Central Bank of Nigeria has returned with recommended charges for some senior officials of the past administration, saying they were linked to brazen and relentless. So, I'm glad that they are using this set of words. So, because often I've said on this platform that Emefiele is a brazen and an unrepentant, unabashed thief. So that's known. So that's known, and is now in charge of the Nigerian Paramount Bank. That's known too. The Nation Bank is in charge of it, and he's a thief, and he has been in charge of that bank for at least 10 years. So if we are saying Diezani Madueke, Diezani, if we're saying she, by her own admission, went away with $9 billion, how much then would you speculate that somebody like Emefiele stole? The special investigator tasked with probing the Central Bank of Nigeria has returned with recommended charges for senior officials of the past administration, saying that they were linked with brazen and relentless. So brazen and relentless, hold on to those words and then pan them over an 8-year time span. Brazen and relentless. Okay, let me actually complete. So take these 3 words: brazen and relentless heist. So take those 3 words and hold them in your left hand, and then pan them over an 8-year period. Brazen and relentless heist, and then superimpose the fact that the economy is one of the top 30 economies in the world. So brazen and relentless looting for 8 years solid. Imagine the sort of money that these people have stolen. Saying they were linked to a brazen and relentless heist of public coffers. Jim Obaze said President Bola Tinubu should authorize the prosecution of former Cabinet Secretary Boss Mustafa and ex-Central Bank of Nigeria Chief Godwin Emefiele for their role in the removal of $6.2 million cash from the bank's cellar in Abuja. The alleged theft, said to have taken place on February the 8th, 2023, roughly 2 weeks ahead of the February 25th presidential election, was listed amongst a laundry of alleged corrupt diversion of public money linked to Mr. Emefiele and other officials of the Buhari administration, narrating the heist to Mr. Tinubu in an undated memorandum believed to have reached the president on December the 20th, 2023. Mr. Obaze said it was around February 7 to February 8, 2023, that his investigators discovered that $6.2 million was unlawfully removed from the vault cash from the Foreign Payment Office Abuja branch of the Central Bank of Nigeria. The physical acts of unlawful removal of this amount was captured on the CCTV footage and preserved, Mr. Obaze said. Mr. Obaze, who took the special investigator job despite his own past corruption and abusive behavior, it takes a thief to catch a thief, I suspect, said efforts to steal the cash commenced on January the 26th, when Mr. Mustafa sent a memo to Mr. Emefiele requesting $6.23 million in cash. The memo itself followed a previous one dated January the 23rd from Mr. Buhari to Mr. Mustafa, which carried the header, presidential directive on foreign election observer missions. Mr. Obazie did not return a request by correspondents seeking to obtain the video. And hopefully this video gets leaked into the public space. These are the sort of things that we need to be seen. This adds to the pressure to cleanse the system. Mr. Obaze did not return a request from correspondents seeking to obtain the video. Still, the anti-graft czar said the investigation suggested that the money was not given to foreign observers, adding that a CBN employee flagged the transaction as suspicious but failed to act. But he cannot act now, or he or she cannot. They would not only would they sack him, they would delete him from this world. The investigator held the unreported transaction as part of an elaborate conspiracy to cover up wrongdoing by the previous regime at the CBN. A fraudulent cash withdrawal of $6.2 million perpetrated since February the 8th, 2023 was not discovered nor taken seriously until December the 4th, 2023, when a request for information was issued by the officer of the special investigator, Mr. Obaze said, adding that there was an appearance of concealment by the CBN directors and department heads, including Ogu Onyeka, Samuel Chukwenyem, Okojere, and Elizabeth Fashoranti. Consequently, Mr. Obaze said Massas Mustafa and Emefiele and those listed above, amongst others, should be charged for forgery, concealment, stealing, conspiracy, and fraud. Mr. Obaze said his investigation into CBN actions under Mr. Emefiele would continue. He did not immediately recommend charges against Mr. Buhari himself, although it was unclear if future evidence will compel him to bring charges against the former president, which will be the first in Nigeria's history. Mr. Mustafa declined comments when contacted by correspondents on Saturday evening for this story. An aide to Mr. Emefiele and said the ex-CBN chief was freed on Friday after 195 days in custody and had no comment. So there it is right there. There it is right there. It's just, it's the lack of conscience of it. You know, they did not even pause for a moment to say that enough is enough. When one person steals $9 billion and she's pained that the person, that her bagman has now stolen that $9 billion and she's now begging for public sympathy to weigh against the man who stole the money that she stole from us, from her. And that is the story of, that is where we are. You know, it's just it's like if you saw this on a Hollywood screen, you'd ask for your money back. Nigerian government to allow nationals with expired passports return home for Christmas, New Year holiday. So this is good news for some. The Nigerian government has promised that nationals with expired passports who are planning to return to the country to celebrate the Yuletide will be allowed in without any hindrance. In a letter dated the 22nd of December 2023 by the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Immigration Service, whatever his name is, Adepoju, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tugar, through the Office of the Assistant Comptroller, Border Management, etc., etc. I think we get the gist of that. I think we get the gist of that. So hope is good tidings ahead from your president. That's the message. Nigerians can expect silver linings to become sunshine in the new year. Our presidency says hardship will end. So Tinubu now making, I think he's now seeing the figures come in and he's getting a bit more. You know, the figures must be coming in for him to have been able to afford that giveaway that he did just recently. So the President Bola Tinubu-led government has assured Nigerians that they can expect silver linings, which are at present understated, to blossom into rays of sunshine in the new year. The presidency, whilst reacting on Saturday to the widespread hardship in the country, noted that the citizens would enjoy the bold reforms introduced by the administration in all sectors of the economy. Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, disclosed this in a statement on Saturday in Abuja, adding that more of such measures will be taken in 2024. He said that Tinubu had never shied away from acknowledging the temporary pains triggered by the reforms, stressing that proactive measures will continue to be taken. Many of these measures are already being taken, and in the new year, we expect the silver linings, which are at present understated, to blossom into rays of sunshine to be experienced by all Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy and the move to match foreign exchange rates, two headline reforms introduced by the Tinubu administration since late June. It is caused by problems such as so it goes on. Anyway, expect good tidings is just the summary of that. So let me just leave that there. But expect good tidings, but certainly not for now. Nigerians face most expensive Christmas as food and drinks cost 92.73% more in 3 years. So that's just the it's just your heart bleeds sometimes when you think about there just seems to be no respite in hand. There's just promises to the future. Christmas is around the corner, but it may not be a Merry Christmas for many Nigerians, battling rising inflation, which has weakened their purchasing power. The cost of basic items needed to make Christmas a merry one have skyrocketed over the years, with Nigerians having to spend more on food and drinks, clothes and shoes, and transport. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the headline inflation rate was 28.2% for November 2023, representing the 11th consecutive month of increase so far in the year, and the highest level since 2005, over 18 years. The NBC noted that the major drivers of Nigeria's inflation in November 2023 were food and beverages, road and air transport, pharmaceutical drugs, and accommodation, amongst others. According to the Composite Consumer Price Index of the MBS, the average cost of getting food and drink has increased by 92.73% in the last 3 years. The MBS recorded 395.6 as the price index for food and non-alcoholic beverages in November 2020. By November 2023, this price index has increased to 762, showing an increase of 92.73. So that there it is right there. Everything is just increasingly worse within the Nigerian space. Is the sum total of what that tells us. Everything gets worse within the Nigerian space is sum total of what that tells us. Let me take you to this one. Shops, vehicles raised as explosion rocks Lagos market. Hopefully this is not a lava. On Saturday, a gas explosion rocked a market at Council bus stop along Egbeda Ikotun Road in Alimosho local government area. There were no casualties. So there it is. Not a Merry Christmas for them, whoever is affected by that. So not a Merry Christmas for them, whoever is affected by that. There was one other headline that someone sent in. There was one other headline that someone sent in wanting us to talk about. Wike and his yes. So here it is. Yeah, somebody sent this saying. This next headline now is weird. I was going to say it's strange, but strange is not the proper adjective. It is weird for so many reasons. It is weird on so many levels. Nigerian students jailed 40 months over bomb threat to UK university. So there it is. So that is already strange. I think we've only ever had one incident of one northern guy that wanted to board a plane with bombs. This was a few years ago. Nigerian students jailed 40 months over bomb threat to UK university. So now, this is where it gets strange. A Perth sheriff court in the United Kingdom has sent some Tochukwu Okwoha. So this is where it gets strange because, of course, when you hear that a Nigerian student in the UK was jailed for bomb threats, the reach of your mind is to Danladi. It's certainly not to Som Tochukwu or Okoha. So it's not to Som Tochukwu or Okoha. So that's why it gets stranger even more. A Perth sheriff court in the United Kingdom has sentenced Som Tochukwu Okoha, the 26-year-old master student at Dundee University, Scotland, to 40 months in prison. According to the BBC, Okoha, the international energy studies student, will also be deported. Okoha, who arrived in the United Kingdom in 2021, claimed to have a military background and had enlisted the terror group ISIS to help bomb the university. And he told staff he plans to target the city in a chemical attack. Sheriff William Wood said, "Your presence in the United Kingdom is not conducive to the public good, and I make the recommendation for your deportation in due course." Also, Okoha was said to have formed a friendship with a fellow student who rejected his advances. So this is God, look at where he lands. Because some Scottish babe turned him down, he wants to blow up Scotland. But those sort of loose talks, it is not really advisable in this time and space. Your presence in the United Kingdom is not conducive to the public good, and I make a recommendation for your deportation in due course. Also, Okoha, who was said to have formed a relationship with a fellow student who was said to have formed a relationship with a fellow student who rejected his advances. As Sheriff Wood said, "You were abusive towards her and tried to have her removed from her university course. The university decided to suspend you from your course, and you turned your attention towards the staff. You threatened mass murder, terrorism, said you would plant bombs and use biological weapons." A witness, Kate Mackle, 58, now a retired director of student studies, told Perth Sheriff Court he became aware of serious concerns in the autumn of 2021. He said staff members received emails making terrorists. This guy is no terrorist. This guy is just a guy that was jilted by some babe. And it is because for the first thing is his name, it does not align with the name of terror. If it was Danladi Abubakar or something, then you go along with it. But the backdrop story, he was toasting a babe. The babe rejected him. He started to threaten her. The university kicked him out. And then what sort of terrorist starts to email university staff that I'm going to blow up Scotland? So it's just a witness, Kate Mackle, 58, now a retired director of student services, told Perth Sheriff Court he became aware of serious concerns in the autumn of 2021. He said staff members received emails making terrorist threats. once said, expect a massive bomb explosion at the University of Dundee. I have contacted ISIS terrorist group to plant bombs on the campus. So this is just this is an idiot boy. Yeah, I can assure you, staff and students will DIE in great number. Okay, so no, I think this guy is an idiot, and it certainly looks like an idiot. So there it is right there. But they say bad things happen to stupid people, and there it is right there. Bad things happen to stupid people. So there it is right there. All right. I think that's sufficient enough to be going on with. So that's sufficient enough to be going on with. Let's play the case. And by the way, the super chats are still open. By the way, we are not seeing any of them anymore. So super chats the platform just to nod in the well, for whatever reason, just do it if you're inclined. And also I've got a report for you as well regarding the charity thing. But let me play you the Kegite music and bring the panelists on.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, just a tiny little snippet as well. Emefiele, he has been released. I think he's met his bail conditions. Former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has been released. And when somebody said when I say it sounds like as though I'm saying sir. No, I'm not saying sir. I'm saying just to give me a pause to then carry on with the reading. So I'm saying not sir. I don't know quite who heard it. It was Dewale actually that accused me of that. Former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, has been released from the Kuje Correctional Center. Emefiele was released on Friday, December the 22nd, after meeting up with his bail condition. A spokesperson for the Kuje Correctional Center, FCT, Adamu Duza, who confirmed this, said, I can confirm to you that he, Emefiele, has met his bail conditions, hence he has no reason to remain in our facility. He met his bail condition and was released past 2 p.m. yesterday, Friday. Recall that a Federal Capital Territory High Court had granted a 300 million naira to Emefiele, who is being prosecuted for alleged procurement fraud. He was granted the bail with two sureties in like sum. The sureties must have certificates of occupancy and titles of properties within the Maitama district of Abuja. They've not told us yet who stood shorty for him, though. Emefiele was also ordered to deposit all his travel documents with the registrar of the court, adding that he must remain within the Abuja Municipality Area Council. I tell you what, TikTok, this guy could RIP. I cannot see how he would not RIP. But certainly, no RIPs, only a Merry Christmas to King Emeka who joins us. The majestic Ajale Koko is here. Akim the Progressive is here, and Ekene makes up the list. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick off the conversation. Let's go straight to Akim, who likely to fall asleep anytime from now. Akim.
Yes, well, ma, good evening to you. Good
Are you awake, Akim? I'm just checking.
Yeah,
Look at this guy. Oh, what's what? All right, good to see you, my man. How are you? Are you back with us, or are you still out there?
I'm in Norway now.
Wow, what's going on? Are you doing an European tour?
Oh, just visiting families in Israel.
Oh, all right, and that's where you're spending Christmas.
Yeah, I'll do Christmas here, then back for the New Year.
All right. All right. So to the conversation then. I don't know if you have any stories especially that you want to speak to, but the one that seems to dominate is the Alison Diezani and her confession at $9 billion. Can you imagine?
Yeah, well, what I really want to know, is there a video or something out there that she actually came out to say these things? I really want to be sure.
Well, I have just seen a video, but it's been widely reported, and it's being reported in quotation marks, which is to tell you that they are quoting her verbatim.
Yeah, if that thing is true, so the Supreme Court must not allow that Lawa Dawood, the Zafara governor, to continue his governorship, because if I am Tinubu right now, I'm going to make sure Alice comes to Nigeria and locate where that $9 billion is. One man. That is nearly half of our budget for next year. Okay, nearly half of our budget for next year. So Tinubu needs to look for a way to get the woman to Nigeria, if that's what she wants, and please help us to get our $9 billion. These people they have mind, man. That $9 billion, one man, $9 billion.
Are you struggling to believe it? It looks as though you are finding it hard to believe.
Oh, Mama, you have to struggle to believe this one now. How many states in Nigeria have $9 billion? You're talking in one person just collect $9 billion. Lagos State.
Akim, if you look at the message that Lamido Sanusi, the former CBN governor, has been pushing, that what actually got him the sack in his portfolio was that he was pushing for the auditing of the NMPC, which by his own reckoning has never been audited. And the books of the NMPC is shrouded in mystery. And then if you also consider that Nigeria is one of the top 7 largest oil exporting countries in the world, and the country never records any sort of a profit, you're talking about vast sums of money just shrouded in some fog somewhere. There's huge.
Even under this current NNPC people that are there now. One man, this is why, in honesty, it would have been better to have like a Showore as the president of Nigeria. That's the truth. If we had like a Showore as a president by now, Malami would have been in prison, maybe Buhari would have been held up, maybe all of them would have been somewhere, held up. So my Kyari, that is current NPC chairman, him too, all of them, because don't forget, if you remember back then, what happened? Kemi Adeosho, the former minister of finance, came out to say NNPC did not remit the right amount of money to the federal government. So there will be no federal, there will be no fake for that month until NNPC remit the accurate amount of money they are supposed to remit. All of a sudden, what happened? Oh, NYC certificate. She forged NYC certificate. That was how they chased her out of that place. Then Buhari appointed the other woman. Nobody asked question again as to what happened to the remittance from NNPC into the federal coffers. Everybody just move on. So both
But is
NNPC,
that not the problem though? Too many times, too often, everybody just moves on. Man.
yeah, everybody
So sorry,
moves
carry
on.
on.
Everybody moves on. No accountability. Nobody's asking question. The medias, they don't do their job because they have been bought. And this is what I say to you. For us to properly move in the right direction in that country, we need somebody who will come in, pick every single one of them up. Showore told go on when they were signing that peace accord. Then, if I am a president, I will put all of you in jail. And go on out of a kind of sarcasm was saying, you have to calm down. All of us we cannot run away from Nigeria because of you. If you remember those
I
exchanges.
think it's Abubakar. It's not Gowon.
No, sorry.
Abubakar.
Yeah, sorry. It was Abdul Salami. I mean,
Abdul Salam and Abubakar. Yeah.
yeah, it was Abu Salami. So you remember those exchanges. So for me, Tinubu, you see, somehow they are looking for a way to shield the Buhari people, the Malami, those Buhari caucus. They are looking for a way to shield them. How the hell is Malami still working a free man in Nigeria? Can anybody explain that? How the hell is he still working a free man?
How is Boss Mustafa still working a free man? How is this Tunde Shaibu? How is he still working a free man?
Yeah, so this is
Do
so this is
you think they are too afraid to go after Northerners?
I don't know, Mama. I don't know because for me, I think that's why I never supported anything like all this will be or anything. I believe that the true change have to come from outside these people. It has to come from outside. If you get somebody who is courageous, who is fearless, somebody who is willing to make huge sacrifices, listen, that country overnight will change. Overnight. How can one person take $9 billion one man? That is the one that was the one she gave to the current Zafara governor to hold for her. That is the one she gave for somebody to hold for her. We're not talking about the others. The one she used for other stuff. $9 billion one man. That thing can give somebody fever. When you hear something like that, you start to feel sick.
$9 billion will give Nigeria electricity.
What are you talking about? Are we really serious? Are we serious people, one man? Are we sure we are serious people in Nigeria? Come on, man. This is sickening. And then you come in. Look, if I'm Tinubu, I will say, please come back home. I'll pardon you. I'll do whatever you want, but I need that money. $9 billion, one man. I'll pardon him straight away. Don't even prosecute him. Look, there will be a deal. As soon as you recover that money, you can go and live your life. I don't care. One man, do you know $9 billion right now is what? Well, you're talking around 10, 11 trillion naira. What was our budget? 27 trillion. Come on, please.
All right. Let me take you to another space. This seems somewhat of a non-story because it doesn't really hang together. It's the narrative of this young man that it's those casual, silly little things that people say that then you regret at leisure. So this young man now that was making some silly threats. Where is he? That was making some silly threats in some Scottish university as threatening to blow it up.
And you think it's in Nigeria where they just do things and they get away with it, or in Nigeria when something happen, your father come and bail you. It's one of those stupidness. So now when he finish eating those prison food and then it gets sent back to Nigeria, he would realize that it is not how you call father, that is how you call brother. It's two different tones. So one man, he deserves everything that he gets. People sometimes stupidity is not an excuse for certain things that you do. Imagine you that is a student, right? You should know better. Why would he be engaging in such actions when you know the consequences? You know what like you know how emotional issues of those kinds are when it comes to Western society. They don't joke with it. Okay, so for me, it's been stupid, and the stupidity has sent him.
They said they was threatening a girl, which is to suggest to you that some girl broke his heart, and that was the reaction to it. So it's like a schoolboy sort of a thing.
I hope I hope what he has got now is what that reaction that he gave in response to whatever the girl did to him. How many times are
One
you?
man, how old is this guy?
He's 26.
He's a man already. He's not.
Yes, he's a master student at Dundee University, and then he started to send us staff members emails that is in touch with ISIS and is going to blow up the uni.
This is one of the dumbest human beings you ever meet.
But they should already know now how many sort of how many people they should know just from his actions that this is just a silly little boy, you know.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that.
Will you start to send emails that I am going to I mean, you know.
It doesn't work like that. They're not going to be like use kids glove to say, oh no, it was just no. What if he wasn't joking? What if he was actually in contact with ISIS or whoever? So for them, they cannot take their national security for a joke. So if you want to take yourself for a joke, they'll put you where you belong. So they've put him where he belongs. So he can continue his joke in the prison cell. So when he finishes, they'll send him to Nigeria to go and continue his joke there. What kind of nonsense is that? It doesn't make sense.
His life is ruined, of course, because, like you said, the recommendation of the judge is that he should be deported in due course. So he was expelled from the uni. He's going to be deported, never to be, because of course they would have they were captured his biometrics and whatnot. So never to go anywhere Western again. So, and he's only 26.
Yeah, on top of that, it's not like they're just going to treat him like that, They're still going to put him on the list, on the watch list. So that means,
of course, now he can't go to any country because they share intelligence. He can't go to the United States. He can't come anywhere in Europe. He can't go to Dubai. He can't go anywhere.
Anywhere because he's done.
Because some babe said no.
He's been done for terrorist offense. So that one, his name is going to be on every international intelligence record. So it is except he can stay in Nigeria, and help them build a country. It's stupidness, one man. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand why you call yourself a master degree student and then you look at what you go and do. The height of stupidity. If these people sometimes when you're talking to them, say, listen, guys, calm down. You're not that clever. Forget all this your book matter. Oh, I made this, I made that. Look at your action.
Akim,
yeah.
This is an example, a classic example of what my mom used to say. She would say, some people walk out, meaning
Exactly.
some people just go to school, go through the process of going to school, but they don't have the wisdom, they lack the wisdom, and So it just this is just a classic example. It's not about just having masters and all of that. It's all about having emotional intelligence and all of that too. But it's so sad that this young man just ruined himself the way he did.
So look, when he himself will understand when they start feeding from the jail, he will understand that this is not where.
When they ask him to pick up the soap, Abi.
this is not where your parents come to bail you. So once you are done, you're done. That's it. There's nothing like daddy come and bail me or mommy come and no. There's nothing like that. So you'll be there. You chop all the food there. You do all. Look, you'll be lucky. Safe. The one man is talking about picking up the soap. And that one, hopefully, it doesn't go down.
All right. I'm only even surprised that you know what that means. All right. Let me take you to the headline on the screen. When it rains, it pours. It's certainly not going to be a Merry Christmas for anybody in Nigeria. Nigerians face expensive Christmas as food and drinks cost 92.73% more than 3 years. So what this piece, and this is from the NBS, by the way, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. So these are just raw data. So what they were telling us was that concurrently for 11 years running, inflation has been on the upward curve. So you can see why people are so agitated and why there's all this push by the labor congresses and all whatnot. So it's a case of double however much you're sending to Nigeria. Nigerians face expensive Christmas as food and drinks costs are close to 93% more in 3 years.
Okay, so one man, what is the cause of this increase? When you come to Western nations like this, so when Christmas is coming, so what do they do? They'll be making deals, they'll be doing sales, just to give just to be able to have some patronage for Christmas, so they'll reduce prices. When you go to Nigeria, it's the other way around. Like for no reason, just because it is a festive period, prices go up. It is only in Nigeria I noticed something like that. In over here, when festive period comes, they will have different, like in the UK, you have Boxing Day sales, right? In Ireland, we have Boxing Day sales, whereby it's 50%, off everything you're buying in most of these shops. But why? Okay, one man, what is the cost of this increment now? It doesn't make. I don't understand. Our people, the way we behave, the way we do things, is as if we have no conscience. We just would like to rip ourselves off. I remember back in them days, one man, I used to know a couple of guys that were working in the petrol station, right? All of a sudden, they will tell you there's fuel scarcity. These guys, when that fuel scarcity is done, these guys would have made loads of money. They will buy bike. They will buy some of them. They will buy car on the back of your fellow brothers and sisters. You created artificial scarcity, and then you make a killing out of it. So for me, as a people, I don't think we are nice. We are not that nice people. We're not that nice of a people the way other people, the way some of us think we are. No, because the things that we do to ourselves is even worse in some cases than what government does to us.
All right. All right. Is there anything else you're looking at in the news today?
One man, there's nothing really out there apart from the festive period is hotting up. You know how it goes back home. Everybody's expecting the goodies from your side, not knowing that it's not that easy as well. We're not picking money from tree here. So we do what we can do and we leave the rest to God. So I'm just here with my family in Norway. Trying.
Well, why Norway? Do you have family living in Norway already? Is that what it is?
Yeah. I have my younger sister and husband and children live in Tonsberg, some place called Tonsberg. One man, imagine this. I left Seville in Spain 3 days ago.
Now you they enjoy from Spain to lifestyle of a millionaire. Look at this guy.
The weather was nice. Like you could still wear short and t-shirt in Spain, especially in that south of Spain, in the southern part of Spain. So like Malaga and the Seville area. So the weather was nice. Everything was good. And on the flight, I landed in Norway, and there was the whole place was covered in snow. I was like, what the hell am I doing here?
But it's nice to have a white Christmas. When was the last time you had a white Christmas? I cannot recall the last white Christmas we had in this country.
That thing is for white people. I don't care what color the Christmas is. I just don't want the
You,
cold.
you, you don't want a white. Look at this guy.
The cold in this country, it should be illegal for people to be living in this country. You know, it should be illegal for human beings to live in places like this. It's just too cold. Like cold. I thought Ireland was cold, but this one is a different level. And I said, yeah, I told my sister, I said, man, I don't know how you guys do this. You know, this is like.
She will probably be recommending it because, very quickly they adapt to that sort of life, don't they?
The only part of it, 2 years ago, they came to Ireland to celebrate Christmas with us, right? So, and I was like, you know, I will put on a coat and jacket, and they will just wear like a sweater. I said, like, are you not cold? They say, no, this is like a summer to them. I said, what the hell is this? so it's when I go here now, I kind of realize, okay, no wonder. I see why you guys are like that in Ireland. It's crazy, one. It's crazy.
So, Woman, are you saying that in the UK that you guys don't have it doesn't snow anymore?
It doesn't, you know. Akim will tell you.
What year was the last time you had?
It's not like it snow. It was probably snow around January towards like early February, but you won't get it. You will hardly get it in December these days.
We've been having the same thing here, experiencing the same thing here. But there are some Christmases it snows here, and yeah. So, but then how about in like not far north, like in Scotland? Does it snow?
I suspect it will snow in Scotland because Scotland is notoriously cold, isn't it?
Yeah, but Ireland is notoriously cold as well, one man. But the thing is, it's cold, but it doesn't snow. That's the problem. The problem, and with Ireland, yeah, Ireland is more like it's more like almost like Benin. It rains like madness in Ireland. I've never seen the the way it rains in Ireland is crazy, one man. Like we have rain 12 months of the year. It doesn't matter what weather it is, it will rain. It will rain in winter, it will rain in summer, it will rain in autumn and in spring. It rains every time in Ireland.
All right. I'm going to take you to one more headline and then I'll go on to Emeka. But before I do that, let me do a bit of housekeeping. Let me bring this up and let me remove all those. Hold on. All right. So I've started to disburse the. Are you seeing that fully? Let me make sure. So I've started to disburse the Level Up initiative. So that is 430,000 naira sent to Hassan. So you can see Hassan. I've blurred out my name and I've blurred out Hassan's last name, but you can see his name there is first name Hassan. So I've sent 430,000 naira to Hassan, who has acknowledged it. Earlier in the day, I also spoke to Njenje Media, who is going to also look into seeing if we can identify potential beneficiaries. And ST0LE is working on it as well. But the first tranche of that money has been sent out to Hassan, who has acknowledged it. And as soon as he hands it over to the beneficiaries, he'll do a clip and send it in so that that process can be completed. But Hassan, to this headline then, Nigerian government to allow nationals with expired passports to return home for Christmas, New Year holiday. So yeah, that's a nice touch, isn't it?
What kind of nice touch is that? So if your passport expires, you can't go to Nigeria. That doesn't make sense. You should be able to travel with your expired passport. It doesn't make sense.
There was the purpose of having a valid one. If
No, it's not like travel. You should be able to return back to Nigeria with your expired passport. Like It's not like you're going to travel out of the country with an expired passport. No, you should be able to come back into the country with an expired passport. So it means that you can go and renew your passport, because don't forget the services in Europe when it comes to Nigerian passport. One man, I don't know if you've had experience about that. I said this thing last time. You go to the Nigerian embassy, the services are like
No,
they're like
but you do it with sufficient enough time for you to be able to make use of the passport now. You don't go to the embassy in the last minute instead to if you
so
are going
what
next year, maybe do your passport early, yes.
so what would you say sufficient time? 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months will be sufficient time, and I don't think Nigerian embassies take up to 6 months. I don't think we can.
I seen somebody that took 8 months, 9 months. How about that? So you cannot predict with these people. You cannot predict what you're going to get.
But with this
So
new guy, the new Minister of Interior, the guy's been doing well. In over the
it's
summer when I
good.
was in Frankfurt, somebody came to Frankfurt and he did his he went in same day he went into Nigerian embassy. I mean Nigerian consulate in Frankfurt, and they got it that same day. They were together. So as he went in and he just got it done, and then he just bounced. So I think, and so I've been hearing other people saying the same thing. I have my younger sister who got her own recently too. The same week she did it, that's the same week she got it. So I think they are really improving more.
Even Agent Media, when he came on here, he said the same thing when he came as a
One
guest.
man. See the time frame I gave you was before this guy came in. So maybe that is a practice in all the embassies. I don't know. I've not visited a Nigerian embassy in a while. So, but I know someone who last time it took him about 9 months to get his Nigerian passport for his son. So for me, I think it's a good initiative, but the Nigerians should be allowed to come into the country with an expired passport anyway. But sometimes these things happen.
Is that done by other countries? Do other countries allow that?
Yes, that's standard. That's very standard.
Is it that you can come back with an expired passport?
You can go back to your country with an expired passport. A lot of it's not if you're traveling out of the country, then it's an issue. So because you cannot leave the country with an expired passport. But if you are a national of a nation and you want to go back to your country, you have a passport of that country that is out of date. So when we say the expired passport, we're not talking about 1 year out of date. We're talking about maybe a couple of weeks out of date. Yeah, fine. Why not?
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Akim. So thank you, Akim. So let's go on from you, Akim, to Emeka. So Emeka, just free flow. Talk us through the news cycle today as you have seen it. Emeka.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, one man. Good evening, fellow Palanis. Those in the comment section and viewers at home. Good evening again. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, whichever you prefer. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, call on your friends. This is time for loved ones and family. Also, don't forget your enemies too. All right, let me start with the students, alleged terrorists, right? I think that individual, the young man, forgot his primary assignment, which is to go obtain an education or a skill set to better his life and possibly the life of his family and future family as well as dependents. It's quite strange that he decided to begin to pursue other assignments that were not asked of him, such as the interest of love interest of another individual, a female, and thereabouts. You see, when we say be street smart, it's really, really important, especially for young men, because over the course of your life, before you eventually find a female who would want to spend uh, the rest of her life with you or a larger percentage of her life with you, you'll be rejected. You are going to get a lot of rejection from other female or other women. And so it now depends on how you behave yourself as a result of such rejection. But for some men, especially young men of this age, the Gen Zs, they don't take rejection too well. You begin to hear, certain situations, they act either aggressively or stupidly. This is strange behavior, and it's a strange behavior from the fact that I thought he was 16, 18 to 20. I didn't know he was 26. That's a full-blown adult, right?
It's unacceptable at that age, Abi.
Extremely unacceptable. Extremely unacceptable. For 16, I would look like, I would say, come on, man, what's wrong with you, young boy? Why would you want to mess up your life? I was surprised when you mentioned his age, and I'm like, what the hell? And you're doing a master's degree, which means you've actually finished your bachelor. But this might be I might be wrong. Individuals who go to private universities where the doctrine is basically just study, like glorified secondary school, and possibly he has been caged or secluded from the outside perimeters or external perimeters of society. So maybe from a well-to-do middle-class family in Nigeria who decided to save up their hard-earned income to send him across the seas to go better his life, and then he's now writing emails. He doesn't know that outside Nigeria, people really take even oral speeches or oral statements seriously. So, but when you are not documenting and then you are elucidating your steps, they are not going to see it as a joke. And then they don't forget that Nigeria is also a place where we have a terrorist hotbed, and they might probably think maybe this guy may know a couple of one or two guys that would help him out with his silly plans. I find him very, very strange, and I think young men should look at this news and say no, they don't want to be like him. For him, traveling out of the country after he's been deported, well, if his mental state is okay enough to even leave the cell to go back to Nigeria, because going into the prison cell at his age, just like what you described with the soap, that might mess up his life, might really mess him up mentally. And then I'm also questioning his mental stability, because if a lady is rejecting you and the next thing you're thinking of is saying you're going to blow up the school, not even blow up her house, you say you blow up the school. At least if you say you blow up her house, then we'll know that, yes, your problem is with her. Then if you are being rejected, you say you want to blow up the school, what kind of mindset is that? It's strange. Then you are now going to spend 40 months in the corner. I don't think this young man may come out the same. I'll be honest. Then when you are now out, which means you are not going to be a special designated individual on the terrorist watch list. Everywhere they Google your name, that's it. Even potential employers in Nigeria may be scared of you too, because once they Google your name, they are saying the nonsense about you.
Emeka,
Yes?
Emeka, this is what you get when you listen to too much of Samuel Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu.
No, let's not go that route. No, let's not go that route, please. Let's not go that route.
It's just a silly boy. It's just the narrative of a silly boy. Yes,
it's the narrative of someone who is just silly. But I question his mental capabilities, right? Because it's all behavior, And
Emeka, it probably tells the narrative of a spoiled kid who has been.
That's what I'm saying.
He has been cosseted all of his life.
Exactly.
Mommy always says yes.
Exactly. Shielded from the harsh realities of life, the true facet of life, what life is all about. You know, you've been guided, probably someone who goes to school from home, or even when you don't go to school from home, you are in a private university where you are still caged, and from there you go back home, and you
Imagine
completely secluded out of life.
is emailing the school to tell them that it's going to blow the school up. So that will tell them already that this is just a silly boy.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing is that for people like that in the school, if I were the registrar or the VC, you understand, I'll look at it and say, this boy is just a deranged individual. But then again, how do you distinguish someone who is just silly and someone who can actually perpetrate their threats? So I won't blame the school for taking action, right? Reporting to the appropriate authorities, because you don't know.
Well, I think they said he reached out to ISIS now. Is that what they said?
No, he emailed them to say that he would. Yes.
He emailed the school, or he emailed ISIS?
He emailed the school.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying it's just the narrative of a silly boy.
I thought you said he actually made a contact with some terrorists.
No, he said he would. So it is, because the school itself, apart from providing educational services, they're also responsible for the lives of other
this is what he
students.
said. He said expect a massive bomb explosion at the university.
You can imagine.
I have contacted ISIS. So
you can imagine. You can imagine. Right?
That's an idiot.
I don't blame the school taking it seriously and escalating it to the appropriate authorities, as well as the appropriate authorities investigating and bringing charges against him. And even the judge looking at it, the judge will look at him like, you're a silly boy, but let's punish you for being silly. And then, I question his overall mental state of mind, and all because you were rejected by a female. Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
Have you forgotten so soon, Emeka, how that rejection feels like at that age? It can be quite crushing.
That's why I say if he's 16, right?
I think I lost a semester in uni to a babe. It can be quite crushing. Well,
you think that's the reason why to be street smart is good, right? Exposing your kids to, you giving them a controlled kind of life, right? And also engaging with our children, because these kids these days, they are mentally fragile. So for someone who is 26 and is doing this, if he was 16, I would I can relate, but it's still extreme. I can relate. It's too extreme. But guy, come on, stop it. This is not how to go about it. For a lady to come and maybe, at that point when you are growing, it may be your first love. So the attraction is huge. The interest is genuine. The heart is red, so red and hot, and you're feeling butterflies around your stomach, and then you now make that bold conscious move to now express yourself verbally to the lady that you consider to be the most beautiful in your life, and then she now tells you, hell no. It could be destructive in some way, right? But then again, as you bounce back. That is also good to even have male friends who will now say, come on, forget it, it's all about that life, you understand? And then you keep trying, keep going till someone says yes, and then you mature out of that. But again, I'm sorry for him. No way back out of this. Going back to Nigeria, I don't know what his family is going to feel. If I'm the dad, I should, as I'm picking you up and taking you to trash you properly, whoop you very well, and then maybe look for something to do, because potential employers would not want to pick you up, right? Even in Nigeria, they're like, hey, this guy is crazy. And maybe they try to see how they can rehabilitate him. And I hope it turns out, have a positive outlook with life, because yes, challenges come, but what you make out of those challenges really would make you stronger.
All right. Still holding you within that space before we go to back to hardcore politics. Are you following the drama between Emeka Ike and his wife?
Oh, I just watched the interview.
With the wife,
I watched both, right? I just finished the interview with the wife, and you could tell, what I could, you see, what I could say.
What struck me is that how did he even manage to land a babe that far? You know, it's
Oh, he's
unbelievable.
a superstar. Come on.
Yeah,
Emeka Ike, he's
Can
a
you show us a picture
superstar.
of that
Then
girl? Woman, can you show us a picture of the woman? Let's see.
Huh?
Can you show us a picture of the woman? The woman he was married to.
Oh, she's cute.
Yeah,
She's cute.
Yeah, there she is right there.
And he got her young, right? At 18 or 17.
Yes.
Thereabout. 17, yes, 17. So she's a pretty woman. But you know, when Emeka spoke, right, and Emeka has been speaking for quite a while, then he went quiet. He spoke when it started. Then you know, I believe there are some inconsistencies with Emeka's stories, and also there are inconsistencies with his ex-wife stories too. So now what you can do is when you listen to one, listen to the other, you can now pick the truth, right? She left the home. According to her, she left the home, and Emeka said she cleaned wiped the apartment of his properties and the rest. But she was saying the landlord, where they were staying, there was financial difficulties, and they were not.
She actually said she left the home to go and stay with his mom.
His mother, yes, right. So, and then you know the question is, okay, where did you put his property, right? Even if the landlord is giving you guys quick notice, which you cleared the property, but your own property was secured. Where did you put his? Because he's saying, I traveled. The only thing I came back with was the bag I used in traveling, and I came back with that. So that I can pick as the truth, and I put it into the truth box, right? Which shows, okay, the woman didn't care about the safety of his own property, but probably cared about his own. But in the sense that, you know, Emeka Ike now said, oh, I built a school of 400 million, and she came and she shut down everything. She said the amount is overstated, and then that she had earlier left. What I can say from that is that, okay, there was a school, and the school was not properly run around, and then but the price may be overinflated, right? Overstated. So, but there was
a school. Alluding to that interview he did on channels.
Yeah. And a couple of things they have said in the past anyway. Then he was now saying, oh, that she's dealing with... Emeka Ike also accused Crystal Cote, that Crystal Cote was also involved in the dissolution of his marriage.
No,
right?
But Crystal Cote is notorious for sleeping with other people's wives.
Oh, yeah. He is. So Emeka Ike said that in one of his interviews, or probably in one of the national dailies. But he didn't mention it this time around. So maybe that might not be the truth. So I just, you know, whatever the consistency between them, you know, they are both overstating things. She trying to paint herself to be a victim. Emeka also trying to paint himself to be a victim in all this. So you just look at it and say, you guys, man, come on, just move on.
There seems to be a lot of that going on in that space. That footballer, whatever his name is, and his wife, they are also fighting it out on the media space.
Which footballer?
I can't quite remember.
Nigerian footballer.
Yeah, a Nigerian footballer.
What's that his name again? Our number 9 striker. Huh?
Is it Daniel Mokachi?
No. Our former number 9 striker. I'm forgetting his name.
I remember his name.
No, that played.
No. This is a young man. He's a young man.
He had a short stint with Manchester United.
Huh?
He had a short stint.
Igalo, yes,
Igalo. Yeah, so similar thing. The wife too coming out of the social media to call him out, playing the victim, and him himself. I think, according to the wife, that he came to beg and it didn't work out. You know what I would say with when a marriage is dead, right? It's done. Both parties are fully involved in destroying that marriage. Nobody should be coming out to claim victimhood, right? You know, the usual narrative from the female point of view would be, oh, he's a narcissist, or emotional and mental trauma and terrorism, or
but the women always win as soon as they come on telly and turn on the waterworks and start to cry, and they're handing them tissues. Then everybody starts to hate the man.
Yeah, most like you know, women like to run. They have large participants in the Victim Olympics. They run that very well. They take that competition seriously.
She said he punched her in the face.
Well, with that, right, and Emeka is denying it, but looking at Emeka's disposition, I can probably see him doing it. I can probably see Emeka doing
So
it. Right?
those are the sort of things that weigh sympathy.
Who punch who?
They make her punch the babe in the face, according to her.
So no, you understand. She said it, but looking at the Emeka disposition, it's not like you look at it and say. But again, what I will now say is who triggered who. You understand who triggered who? She didn't really want to own up that, but at some point, if you watch the interview, she owned up that at some point I was taking his bad treatment, and then when I turned, was she 22 or 24? I started, fighting back. So she was an equal contributor. So in that case, both of them were.
I think they said the wife is a Yoruba girl. Is it?
No, she's Igbo.
She's Igbo?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's Igbo. So they were both. So they played an active role in destroying their marriage. So then, what I would say is, don't play the victim, right? Yes, look at it from the point of view that there are some things you can learn from the failure of your marriage, right? Because it still scars you. Let's be very realistic. It will scar you, and if you've been in a previous relationship in the past where it was long and then it ended, it's going to scar you. There are things you learn from it, and there are things you did that you think they are bad, that you should say, okay, when I'm going to the next relationship, I need to stop it. But what we are getting from many people is they don't want to learn, they don't want to accept responsibility, both the male and the female. They don't want to accept accountability for destroying their marriage, for also being a co-participant in an active one, not just passive. An active one is destroying their marriage, and that's not going to help you regardless. So if you do self-reflection on your own part to like, okay, I played an active role in destroying my marriage, and if I'm going to have another chance again, a second chance at it, I'll be better. And then again, we're now having individuals with selfish motive coming into relationship for a set with their own.
You're sounding like Captain Spock from Star Trek, who takes an honest opinion in a broken relationship. You want to play you want to color the other party bad as much as you can. That's just is that not how it works? You want to rubbish him and you want to rubbish her. That's how it works.
But that's what we get with it. That's what we get. So in both aspects, right? I would what I would have Emeka Ike, when he came to channels, the goal was to promote a movie called Mayaka, right? And definitely that's the first time he's been on the limelight for a very long period of time, right? His focus should have been promoting Mayaka rather than using a larger percentage of that paid interview, because it's usually paid, to talk about his marriage, which is already dead. So we just said, oh yeah, it's dead. It's in the news. You talk briefly on it without castigating or calling anyone a victim or pointing at anybody thereabout. Yes, it's painful. It's very painful because he said he was depressed. I could see it in his face that he was depressed, struggling, then trying to come out of it and probably coming out of it. Right? It's understandable. Likewise, the woman too may have gone through her own phase. So he shouldn't be pointing fingers, blaming anybody, and that's why the lady decided, hey, I need to say my own part of the story too. Let nobody mischaracterize me. You understand? I won't blame the woman for coming out to say her own part, but I will blame both of them. Like, come on, guys, you're all adults. Focus on the kids, because he's saying the woman has taken the kids and run away with the kids and not allowing him to see the kids. That was something he also did to the woman too. So both of them are playing, a payback, whatever. So they are playing pawn. They are using their kids as pawn to punish each other.
Emeka, you have to understand, these superstars, their marriage hardly lasts. Even abroad, home and away, it's like that. If you notice that this guy owned that happened very fast. This guy from Benin, that Davido logistic manager.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember. What's that his name again? Israel, right?
Yeah. But he's just a boy now. He's not a superstar.
But he's a superstar. He's a superstar.
Yeah, he's famous, but he's just not he's famous. He's famous, but
is he not famous for being Davido's bad man?
He's famous.
He's famous.
You can't see
If
him
that
on the street without recognizing him, right? And
hey,
the ex-wife, or probably they're still married. I don't know if they've divorced now, but because they're fighting. The ex-wife exploit. That's the selfish motive I was describing previously, right? You saw him, you know him. You want to exploit that fame for yourself, which he called out. Then all of a sudden, when you are now faced with the realities of marriage, you don't want to play your own part. You are trying to build a man to be what he is not. You know him for him dobaling to Davido. That's how he eats. He considers Davido to be his boss. He dobales, he rolls around, he shouts, he hails, and he's under the payroll of Davido. Yes, I can understand that you want him to begin to see things differently, but again, there are ways to do this. There are ways to say it. Some women are bad communicators. They don't know how to talk to a man, especially now, because what he said from your point of view is that Benin men, they know they control Benin man. Benin man stubborn, and I think what
You
people
know
know
that
about it.
that mentality has to be dropped. That I am a Benin man, I am an Oyo man, I am a this man, I am a that man. That sort of mindset has no space in the future. That you don't respect women because the machismo of where you come from is somewhat Neanderthal.
What are you talking about?
Well, man, that was not really the gist. That girl, to me, the girl was too young. Like I'm trying to relate it like to a Mecca AK situation. That girl is like 17 or 18, a pastor's daughter. Suddenly now you have something. Now you start thinking, no, my husband don't need to do ballet. My husband don't need to do this. My husband has to do this.
That's the maturity. The maturity not coming in on time to understand that this is how this man feeds and pay rents, right? This is how he gets his own money. But then again, what she would have done is you see, let's be very realistic here. I'm not trying to put down Nigerian women. Many Nigerian women have now started imbibing some Western inclination that are not right for our culture. There are certain ways you could communicate to your husband and let him know.
Do you not think it's a case that our culture has to evolve? We cannot stagnate in the narratives of this is how our forebears used to do it. We have to come into the 21st century.
Culture would evolve. I agree with you. But again, evolve to what? Look at the West. Is it better? The family's structure is broken. They're not better anymore. It's not like an individual mindset. People don't even talk to their dads or their parents. They move on. They don't see their parents. We are still like communal in some points. We still have that tight-knit family structure, especially even with the Yorubas, right? We still have that, that family oversight on us, still guiding us, even when they die. And when we're having family challenges, we still run to our family or our elders to let them come in and weigh in. You see, that's a positive part of our culture in relative with marriage, right? But if we're allowing Western inclinations or Western dogmas or theories to filter into our culture, and we're allowing the bad side of it to begin to come to the forefront, we're only going to destroy ourselves. All what we just need to do is to look at the West. What has become of them? South Africa now, look at South Africa. The black ones they are almost destroyed. They are destroyed, in my point of view. They're destroyed. So why should we want to imbibe or take on a culture where we can see the outcome of that culture? We can see where it's heading. It's like you are going to hit a rock where you are driving, and then you enter the bus to go and hit that rock, or you drive the bus to hit the rock. Why? When you can just take an alternative route and move on. Yeah.
So what is your own definition of this culture thing you're talking about now?
So culture evolves. You learn, you relearn, but again, you watch the outcome. You've seen somebody do something, and that has created a great harm to this individual. Not just one, not just two, not just three, millions. What you can do is, you can take the positives and leave the negatives, and incorporate the positives so that it combines and evolves to something that is better and beautiful and well managed, right? You see, now we have an African culture that is well rooted in family structure, and that is something that keeps us growing and better, keeps our children sane, and keeps our children focused and disciplined. To the point that our children would look at us, or we would look at our parents and say, this is the kind of life we want to exemplify. So then again, at the same time, we also need to be a little bit liberal with the things we do, like like what woman is saying, oh, I'm an Igbo man, oh, I'm a Yoruba man, you can't talk to me this way, or oh, this is the ways of our forefathers. But let's be very honest, we are not living like our forefathers. We've evolved. We're not living like our forefathers. Many of us are not going to the farm. Many of us are not probably like the sole provider, and our wives are just at home. We have this partnership or co-parenting thereabout. But again, we still should not lose that cultural stem, that where we come from, that identifies us. That is our basic descriptive mark on us. So we can combine the positive from other culture that we think is good, and the positive from our culture that is also equally good.
All right, brother.
You heard coming from a prince from Igbo land, telling you all that about culture. You just got lectured now.
And I didn't agree with anything that he said, but I just wanted to move him on to the politics of.
I mean, he's a prince, so he's a prince, and then he is. I mean, I would look at him as one of those custodian of the culture, of the African culture.
No, but definitely, I'm not. You see, women. Let's be. You see, when one part of a community or one part of or one part of a gender is crying out, you don't ignore them. Women are crying out that they want freedom, but again, what's the cost for freedom? That's another thing we need to look at, right? The cost of freedom for the Western society for women is feminism, and feminism is not destructive. It's destroying them. A lot of single women now, single mothers, not raising kids properly. It's painful. It's expensive to them. Many of them are taking antidepressants.
How do you mean feminism is destroying them?
Because it comes with wild theories that you are equal to a man, and women aren't equal to a man. Physiologically, we aren't.
Feminism does not say women are equal to men. They just say women have.
Hold on. I was going to move
the same right as men. So what's wrong with it?
Hold on, Emeka. Hold on. I was going to move you on from that topic, but when you say that women are not equal to a man, are you suggesting that women are lesser than men?
No. I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying physiologically, right? Women are not equal to a man.
No, you can't say that though. You can't say that though. But what you can say is women are different from men physiologically.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the right words.
Yeah, women can give birth, which is
yeah. So thank you for giving me the right choice of words before I begin to annoy a set of people.
But you said it right. You got it right. You said physiologically. Is that not what you said?
Physiologically, yeah.
But even physiologically, if you are talking about physical strength, in terms of being able to lift and carry, then that's a different matter.
But again, right? So when I'm not saying the strength, right? I say physiologically, right? Now, in terms of giving birth, I don't think every man is strong enough to do that. I won't try it. Carrying a baby for 9 months, that's some hard, tough work.
You won't say that. Men are strong.
Men are strong. I'm not saying that they are not strong, but women have internal strength, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. But you see, physically and neurologically, women are wired to withstand a
lot of pain, extreme pain.
Situation. But we're not designed by, if you want to call that person as the creator or Mother Nature, we're not designed to conceive and to bear kids.
True.
We're not designed for that. But I'm sure if men are designed, they will. I mean, Mother Nature, or you call it, or the creator, would have also created within them that neurological system that would be able to allow them.
Yeah, but vice versa for the counter argument now. Vice versa for the counter argument.
That's a better way to illustrate that point.
Okay, go on, please. Go on.
That's a better way to illustrate the point. Rational mind, you know.
Okay.
Women...
Let me say something. I thought. Sorry, Emeka. I thought I had Akim's voice. Like wanted to call. Let me just say real quick. You see, this is what. Let's put it this way. If you people remember what Fela Kuti said in one of his songs, when you're talking about lady, he was talking about lady. Lady go say,
lady go say she know they cross her leg. I be waiting.
I mean,
Fela Kuti African woman go say she go dance the fire dance. African woman go dance. She go dance the fire dance. But lady no be so. But lady no be so. But lady no be so.
Don't let Ajale go. You don't let Ajale go catch you.
There are some things I want to pick out from what Fela said in his song. He won't take a meat before man. He go want make man open door for him. Those kind of things. But hold on. My point is this. You see, that's the definition of feminism to Akim when Akim was asking that question about what is feminism. Yeah, we know that's how they began. They tell you, oh, we want equal pay, we want to have equal right to vote. But there's more to that feminism today. In fact, there's somebody called another word, they call it, is it feminist? There's a word they call it now, which is not even the
radical feminism.
Okay, I don't know what they call it now, but I think there was a word. Hold on, Akim, you go. That's why I'm referring this to you. Maybe later, maybe I can conclude. But this is what I just want to say. That's how they began. We want to have equal right as being able to get equal pay, equal right to vote. That's how they began. But now they're taking it a notch, if not too much further than what is originally intended.
Yeah, but what is it that they are doing?
You see some conversation right now. Some women, I had one recently in my place of work that really almost got me into trouble. So the point I'm trying to say is that they take it a notch further, that they even want to emasculate a man. You know the meaning of that word, emasculate. They want to just like make a man, just make him like useless, like just shut up. We don't want to hear your opinion anymore.
Yeah, but that's not true.
If you know how extreme they've taken it here, I don't. Maybe in Europe it's different because I interacted with European women.
Oh, Akim is extreme now, even to the point that they're not preaching that women are superior than men. Men
That's
what
I'm saying. They've taken it three notch even further than what was originally. So
it's not streaming now.
You see. Let me not say certain things that will get me into trouble with this topic. But my point is this: I believe women should be given that right to vote, to get paid like equally as men. But the thing is this: can they do the same equal? Can they put in the same equal work? If me, I'm a miner now, I lift up like 50 pounds kg of 50 pound stuff. Can a woman don't do that and he wants to collect the same pay with me? That's the question.
But people are always using those extreme examples to make the point. Why don't you use the example of a brain surgeon?
Yeah, of course, they're being paid the same.
But there are certain occupations that you cannot find.
They're paid the same. They're paid the same.
But they're paid the same.
And even more.
So you see, these are some of the things. You see, you want equal, but I tell you, in some relationship, okay, you want to.
Okay, let's use the example of a tennis player. So in tennis, men play they play 5 sets to determine who the winner is, but women play 3 sets to determine who the winner is. But so, the women are now arguing that they want pay parity, especially at the Grand Slams. But in terms of physical exertion, they physically exert just as much as men, but the men have durability for reasons of physiology. So are you then saying because they are? Oh, can you not hear me?
We can hear you now. Go on.
No. I was saying that. Let me just rush it through. I was saying that in terms of physical exertion, they exert as much physicality as men. But in terms of durability, men are able to play an additional 2 more sets. So are you then saying that because men are playing games of 5 sets and women are playing games of 3 sets, then women should be played lesser? when they are both putting equally into it, but the men just have durability because of our physiology.
But you just said now that they played 5 and women played 3, right?
Yes.
So from that example you just gave now, who put in more work?
No, but that's the thing though. They're putting equal work, but the men are able to go
rounds. You just said.
Yeah, no, but the men the physical exertion is the same in terms of for their physiological makeup.
Go on, please. Sorry, go on.
Do you not agree?
No, I don't agree, because if they play 5 sets, or 5 sets, or how they use their language in that game, they play 5 and they play 3. It's like you're playing 3 matches and then somebody's playing 5 matches. So who put in more work? Let's forget about this physical. Who put in more work? And you want to collect the same amount of money? You do 3 hours. You do 5 hours and I do 3 hours, and I'm asking that I want to
hold on 1 second. You're looking at it from the wrong angle, right?
Okay, let me hear what angle is the best. Let's see.
Hold on. In terms of that tennis, okay, the example one man brought in, it doesn't work like that. So the way it works is that you look at it, say, okay, maybe as Serena Williams is playing in the center court, right? So she is a famous superstar tennis player. Then you could have a male player, unknown, play the same tournament, whereby you know that.
Come on.
1 second.
This is. I mean, they do. Doesn't matter. We did the same job, right? When in the same profession, I put in more effort than you. And you're telling me I get the same people like you.
Rational, just listen.
Okay, go on.
In terms of revenue generation into that competition, in terms of viewership, she will draw more crowd than the male player. But at the end of the day, the male player will be receiving more money than her. How does that even make sense?
But that's not true. Akim, that's not true.
Yeah,
when the men who holds the highest ranking in tennis are playing, it draws more viewership than.
I don't even know what was the area I was going to.
It's not true. It's not true. It draws more viewership. But Serena Williams, relax. Serena Williams is also a superstar, right? So she has a fan base and appeal. But when the men are playing, watch it. I follow tennis very well. When the men are playing, the eyes of the world is usually with the men. That's why the women will finish. That's why they play the Grand Slam and the Opens almost the same time. The women will finish theirs. The women will finish theirs a day. Then the men will start the main final the next day.
That's not true.
Okay.
You could have a situation where you have 2 superstar female in the final, and then you could have a very weak male finals.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I can understand that situation. But usually it's when you compare the superstars like what's the Federer and what's this other Nadal. Check the viewership and compare Serena Williams with which other lady. Check the viewership. Check the rating, the TV ratings. You will see the difference. So
but there are not that many superstars in the female. Now that the Williams sisters are more or less retired, I don't even know the name of and I used to know all of them, But
one man. We see this is when we go from the ridiculous to the absurd. Sometimes with the way we want to argue some points, we just use an example of a tennis. That if you flip it the other way around, you still equally get the same result. To make you understand that people are not putting in the same work. I can understand viewership. Maybe somebody who is unknown and somebody who is known is playing, like in a hypothetical situation that what's his name? Akin gave to us that Serena Williams and maybe some other lady is playing this world-class tennis player, and he's 2 persons that are not even one I don't know. But you need to understand something that everybody starts from somewhere. Serena started from somewhere too. So the point is that if men are putting 5 hours, and Serena Williams, I just give you an example, play 3 sets or 3 hours, but then she get more viewership. Well, I don't know. It's up to the tennis governing body to know how to regulate that aspect. Whatever.
Okay.
Should I
No. So sorry, Akim. My argument is that they are expending the same level of energy based on their physiological makeup. Hold on. Do you concede that first?
No,
that
I don't concede
that.
No, I don't concede.
Why do you not concede that?
Because somebody is expending that physiology. I mean that energy for 3 hours. Let's just say in hours.
But based on his physiological makeup, though.
Hold on. Well, it's one man. You see, this is sounding to me like some people are just being apologetic here for some. I mean,
no. You don't get
what they say.
You don't get the logic.
Equal thing. Everybody equal, right?
Yeah. No. We'll get to the pay. Let's establish the parameters first. Do you concede that?
I don't.
Oh no. Hold on. You are not hearing what I'm asking you to concede first. Do you concede that women are physiologically weaker than men?
Well, woman, you see, some people don't want to hear that word. I mean, especially the feminists.
That's just a function of biology.
I would answer your question, but I just want to cushion my answer with this so that people don't time me, don't refer to me as a misogynist or somebody who is just who hates women or whatever. Women, they are powerful in their own way. They are designed in their own way, like we just talked about birth and all of that. Yes, women do not have the same strength as a man.
Okay, stay there. No. That's what I want you to be. If you agree that women do not have the same strength as men, if a woman pushes to the level of her endurance and a man pushes to the level of his endurance, having considered that they don't have the same level of strength, would you concede then that they've pushed equally?
Well, you see, this way you were trying to put it.
No. What I'm just trying to say is the same level of physical exertion based on their physiology. And if you are saying they are putting in the same level of effort based on their physiology, then you cannot then say that for reasons of physiology, one has to be paid more than the other because they put in equal effort.
Hold on, the unit of payment here in America for work. For most workplaces by the hours. So if somebody put in, like if I put in 3 hours and you put in 8 hours, you get paid for 8 hours and I get paid for 3 hours. That's the fair labor law there. You get paid for whatever you put in. So if they put in, because based on my own strength, I was able to work for 3 hours, but you are able to work for 8 hours, and I want the same pay as you that work for 8 hours. Mind you, we did the same job. But I did for 3 hours and you did for 8 hours. I'm asking for myself to be paid 8 hours like you were paid. It doesn't make sense, one man. That's what I'm saying. So if you agree that
you're getting it all wrong, man.
You see, the way you just putting it to me is just he's just trying to corner me in a way whereby I will look at it like, because they did the same job, the same strength they put into that job.
Rational mind. You see, when they say equal opportunity, right? So okay, imagine a woman who is working in an organization with a man, right? So what they are trying to explain to you, if you don't understand, is that the chances of a man getting promoted to higher positions in that organization is greater than that of a woman, even though they are putting in the same work. You understand now? So what they are saying is that give everybody equal opportunity. Equal pay, equal right, equal opportunity to grow. Don't favor one just because of their gender, So that is what they are saying when they say equal right.
But I think so far with this era, that is largely what's happening. And even if you look at the board or corporate governance of many 1 to 500 future companies in the United States, as well as those in Europe and other climes, you begin to see more women coming into the board as well as taking up.
That is as a campaign. That is due to the campaign. This feminism campaign.
That is the change. That's not what. That's the change. You understand that? Like what I said, and I will pick what I said previously. That culture involve, the way of life or norms of life would involve. So, and I would also make
You know,
reference.
that is even a lopsided thing too. This whole campaign of women having to get. You see, the point is this: I'm for fairness. If you have what it takes, if you have the certification, not because you're a woman. For example, if I'm a woman, you're a man, and I have the same qualification like you have, the same qualification, the same experience as you have. Let us slug it out, and let's whoever. But
again,
but we're living in a patriarchy, though. So
hold on now. Let me land this point. But then I want to use this emotional blackmail of you see, because he's a man. That is no. The point is this: if I have the qualification that you have, and we're vying for the same position, why not? I, as a woman, I should not play that emotional blackmail like, because he's a man, they want to give him the job. No, we should slug it out. Let us go into some
but often instances hold on. Often instances that is why the man gets the job. If you have equal experience, education, etc., and the choice then is between the male and the female, often instances the choice goes with the male because the employer sees more durability in him for reasons of patriarchal prejudices. Wow, it's a man's world.
But it would be a man's world. Be a blackmail to say because I'm a woman, I should be given the position because I'm a woman. Just because I'm a woman. If I have what it takes, let me take it. That's what I'm saying.
Rational mind in certain situations is true.
Woman.
In rational mind, in certain situations, in certain situations, you need that input, you need that feminine touch, right? If you are selling consumables, especially for females, right? You don't want a group of men determining what women would want to wear, eat, or use. You need that feminine touch. You need that feminine input. You need that feminine or a woman's point of view that can make the product or the service much better, right? So you in that situation, yes, you need to have them come up into leadership position where you can look at their viewpoint and say, okay, I understand. Yes, I think we can incorporate your viewpoint or opinion into making our product or service much better. So, but I understand your rational mind. I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect. It's absolutely correct. But at some point, yes, you must also look at it from another different view, like okay, we are making products or we cater to the female gender too, and then if we are the ones making all the decisions, do we really even understand women that much? So why don't we incorporate women themselves into leadership position or into executive management or even mid management so that we can hear from them how to make a product or a service much better and cater towards our consumers who are women. So I think that is something that should be looked into, and a lot of companies are doing it. A lot of, if not all.
Listen, Emeka, on that one, I disagree with you. I think what you are trying to do is have this selective, positioning. Or in certain field,
it's not selective. You understand? Like I said,
field, hold on 1 second. In certain field, it could be suitable. No, women are capable and they are able to hold any position, regardless of what.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is true. It is true. 100%.
Women are not. You find less women in construction. You find women in drilling. You find less women. You find less women in oil rigs. Jobs that require a huge hour spent on manual labor. Akim, hold on. Let me explain this point.
Yeah.
Jobs that require a huge point of hours or huge input of hours spent on manual labor, you find less women. And when you go to such corporation, you find women mainly in administrative position. So Akim, please let's call it out the way it is.
Look at that.
Have you seen women mechanics?
They're just there to make.
Have you seen women mechanic?
Yeah, but that's
it's not have you seen. You see less women. You are not getting the point, Akim. It's not that you don't see. Akim, no. Stop doing the water balance.
Akim, we have seen women everything, but they are anomalous. They are not. They are few and far between.
Very few.
So
very,
that
very
is because
few.
the opportunity is not
It's not the
afforded them.
opportunity. They don't like
Okay.
it. Women, they
Is
don't
Akim
like being
a
there.
feminist?
Akim, relax.
Akim, you're a
Akim, let me
feminist?
explain this point. They don't like doing it. They don't like that job. But where you find
What
nurturing
do you mean
jobs,
they don't like doing it?
Akim, can I speak, please? When you
Akim.
like teachers, you find less men in teaching roles. You find more women
That's
in
not
teaching
true.
roles. No,
Akim.
Akim, hold on.
All right.
Akim, hold on. You are not saying facts now. Your feminist side is coming up.
Oh God.
Nurturing roles. Nurturing
No
roles,
offense. Yes.
care services. That's why you find women who become more doctors, more
Anything
nurses,
nurturing. Anything
more
nurturing.
nurturing because they nurture. They like the people oriented side of things. They are more emotional. They will cater
All right.
towards that.
Emeka, let Prince
Yeah,
Daddy come in, and then after Prince ST0LE. Prince.
yeah, thanks, woman. Well, there's no doubt over the years. I mean, from the beginning of time, right? That there have been some certain jobs that women have been relegated to, no doubt, because of man dominance. No doubt about that. But at the same time, there's a stark difference between a man and a woman in every way, shape, or form. If you ask me, Akim earlier giving an
Not in
example.
every way, shape, or form. In certain ways, shapes, and forms. Not in every way. You cannot say that. Anyway, sorry, carry on.
Well, maybe not in absolute terms the way I put it, but I say that to you, especially one man, to let you know that there's a difference in between a man and a woman. There's a difference. Yeah, sure, women can do what men do, but it doesn't mean that they are the same. See, many people try to approach this matter from a woke perspective. So that's a problem. They want to erase that line. They want to blur the line between the two. Men and women are the same. It's a lie. We're not the same.
No,
Okay.
but we know that we are not the same, but there's an implicit superiority in that statement. That's where the conversation is. Are men better than women? Is really where the question is.
Well, God created us all equal. So from that point of view, no, we're not better. We're not better than women, and neither are they better than us. But at the same time, we are different.
Are we superior to them?
In what way? I say we're the same. I mean, we are as human beings. The life of a man. I think that should be the ultimate question. The life of a man and the life of a woman. Is there a difference in terms of purity? No, they are the same, equally the same in every way, shape, or form. That's what I meant. You can't say we're gonna kill a woman because a man should leave. No, based on what? No, never. Never. You know, the man. You know, so by the way, to the Akim's example earlier, if in an organization where they have maybe a white man, black man, and a woman, and they are equally qualified, and they chose the woman over the black man, what do you call that? Is that sexism or what is it?
That example doesn't even I don't know what to say about it, but it does not even I don't want to say it doesn't make sense, but for me, we're not bringing color into it. We're bringing
See,
straight
that's
male.
the point there. It's not like you were trying to make it about sex. It's just a simple act of discrimination. It's a simple act of discrimination a man can discriminate against a woman.
The discussion is not about race, it's about feminism. Okay, feminism in what we are trying to in the context that we are trying to debate tonight, right, is this. So regardless of the field of the job that we are doing, so if as long as that place is comprises of a male and a female who works in that same organization, what we are saying is that they're not treated equally. So we are not hearing a diversional.
See, I don't want to go into racism. I'm trying to make a point to you that I'm trying to make a point to you that
we are not having a diversional conversation.
No, it's not diversion. It's very important to listen.
Women
that
cannot do certain
what
jobs.
You're trying to call
women
sexism,
cannot do certain jobs.
Just let him land, please. Just let him land.
So basically, what we are saying here is that as long as there's a male and a female doing the same job, the opportunity for the male in that organization is greater than that of the woman. Period. What is so difficult to understand?
Well, and so and your underpinning for that statement or the argument is that it's based on female sexism. Is that what you're trying to say?
Okay, let me put the question this way. Do you think that there should be equality amongst the equality amongst the sexes in the employment space?
Well, there should be equality. I mean, there should, if you qualify. That's why I was trying to make a point earlier. And it's not about racism here. I'm trying to make a point of discrimination. People get discriminated upon, right, based on the situation. A woman can be given a position that a black person, for example, qualified. Maybe let's forget a black person, like an Asian person qualified for. Okay, what would you call that? We wouldn't call that an Asian man. I'm talking about. We wouldn't call that racism. It's just an issue of discrimination.
Do you think women are discriminated against on the basis of their gender?
Well, they are discriminated upon on the basis of their ability or lack of ability. It all depends.
Not on gender.
They are biases. They are biases. If that's what you're saying. Many times you see a female mechanic and people are like, can she really fix the car? Yeah. There's kind of a bias towards females in certain positions or roles. There's no doubt about it. Just like to black people, for example, a black pilot. I hope he doesn't crash the plane. So we're human beings. We have that bias. Yeah. So let's not pretend. We have biases about a lot of things.
It sounds as though you've had that thought before. That a black pilot. I hope it doesn't. Is that?
Well, man, I can give a quick story if you want.
Yeah, look, that's how you were too quick to reach for that specific example.
No,
it looks as though
we all have this kind of view and perception of a lot of things. I'll tell you a quick example. I was at the airport and about to I was just sitting waiting for my plane to be ready or whatever to board, and I saw what happened. I think I realized that the pilot was maybe black, and something came across my mind, like, I don't know, this perception like, well, I hope the plane is safe or whatever. Okay, then right there where I was sitting, I saw another man walk by. It happened to be a white person, and the pilot. I know it was the pilot. He just landed his plane and it was checking out, and the guy looked so sloppy. It looked so sloppy, and I was like, damn, I hope this white guy don't fly my plane, because his presentation was so crude, and I wouldn't want such a person to...
Yeah, but it was the presentation of the white guy, but it was the race of the black guy now.
So I'm just telling you our biases, in a lot of ways. I mean, and by the way, the first time I ever flew a plane was in Nigeria and was a black pilot. But I'm just telling you, when you live in a certain society, you somehow conditioned if you're not careful to correct yourself, which I do a good job at. So many times here, women get discriminated upon, based maybe on their gender. So do men also. Actually, so do men get discriminated upon. And sometimes it does favor us.
Based on what?
Men?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of ways that men get discriminated upon. I mean, do you think it's only female that get discriminated upon? I mean, Rasham, I think, was trying to give an example earlier. I don't know if you live in today's world in a workplace whereby it's all about championing women's superiority against men. I'm telling you, maybe you don't know. Men have been discriminated upon in today's corporate world.
Yeah, but that is not true. That is not true. Listen, Prince Daddy, I'm going to explain something to you, right? So, as it currently stands now, right, you're looking at a 95 to 5% when it comes to people or women who currently holds a higher position in some of these big organizations across the globe. So that is probably the percentage, the rationale. So when people are putting out campaigns out there to say, listen, We want equal right for men and women within organizations in which both genders are working together. So what they are saying is that, can we move from 95% to from 5% to say 35 or 40 or 50%? Nobody is saying women should get more than men. We're saying, listen, give us the same right. That's what they are saying.
No, well, that's what you're saying. And the reality is that they overthrown the men. That's the say, and I don't blame them, by the way. Since that's the thing I've said.
No,
I see
that's
men.
because
As women.
The world is male dominated. That is what you have to
I
first of all
understand
accept.
that it's been like that for a very, very long time. I understand
Exactly.
that, and that's why I've made this conclusion many years ago that given the same opportunity that men have in society to women, they would do it equally the same. I'm not going to say worse. They would do the
Yeah,
same.
but you
They are
don't know that
handicapped.
because we don't have that.
Well, because they're human beings. You've been discriminatory by saying that it's been sexist. Why do you think women are less evil than men? Why do you think
Can
men
I
are more evil than women?
can I ask you a question? Can you mention one empire dominated by women that survived time? Just one. Just one single empire.
I cannot name when, because that shows the man's ability and strength when it comes to such in such areas. Let's put it that way. I mean, if women
But
had
you
that strength.
just less than 1 minute ago, you said if they are given the same opportunity, they will do the same equal and get the same equal results. But you cannot mention one single empire over the thousands of hundreds of years that we've lived on this planet as human.
If you see that logic in that statement, what me saying that statement simply means that I see men and women as equal.
You are just
They have this.
you know what you are doing. It's called virtue signaling. You are speaking in woke terminology. It sounds nice on
I'm
paper.
the last
And
woke
he's
person.
accusing me of being woke. Look at
No,
that.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Let me just finish. It sounds nice on paper. It sounds good to the ears. But when you put it in real life and when you want to apply it, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I think
Killing
this is.
ST0LE is all about Lenny.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me make my point. Let me draw a conclusion. Hold on. Let me draw a conclusion. The point here is that, look, the mind of a woman and the mind of a man is the same. It's evil and wicked equally. That's my point here. If you get it, that's my point. I don't think women are less evil than men, or vice versa. You got to get to that point. Now, when we talk about physical ability and all these other things, those are kind of relative, and we kind of have that sense of that. Yeah, men can lift more weight.
History doesn't back that up, though, that women are equally as evil. All the evils in the world are 90% men.
99% women.
Well, yes, because they engage more, they do more, and they engage more.
What are you people? What are you people doing here this night?
They engage more and they do more, right? But I'm telling I wish the instances where women have been in charge,
let them just continue their feminist.
Instances where women have been in charge or being in charge, they've displayed the same kind of bad disposition as men do or did. I'm telling you, the reason why they're not doing it as much because they don't have the opportunity. Do you get that? If they had the same opportunity, they would do equally as worse. That's the point here.
Let me give you a classic example.
You're thinking less of women for saying that.
Prince Daddy, let me give you a classic example. Now, this is an example here in America. If I would use some coded words so that we don't get if a male teacher gets involved with a student underage, he will go to jail here in America. But we're seeing a tide. Let me never say a wave. It's a tide. It's a tide of waves. I don't know which one is more serious. A tide of female teachers involving. And all they get is just a slap on the wrist.
What do you call a slap on the wrist?
It's just a minor kind of like just saying, just don't do it again and blah blah blah. Go and maybe you just.
Yeah,
a lot of them don't register. Listen, a lot of them don't register as the S word S O whatever, you know what I mean. A lot of them don't register, but a man. Do you know how many?
Rational Mike, can you cite an example of a case?
I'm telling you because I don't want to go into details as to some things, but I'm just saying because I'm in the know of certain things that happens in the law enforcement. A lot of them do not get the kind of sentencing that a man that commits that same heinous crime would do. I've just give you an example of, go do your research. A lot of the female teachers.
There's a reason for that, though.
Why would you? You see, that's the point. But you're
saying no. Hold on.
Equally and fairly, right?
Yeah, but everybody's still being treated equally.
No, nobody's.
No. Just the example that you're citing. It's almost impossible for a woman to forcefully take advantage of. Hold on. Because the moment that the guy gets the moment that the guy's member stands up, that is consent. That makes it consensual.
Hold on.
So one man.
So that makes it consensual.
One man. The moment she gets wet too, is that not consent?
That's more difficult to establish, though.
So how do you establish that?
People are just making
one man. That is not even true. As long as the boy is still underage. As long as the boy is still on that age,
no, that's different. Yeah, that's different though. If it's minor.
Hold on. I don't think you understand the scenario.
How do you want equality until it's time to collect punishment? Then it's not equal again.
I just give it. I don't want to put stop. Let me. Sorry, John. I said in a school setting, it's been seen that a lot of the female teachers are equally guilty as the male counterpart when it comes to these kids that they put under their custody to take care of them, to teach them, and they have extra stuff with them. A lot of them don't get the kind of equal punishment that a man who does the same thing gets. They only just get a slap on the wrist and that's it. Like, okay, they lost their license, their teaching license, and maybe some of them just go to jail for 1 year and that's it. Maybe after they were during the trial and everything, at the end of the day, it's okay. Maybe they pay some fine. I'm giving you. Go and check it. It's they don't treat them equally when it comes to that. But a man, and the same thing. I'll give you another. That would not be an appropriate situation. I'm talking about a black male and a white male if they commit the same crime. But that's not a good example. We're talking about a male and a female here. That's it. But I'm just trying to. It's never equal. So, but the point is this: why is it not so? If we want equality, so you see. I agree that women should be treated, everybody should be treated equally and fairly as you deserve based on your qualification or whatever. I believe that. I don't want women to be discriminated against. But the point is that when you're taking it to the extreme, whereby you're trying to like emasculate a man, because
you keep saying emasculate a man, you keep saying that word. What does that even mean?
Is that what?
You keep saying emasculate the man. What does that even mean?
My friend, look at the meaning of the word in your dictionary.
No, you're the one using it.
Okay. It means when you want to totally deprive a man of his ability as a man to act in his role, in his capacity.
Yeah, man's making a man feel less like a man.
Yeah, but what part of feminism is taking the rights of men away from them?
That's what I'm saying. You do not understand that concept.
He's explaining it to you and you keep
Akim, have you heard of the word fourth wave feminism? Please Google it.
That's it. You do not understand the concept. The feminism you're talking about, the feminism of 1960s.
Yes, that's what the 1950s. That's what is it. That's the first wave feminism. That's what Akim is referring to. First wave feminism. Now there's the fourth.
I just gave you an example. Feminism. I just gave you an example of what Fela himself sang when he was talking about lady. That's another classic example of what I'm trying to tell you, that the modern day kind of feminism is they're taking it too extreme. They began like, oh, we want to vote. Okay, fine, you vote. You want to have equal pay. Okay, have equal pay, go to work and do the same work as a man and have equal, but they cannot do that. And somebody just gave an example now that a woman in construction, you only can find women climbing, going up a high-rise building, trying to put some fixtures there or do some kind of things. It's very rare. But all the bridges you see,
that is not the point.
By men. Ask them to go do it. Somebody say they cannot do it because it's not what they like to do.
That is not the point, rational mind.
You're sitting there arguing. So my point is, if they work the same work, then
rational mind. Rational mind. Listen to me. You're getting it all twisted, man. Look.
Okay, what is twisted? Let me understand.
Listen, in that construction site, this is your point. If a woman gets a job there, right? This is the whole point. The whole point is that she should get the same pay as the man who works there as well.
Agreed.
Exactly. So the idea that you don't see them do the job, that is not the whole point. The point is that if they work in the same field, they do the same job in that same field, then they should get equal pay, and then they should have the same opportunity when it comes to climbing up the ladder. Simple as that. So it's not about it's not about how come women are not doing construction work, how come women are not doing this. No, that is not the point.
Okay, let me give you an example of a construction work that I saw recently. I was on a team that went there. They were doing footings, concrete footings for a hotel that will be built, a future hotel that was going to be built. And now there were these mainstreams guys, and the girl was one of them. You know what this girl was doing? These guys were all putting the forms, that concrete form where you pour the concrete. They were all the guys that were the one building it. This girl was just only trying to hand them tools, and she was a miss. Not as if she's the supervisor. She's not, but they know her limits. They know what she can do, what she cannot lift. The guys were trying to just to accommodate her. How about that? And she wants to get equal pay. And the guy said, no, you cannot pay us equal pay at the end of the day.
Is she an integral part of that team?
She is. She's in the trade. I think maybe she's an apprentice, as a case.
No. I mean, is she an integral part of that operation? So making sure that the right tools are being used and all of that.
One man. You've not. If you are out there always, you see a lot of things. I agree there are certain things that women can do that men can do equally. They can also do both equal. But there are certain physically exacting kind of labor work.
One man, sorry. The question to maybe to Akim.
In fact, it will slow down. Hold on, it will slow down the process. That's why men like that girl, if they were to wait for her to be doing all this thing with them, one thing about construction is when it comes to you want to pour in concrete like that, it's time bound.
So you go to construction site and men are physically pouring concrete. Is that what you're saying?
You have to look at the weather, especially here where we live, whereby the weather they have to watch it very well because you have to pour a concrete. You have to factor in a lot of things. You have to factor in.
Rational mind. How many construction sites have you gone to? How many construction sites have you gone to where they physically using their hand to pour concrete?
Let's not do this. What about? I'm just
all right. Let's hear from Prince Daddy, and then we move on. Prince Daddy.
You skipped me.
Oh no. Sorry, Prince Daddy.
No, okay.
Okay. Then you can have the last word, ST0LE. Yeah.
So I was gonna say to Akim and to anyone, are there still traditional male role and female roles in society?
What do you mean traditional male role?
No.
You can punt.
Because the woman can be father now. There's no traditional male role.
So
the woman can be father, can be grandfather.
In your house, in your own house where you have your wife and your children, you can set the rules as the male of the house. So that is different. But when you go to public spaces, listen, everybody is equal. That's all.
Well, see, I believe in equality. Equality is not the problem here. I believe that if a woman works the same hours and does the same task as a man, of course she should be paid equally.
So what is the argument?
Hold on, Akim, hold on. Prince Daddy, answer your own question. Are there traditional male roles still in this world that we live in?
Well, the line is being blurred. That's my point here. I mean, in today's world, I mean, it shouldn't be strange to you guys that there are in fact they have men, quote unquote, giving birth. They think and women, of course, can be men. I mean, those are the egregious examples. Okay, there are other things,
you object to that.
I do object to that. Well, let me just answer the question. Yes, I do object to that. What about you? Do you or you don't?
I'm all for gender parity.
Gender parity.
Yes, gender parity. Because you see all these traditional roles. If there is gender parity now, and there are no roles that that cannot be breached, then that tells you then that those roles were being held with prejudice. So if you remove the
Well,
prejudice,
what is so parody about a man giving birth? What is that? What
if they have
satisfy?
if they have the physical functionality, why not? What's
That's
wrong
the
with that?
point. They don't
What's wrong
have
with
one.
that?
They don't have one.
But
When
science can enhance it now. Science can enhance it now.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. They're trying to blur the line between a man and a woman. To destroy that traditional sense of what a man's role in society is. Just like Rashomon defined what it is to emasculate a man. You see, that's the whole point here.
Priest Daddy, what defines a man is what makes you happy in life. Whatever gives you happiness, you have a go at it. You cannot define other people's way of happiness. Everybody have to create their own ways of happiness. That's all. Whatever gives you joy, fine.
Don't worry.
Okay,
we'll be doing. Go on.
Well, I reject that your definition. I reject that your definition because
hold on, Patrick. Hold on, Patrick. Go on.
Okay.
Just one voice.
I reject that your definition. Was that I came that whatever makes you happy, that's what it should be. Well, and that is the direction of a society in decay. Okay, because that is not true. That is not true.
A society that aspires to happiness is in decay.
To Akim, the person that asked the question, it's not okay to grape a baby. I don't agree with it. I don't know about you. It is not right. Don't tell me if it makes you happy. Okay, then go ahead and do it.
A baby does not make decisions for themselves, so that is out.
No. What I say is the R word. It is not okay to R a baby. I just graped a baby because it makes you happy. Okay.
No, that's an extreme example. Now, what that's
pedophilia is an extreme example. Woman, excuse me.
No. We're talking about it's an age of consent conversation. It's not
exactly.
That's a criminal act. What you're talking
to
about.
You, not to you, woman. See, the time is leaving you behind. The time is leaving you guys behind. In some places nowadays, they decriminalize such behaviors. They have. You guys are not up to times. The people they're making a point that it makes them happy because that's the way they are.
Prince Daddy, do you know where those things are actually decriminalized? The same society where they still have men overriding female. The same society where they still practice tradition and culture. Those are the same society where they practice legal pedophilia.
Don't use that word, Bokale.
Okay, sorry. So that is where they still practice those things. So in the same society where a traditional chief can go and marry a 14 years old, a 13 years old girl and say, oh, culture or religion allows you to do that. Prince Daddy, what are you talking about? We've seen it in Nigeria with the senator where he went to marry a young girl. What do you call that? That's pedophilia. So what are we talking about here? It's the same
but according to you, but hold on, it makes that man happy. Why do you have a concern? Why are you so concerned about that? That makes the man happy.
That was not the case I was making. I'm saying if people want to identify,
when you open a door like that, now people you can't control people when they permutate on what makes them happy or when they decide. You're not the one to tell them. And that's why we have rule in society. Is it traffic rule or whatever rule that may be that guides us in society? That's how society functions. You can't just wake up and say whatever makes you happy, you're going to do it. No, I don't believe in such a society. I want a society whereby we have limits to the things that we do.
I think you're trying to push
hold on, Akim. Who establishes those limits?
Man.
You know, see,
And that's based on their prejudice.
One man, we say
We're
in
bound
us,
by
you
other
know.
people's prejudices.
You know, over
Sorry.
time, over the course of time, we've determined that certain things are good and bad. See, man is not perfect. We all are not,
The patriarchy decided that. The patriarchy, yeah.
and it has served us well in many ways. See, man is not a perfect human being. Man is not.
It hasn't served us well in many ways, Prince Daddy. Come on, man. Look, what gender participated heavily in slavery? It was the male gender that participated in slavery.
No, that's a
World
lie.
War I, World War II, World War I, World War
Do you know
II.
what? Do you, Akim? I don't want to sound insulting, but you haven't done much research on what women
research?
have
So
done
what?
in
Okay,
history.
so women were the ones selling. Women were the one involved.
For you to make that comment, you have no idea how these white women were treating black slaves. You literally have no idea.
Queen Victoria of England had lots of slaves. She bought, she sold.
You talk from a place.
She was the queen.
Akim, you talk from a place with no experience, no research, nothing. You put nothing on the line.
No, leave Akim alone. Go just
No.
One man,
It's okay. I'm going to ask you certain questions, sir. Okay, so Hitler was a woman or a man?
No. You are going through the extreme.
What do you mean extreme?
Can I answer your question? You asked me a question. If you have a team of 10 people and 9 are men, obviously you are going to have 9 people doing things and only 1 woman, right? Because that is based on the number. Now you want to ignore what the 1 woman has done, and you want to make your facts based on what only the 9 men have done. That doesn't make any sense. Literally, you have to also look at what these women have done also. You cannot ignore them. You cannot say, oh, because they were the minority.
You then tell us how many women were involved in those things then.
Wait. Akim, this slavery thing, there was a woman who had slaves in her house. Do you know that this woman let the house burn and she didn't let them save those slaves? How many men have done that? You have no idea the amount of atrocities that women did to black people during slavery. More atrocities than any man ever committed during the period of slavery.
That's not true.
The of slavery, right? Slaves were owned by the elite, by those who were rich, and those who were involved in what they cotton wool, right? The picking of cotton, right?
Overwhelming majority of them were men.
Right. Yes, you're right. Not all the men, and not all the society.
Hold on. ST0LE, let him have his biases, but I'll speak to what he's saying rather than what he's saying is
based on logic and fact.
It is based on logic and fact.
What fact?
It is what he's saying to you is that the overwhelming majority of people who owned slaves were men. And it was more a patriarchal society then than it ever was anytime now. So there's no equivocating that. So there is nothing really to argue there.
That doesn't make any sense.
How does it not?
Can I reply? If majority of the people are fixing the roads, does it mean that road fixers are now patriarchal? It's because most men are interested in that. That's not the
No, guys, settle down. If you pause for a moment,
if most of the people who are in construction are men, does that make that patriarchal? Is there anyone stopping the women from joining? It's just because men are interested in it. That doesn't rule out what the women did also. The women too were in slavery. Did they let the slaves go?
No, did what are you even doing? Is he arguing that that women did not own slaves?
He's arguing that men are more evil than women. That is his argument.
Yeah, but those are factually correct.
No, and historically correct as well.
Historically, it's factually correct.
When women are given the same opportunity, they do the same, if not worse. That is what I'm trying to say. The little amount of women that were in that business did way far worse than the men. So how do you
I'm not sure that
forget about the slavery. I'm talking about the human treatment of the slaves. How they treated the slaves. The women treated them worse than the men did.
Who told you that? Anyway, I don't know.
Based on history, based on research.
History. ST0LE is right.
History.
Based on research, they treated. Do you know how they treated these black men? Do you know they were using their babies as bait for to catch crocodile?
Okay, so basically, you see, this is the problem we have with this conversation. So we are talking about actions, right? So you then go into sub action, like going deep into the action. We're saying when it comes to slavery, right?
I don't even
The act
concede
of
what he said, but I just don't
the,
want to get into it.
the act of slavery, that is what the act of slavery is what we talked about. So you are now saying, oh, women actually now did bad things to the slaves,
Okay.
as
You know
if
what?
it was okay
You
to
know
hold
what?
the slaves in the first place.
Let me refute this your argument, right? You don't want to go with my side of the argument. Are you telling me that if it was 50-50, both men and women that did the slavery, that the women would have stopped? Based on your logic, right? Based on your
If it was
logic,
what?
right? Let's go with your logic. Are you telling me
Yeah.
that if it was 50-50, the women would have stopped the slavery?
Yeah, but the campaign to stop slavery was how do I put it? Was taken away from the hands of those people who own slaves. So it was a moment in time. So it doesn't matter if it was 50-50 or not. So it was always a
So
time
you
when the
can't
time
answer my
comes.
question then.
Yeah, he
No,
answered your
because
question.
I just answered your question because
How?
because there was a
It's
campaign
telling you
to
that it
abolish
was,
slavery.
and that question really it doesn't stand to anything because you're asking us to speculate to something that historically is not there. But
I just needed a yes or no answer.
no, it's not a yes or no. It's not a
Because
yes or no question now.
the campaign that was against slavery at the time to abolish slavery, it would have, whether it was women dominated or male dominated, it was the campaign came true. So that was the reason why you saw people who owned slaves started to give up slaves, and then they start to pass different rules to abolish slavery across the globe. So it wouldn't really matter whether if it was male dominated or female dominated. That wouldn't make any difference. So what we are talking about now is that
Yeah,
the
it was male
actions.
dominated because women were not allowed to vote at that point in time. So they actually
Okay, so
voted against slavery, right? So, and that was even what led to the civil war in the United States, and why they had to go to war. It was the South refused because the South was mainly the ones providing the cotton, and the North was actually going into the technological phase, and the South wanted to keep their slaves to continue with their agricultural produce as well as the cotton manufacturing. So, in that view, the North was, on the progressive side, and they said no, we will not agree to this. We will go to war. Thank you.
One man. You see this position that I've taken today, right? It's not because of this feminist. This is a position that I've always believed in long time, and you know why? This is as a result of a personal experience. Okay, I'll give you an example. When we're growing up, one man, when my dad is coming like this, if my dad sees my sisters with another man, that she will know what time it is. She will understand what life means. But the same man, when he's coming and he sees me with a girl, it doesn't do nothing. It doesn't do nothing to me. So what does that tell you?
Because he knows you are a stubborn boy.
No,
it tells you it's a man's world. That's what that
It's
a man's word.
This boy is a bologo.
It's a man's word. The same man who will see his own daughter with another man will almost kill the girl. Then we see his own son with another. So it is okay for me to go and destroy another person's daughter's life, right? But it's not okay for another man to do the same thing to his own daughter. Do you understand? Do you see did you see where I'm coming from?
So what are you advocating for? The equality to destroy everybody's life?
No, treat everybody equal.
So what's wrong with that? What is the equality that you are advocating for in that scenario?
So what I'm saying to you now is that, you see the way my dad was against my sister sitting or being seen around men, he should do the same thing to me as well. Why was it okay for me to be sitting with women and then he is fine with it? So it's the same thing. What we are saying is that treat everybody equally, give them the same opportunity and the same right in whatever walks of life. That's all. What is so hard about that?
Can I tell you what is so hard about that? men and women, yes, we should treat them equally based on human standard, based on life, right? But there are some instances where, you have to judge. If you want to go, me, I'm just telling you from my own life experience. When I've given a girl a car to drive, she crashed it. When I did business, and that's because she's more women are more emotional than men. Any small panic like this, they will not react.
Come on, stop
No,
that now.
can I finish? Can I finish? They will not react the same way as a man once they are faced with a serious challenge. They are more emotional.
Those are individual ability, brother.
And I'm going to give you multiple examples. And I'm not making them up. I'm telling you multiple examples from my own
Akim, are you saying women are not emotional than men?
They are more emotional than men.
No, I want to hear from Akim. Akim, are you saying women
hold on. Are you saying women are more emotional than men, or women express their emotions more than men?
Woman, you are this
women
Women, they are more emotional, plain and simple.
And most emotional men.
Have you ever been heartbroken?
Most emotional
men.
Is
it not somebody that was sending letter to the school?
Can I finish?
Was that not a man?
Look at that.
Can I
finish?
Was that not a man?
You didn't let me answer.
Hold on, Solly. The point I'm making is hold on, you will. But the point I'm making is men hide their emotions more because society have conditioned us to be that way. That men should be stoic and solid and all of these things. So it's not as though you don't have the sensations. It's just that you've been cultured to hide them.
I was going to say, women are more emotional than men. Men have more self-control when it comes to emotion. Most emotional men are in prison. For example, we have that boy that is in UK that is in prison. When a man gets too emotional, they get violent and they start doing school shooting, they start doing all this kind of rubbish and they end up in prison. Meanwhile, we let emotionally reckless women, we give them a slap on the finger and allow them back into society to come and cause more terror and havoc. And we pretend, based on equality, that nothing is wrong as long as it's not.
Fantastic point, Shirley. Fantastic point. Fantastic.
As long as it's not affecting us immediately, it's none of our problem again. But we have psychos running up and down society because we give them a slap on the finger or on the wrist, and we claim that based on them being women, we should remove the same method of punishment. Then we don't have equality again. They deserve, and that's why most men are turning into women, because they realize that life is easier for a woman. If I wear a skirt and they are going to punish me less, why wouldn't I wear a skirt?
Don't wear a skirt, sorry, please.
It was when I was young.
But that is not true.
Can I finish? It was when I was young, when I was all those 18, 19, 20, that I used to do all this equality nonsense.
Was that when you were young? When you were 18, 19? Look at that. That's when it was young.
Please let me finish now.
Sorry, carry on.
So, for example, when I was young, I gave a girl my car to drive. We got into a situation where all she had to do was press brake, but she panicked. And instead of just pressing brake, she crashed the car. That was lesson number one. I did business with a girl, right? And when you are doing business, it's different from when you are a worker. When you are doing business, you have ups and downs. I noticed that when we are having downs, right, these women, they want to find their way out of that business. They will not want to do anything about it. They want to run away from the business. That's lesson number two. When you are in a relationship, right, and maybe things are getting, and if you have a family, there are ups and downs too. The moment is down, she's already texting another person, she's ready to escape, they don't want to work anything out. And that is why most men are becoming gay. Because
so basically,
let me finish. That is why most men are becoming gay, because you can rely more on a man in this kind of situations. This woman will throw you under the dust, under the bucket. The situation may not even be that bad, but they don't care because they have tunnel vision. They only see what is in front of them. So that's why I say all these things. Maybe if you have a job and you are scared that they will sack you, that's when you start virtue signaling and start doing all this woke talk and start saying all these things that sound nice on paper, but when you apply it to real life, it does not work.
You see a man.
Now let me finish. Me, I don't work for anybody. I have no fear of anybody firing me. I would never in my life take out a large sum of loan to do a business and I'll say I want to do it with a woman. Never. You can do that with your work ideology and you pay for it the same way Emeka Ike is paying for it right now. And all these men that are going through all these things. Because a woman lying is nothing to a woman when she feels like she's going to get away. Men are not usually like that.
Okay, so one man.
Hold on.
Okay. Most men will not just randomly tell lies for no reason, just to get their way.
ST0LE, do you know what a MGTOW is? MGTOW.
I know what a MGTOW is.
Are you a MGTOW?
I'm not a MGTOW. Me, I'm just doing my own.
You sound well, exactly. You sound like a MGTOW.
I'm just doing my own because I'm using logic and common sense. I don't see the point of getting court marriage. I will just do traditional marriage. Why would I put at stake all my life's work for it to go away to somebody that makes decisions based on how they feel? You know, it doesn't make any sense. There is no point in doing marriage. I cook for myself. Women these days don't even cook. They don't even cook for themselves. So they don't even want to cook for you. So what am I benefiting from?
It's like an upside down conversation. I should have your stance and you should have mine in terms of generational.
Let's look at the second advantage of marriage. You have somebody that you are sleeping with. In this day today, these women are giving it away like pure water. They are giving it away like pure water.
Giving what away?
SEX. They are opening their leg based on equality. They are opening their leg for everybody. So why will I now get married? There is no benefit to a man in 2023 getting married. The only people benefiting from marriage are women. They come in. If they don't like you again or they are bored, they divorce you, they take everything. What
you mean in the Western world or in Nigeria?
Even in Nigeria, it has started.
In Nigeria, the woman will take all your property after you divorce.
They will soon start it.
It hasn't started. I don't think it's going to happen.
But we have feminism right now.
I think you should reverse your attitude, ST0LE. It's not for a young man.
One man, hold on 1 second here. ST0LE, hold on 1 second. So you see, we are in a situation today, women, right? First of all, you need to understand that if not for a woman, you will not be where you are today. You will not even be alive. So if our mother was so wicked, if they were so emotional,
you say,
hold on 1 second.
Hold on now. ST0LE, held on
1 second. So if our mother were so wicked, if they were so emotional the way we say they are, it only took them. They will only have to just take one little pill, and then you would not have been existing right now. So they go through 9 months of pregnancy. Some of these women even
there is complex everything now.
Hold on now 1 second. Some of these women also lose their lives while they are giving birth to a child. So they nurse this child to grow with all their love and everything. So this is how we speak of them. Oh, they're emotional, they cannot be trusted. Hang on. Somebody who carried a baby for 9 months, all of a sudden that person can no longer be trusted. What are you talking about?
We're not making the argument.
Please, can I reply him? Please, can I reply him? I love your arguments. I've had many men in my life like you make this same type of argument. And later on, I used to give them like 1 year or 2 years after women have shown them shaggy. They used to come and tell me I was right. Now, I 100% agree with you on what you said, right? But be honest with yourself. The women of those days, do they have the same ideology as the women of today?
Yes. Women of those days.
There's no difference. ST0LE, trust me.
There's no difference between the women of then and now.
There's no difference. Trust me. The only thing is we see more. It's just being displayed in our face. So it's like no. The thing is, they're posting it, we are seeing it, but there's nothing changed. Women are holding women. They feel the same way. They same.
What you have to understand is ST0LE is part of a movement called MGTOW.
I'm not part of it.
I'm not. And it's men go their own way.
I'm not going my own way.
Gender war. They call it gender war. Yeah, gender war.
It's American boys. Anti-feminist, misogynistic, mostly on like So
no. Mama, let me say this. Let me say this. ST0LE. Here's the deal.
I'm not MGTOW. Okay, I still chase after women. I still indulge with women. I just use my common sense.
You just use them for sex, Abby.
Here's the deal, woman. The way ST0LE talks. See, here's the deal. I don't know where ST0LE is coming from. Like, yeah, we get it. The whole wait, hold on. ST0LE, a lot of people talk to now. I get it. Like, the misbehavior of girls and things like that. But the thing is, when you guys, people like you want to approach the issue, you tend to look at it as if it's just girls misbehaving. And like you said, girls are giving it out. Is it that no boy asked for it before she gave it to him? I mean, it's if you want to tackle like the immorality of the world, you can't look at it from a gender position. You have to look at it as humans. Okay, young people of these days or people of these days. You can't just say we can look at the side where the women is wrong in this matter. It's boys are out there today. Just these young boys today, I'm telling you, even worse than they did not during my time when I'm growing up. At least I have one girlfriend and being hold on. Be doing one side chick, but these boys they just sleep with everything moving. You understand? So now if the boys that's what they want to do now, chop and run, and the girls are ending up. It's a pushback. You know, you see the result in the behavior of women. Now you are blaming the women. So it's a societal problem. Okay. If you want to address the issue, address the behavior in general across the board. The boys and the girls.
Can I reply you?
It's the boys and the girls that are misbehaving. You can't just say the girls.
Come on. ST0LE, let other voices come in.
One man, in the name of God, let me reply what he said. Now, you are right? It's both boys and girls. But can I ask you a simple question? And I want you to be 100% honest. If these girls say no, is there anything these boys can ever do about it?
Why can't the boys say no too?
No.
Why does it only have to be the girls that will say no? Why do you have to only give the girls responsibility?
So you don't want to answer
my question? Okay. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Okay, let me answer your question.
Answer my question.
ST0LE, for goodness sake, he said let him answer the question. Now, what are you doing?
ST0LE, what you don't understand in this life is this. Just as boys are only, girls are only. You understand? You are telling girls to say no. Wait now. You are telling the girls to say no all day, be virgin for the rest of their life. Here's the deal. Not too many boys these days are willing to commit to girls anymore. So the girls should not have sex anymore.
Yes. We did that.
Every girl should close leg. Do you close your leg? Come on now. So the responsibility is on girls. On girls also have sex in their life, Abby.
Is it not
okay? Can you also tell boys not to have sex in their life?
Wait, but you are evading my question. I asked you a simple question.
Mike, this is your ST0LE, hold on.
I asked
this your argument.
Mike wants to run away.
I'm not running. I answered your question now.
Hold on. People like Mike are the people that deny women.
ST0LE, you have to let the conversation take place.
You dribbled me.
ST0LE, can I just back you up for something? You see, what Mike just said here, people like Mike are the reason why a lot of women, they fail to accept accountability for their actions.
Thank you.
Now you were saying something now that if boys approach a girl and say, I want to get between your legs, and say, why can't the boy also say no? No. Everybody has to account for themselves. If she says no, that is fine.
What the hell? What point are you making?
You don't have to hold the man accountable if he gets between the leg.
I can't hold a boy accountable for having sex, but I hold girls accountable for having sex.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Who allows it? If they don't allow it, with the boy,
if they don't allow it, they will not do it.
You guys are smoking chicken. Listen. You are not listening to my main point here. You are telling women to stay away from sex. Hold Hold on.
This is not just throwing out
Okay,
the word.
Brian. I know women have been oppressing you and things. I get it. Okay. Calm down. Let's have logical conversation here. There's no need to.
Mike.
You're trying to make sense there. I'm not taking side. What I'm trying to tell you is basically simple. If we want to stop bad behavior, we have to address both men and women have to stop it. We can't be telling women to stop behaving bad when the boys are behaving bad. If every boy wants to. No boy wants to come into a woman. Where are you going to find? Where are women going to find husband? Wait. Hold on. We want.
Sorry, you must let the conversation take place.
We want.
So let him land, then come after him. We have two voices, and carry on.
We want every girl to be a virgin, right? Okay. No boy wants to commit to a girl because every boy wants to slip around and they take their virginity, they move on. So what are we talking about? If we want to stop bad behavior, we have to address both gender. We have to just address humans. We can't be sitting here just blaming women that this and that. And which do you think women really decided? Okay, they really want to be sleeping around, or they want someone to take their virginity and leave them and stop? They don't want that. The problem starts with the men. Men are the navigator of this world. Men are the navigator of this world. Who can solve it? Listen. Women can only go as far as.
Does not even make sense. Your argument does not make sense.
Well, it doesn't make sense to you because maybe your IQ is just no.
Hold on. Don't go there just yet. Rational mind, come in. Don't.
One man. Here's what you do here. I know you have your favorites. The thing rational mind bring it to people. He brings it. Hold on. Calm down. When we come to have conversation, you start bringing the heat, going personal, and when I start responding, you tell me not to go there.
No.
I'm just talking. You start to accuse me of saying I don't make sense and this and that.
Hold on, everybody. If I do have favorites, you will certainly be one of mine because I think it wasn't even a month since the streaming started. You joined us, so you're a long-standing member of this space, Mike. I
just noticed one thing that some people have. It seems like you like to protect some people.
I like to protect the conversation and talk.
But do that now. But why would you start telling me not to? He's the one attacking me. I'm just talking.
All right. Sorry.
So I'm not telling you to defend me. But what I'm saying, when I start pushing back on him, don't start telling me, "Oh, Mike, calm down." No, he's the one. Because all we are doing is having conversation. He's just jumping on my case. I don't know what I've done to him. I don't know if I took your girlfriend or something. I don't know.
It will work for us.
All right. Don't address what he said rather than him. Well, carry on.
What I'm saying is this: if I go personal, like, what are you talking about? That's all I will say. But I will say that you are a Diezani. I saw you yesterday on the comment section. What the crap you were saying, Mike. I don't just know what. I don't know what I mean. Sure, but I've said it.
No, man, go and sleep, man. Nobody want to hear that
rubbish. Now it's falling apart.
Hold on, one man.
No, who gives a shit about your? I've seen your face before.
Okay, all right. So you are here referring to me as a low IQ person, right?
Bro, let's get back to the conversation, man. It's not about me and you. One man, let's get back to the conversation. I didn't call him for you. Leave me alone. Let's get back to the conversation.
Hold on, everybody. You see what I was trying to avoid, Mike?
I don't know.
No, hold on. When I was trying to navigate the conversation from that space, you pulled me back. But I know that if it goes into that space, we'll start rushing, we'll start calling Ajahn Lekoko again and whatnot, so let's just get back to the conversation.
Now, what I just want to say,
I'm talking to ST0LE now. I'm having a conversation with ST0LE. Okay, can I land with ST0LE, please? Just Mike, can you just allow me and ST0LE land?
You land, please.
No, you are not the host. Let the host tell me when I'm talking.
It will be in about 5 minutes because I'm about to bail and hand over to Rational Mind, but carry on.
Anyway, ST0LE, what I'm trying to tell you is this: if we want to address the issue of society, how things is going, we have to address it from a point as that men and women are both doing things wrong, and that's why things is going bad. And when we approach it from that angle, and then we can begin to say, "Oh wow, what are the men doing wrong, and what are the women doing wrong that's causing things to go this way?" That we can get somewhere, but if we start pointing this finger, like, oh, the women are just so bad, blah, blah, blah. And when I sit down with women, they're saying the same thing. The men, all these boys, they're so bad. So what the heck? Who's going to look in the mirror then? But if we want to have this conversation, let's start talking about, what are our young boys doing today? Most of these boys, I have my younger nephew's niece. I'm like, damn, these guys, man. I'm like, yo, when I was young, I wasn't this crude, man. I thought I was something back then, but you guys don't even have emotion anymore. So if we're gonna address it, I see both boys and girls doing the same thing. So let's address as boys and girls. We have to step in and start to show them the right way. Because it's going to be a disaster in the future. That's why I agree with you, because we're beginning to have single motherhood growing in Nigeria right now in the rapid rates. And if we have to step in, we have to address it as a society, both gender issue, not a single gender issue. All right, thank you.
Hold on, sorry. Let Rational Mind come in. I think you wanted to insert something there. Rational Mind.
So what I wanted to say was that when we hear narratives like this, that our guys, our boys should do better. Don't listen. Everybody should do better. If we say women are equal to men, if we say it's all about equality, let us hold everybody accountable. If you do not open your legs, the other thing will not come in there. If you said, no, I'm giving myself to the right guy whom I'm going to be married to, that's it. But that's because a guy got between your legs and went through the other person's legs and got to another person's leg, and then maybe about 5 different girls or women been through by the same one guy.
So Rational Mind.
Hold on, George. Let me learn. And so for that reason, you're not blaming the guy. Come on. That's it makes no sense. Because if these women,
Rational Mind,
let him. God, guys, let him land now. What's going on?
You will come in. So if we say these guys, these women who do all these things, and now we're not blaming the guy because he has been philandering all around, and then no, hold them accountable. Hold the women accountable too, because if they do not open their legs, there's nobody the guy will go in there. So that's the point.
Rational Mind. So what about you, married man, who is not contented with your only wife? Then you still go around chasing other women. So what about those men? Hold on. So what about those men who has a girlfriend who goes around chasing other women? So
let me answer that question. I think that question is directed at me. Maybe you come at it later. You see, this what about we do. I will still answer your question, but I believe it's not about. But let's just answer that question. If those women, if I'm a guy that just goes around, my wife is not enough for me, I go around, I just jump around with different women. If those women don't open their legs for me,
no, if you don't go approach them, they will not put their leg for you.
That is the point. You see, this is what we're doing here. We fail to give people
listen to this. When you go and approach a woman,
you are not listening.
When you go, hold on. When you go and approach a woman, hold on. When you go and approach a woman, you lie to them, you deceive them, you tell them things that you're not, and then when they fall for you, say they are open their legs.
Yes.
So your own actions in the first place. So somebody trusted you, believe in your word, knowing fully well that you lie to that person. So you come here and say, "Oh, why did you open your leg?"
I won't say that. I won't say that. Don't get me wrong. When I'm saying what I'm saying is that by saying what you're saying too, you are denying them of accountability to that. Oh, they should have. Why did they do their own due diligence? Must they open their legs? Hold on. Must they open their legs for me because I just said whatever I say? Why don't they do their own due diligence? Go and find out. Is this guy married? Does he have a woman? Does he have a girlfriend? Does he have kids? Why don't they do that? Why must they just open their legs for me instantly?
Sorry. Can I come in there for a moment? It is very rare that a woman would not know that the man is married, even if he lies that he's not. I think they often instances know, but they hide under the lie that is telling them because they want to believe it.
Exactly. So let's not deny women their accountability. You see, this feminism or whatever we're trying to do here, try to justify. Don't get me wrong. I believe women should be treated equally, and for women to have their own fair share and to play their own role that they have to play if they have to be in a relationship. But that you want to emasculate a man, you want to effeminate a man, make a man like a feminine, and then you become the dominant person in that relationship. That is what I'm not for, because that is not how nature. Because if you allow them to take over, we'll see that. Hold on. We'll see that they don't do good job in raising
now.
kids. They don't do a good job in raising. I've given a statistics. Go and look at it. That in a single father home and a single mother home, both of them they raise kids. The men still do better than them to do a better job in raising their kids. A lot of the kids that are in jail today, in juvenile detentions, they are usually raised by women who maybe their husband is no longer there, or maybe they just have kids out of wedlock. Okay, but the one that has, let me give you an example.
Wait now.
One of my neighbors here.
Wait now, let him finish.
I have a neighbor here who has his own all his kids with him. Why not the wife? That's the question. I don't know I don't have all the details, but what I'm trying to say is that this guy does a very good job. He's always with these kids. He will go to their practice. He will take them to their games. He was always acting these roles, and these kids are well behaved. These are not black kids. These are white kids.
I also know some women that do good job raising their children, and I know some men that do terrible job raising their children.
I'm not saying they don't.
It's not only women that doesn't raise their children.
I agree with you, Mike.
He's human. It's a case of good, either a good human being or a bad human being. That's it. It has nothing to do with gender.
Okay. You know what?
It has a lot to do with gender too. If you don't want to,
it doesn't. A responsible human being raise a responsible child.
All right. If we have the time, we'll discuss that. I don't think we have all the time for this.
All right. I certainly don't. Hold on. I certainly don't have the time. I'm going to build now. Hand over to Rational Mind. Prince, thank you for the super chat, and Ayo, of course, the main person that really super chats. So that's Ayo doing it right there. So thank you, Ayo, especially, and Prince, of course. Rational Mind to you. Thank you, everyone. I think
Rational Mind. Can I?
Hold on. Thank you. Yeah. No. I was just trying to round off and leave. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Roma, did you watch Anthony Joshua fight today? The guy
did he get beaten?
No, he's the only one that performed. The other one that got his ass whipped, man.
Praise God.
Joseph Parker beat the shit out of Deontay Wilder. Man.
Deontay Wilder was beaten.
Joseph Parker beat his ass the whole 12 round. He won every round. He beat him hands down.
But Joshua beat. Did Joshua not beat Parker? I think Joshua.
No, Joshua. All of them. Most of the heavyweight performed tonight.
Because
Joshua and this guy. What's his name? This other British guy. The boy. Both of them give the best performance, man. And the funny thing was, the people that were running their mouth, they are the one that got their house with, man. Like Wilder and Miller.
Did the boy win?
He beat the shit out of Miller, man. I was so happy. He knocked Miller out for the first time. And Parker beat the shit out of Wilder, man. I was like, wow. This guy almost knocked Wilder. Wilder was grabbing him. It was like, what you expect Wilder to do to him was what he was doing to Wilder. The guy beat it. It was this guy. He said it was this guy that gave him the secret. The guy beat. He was just whooping. And then Joshua gave his astonishing performance, man. Joshua beat the shit out of that guy.
One punch fighter. That's what he is.
That's what it is, man. So Parker took away that left hand, and he couldn't do anything.
I was starting to feel sorry for Joshua. I still want that fight, Joshua Fury, and it looks as though he's building up back there because I think that Fury is getting away with it. It's a useless fighter. And
Fury?
Yes, it's a
Fury is a useless fighter.
It's more of a mauler than a fighter. It will wrap you with his big frame.
No, he's very skilled, man. You really don't know much about boxing. He's one of the most skilled boxers I've ever seen.
No.
The guy he's a talent, man.
He's more of a wrestler than a boxer.
No. The guy's a pure talent.
Usyk is the proper boxer.
Yeah. Usyk, I'll say Usyk is probably the best.
But they both beat him now and they robbed him.
No, that's not true.
No, they were beat who? Usyk?
Yes, they knocked him out now. Did he not in Poland?
It was an illegal blow.
It wasn't did you watch it back? It wasn't an illegal blow.
No, it was an illegal blow, one man. The rules are very clear.
Did they fight twice?
Anything below the belt.
Yeah, they fought in Poland. It wasn't below the belt. Go and watch it again now.
It was below the belt, one man.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Well, the boy is a good fighter, Sha. Well, I like the way the guy handled Miller today, man. The guy, that man, Those American guys, man, they just wanted their man talking trash the whole time, the whole week. I'm like, these guys. Even Wilder, he was already looking past Parker, talking about next fight, Joshua. Man, Parker came in and gave it to him, man. The entire round.
So there will be no. So the next fight now will be Joshua.
Joshua.
And then after that, the winner takes on Fury.
No,
but to me, I still think Joshua and Wilder needs to fight, man. That's what we want to see. We don't want to be
but it's been Tyson beat him 3 times. This guy now beat him, Parker. You know?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, man. But he has to fight because his guy is 38 now. He get old very soon, and then it won't matter anymore because now they will be saying, oh, if they had fought when they were younger, this and that. Yeah, if they need to fight. Joshua and Wilder need to fight.
Wilder fight is not happening anymore. It's finished because this was supposed.
Yeah, but there's no excitement in it.
Exactly. If they never fight, they will never know who's better.
They were supposed to fight next year because the whole point was that both of them win tonight and then they go and fight next year, first quarter next year. But Wilder have lost tonight, so that has ruined the plan.
Sorry, can I come in? Real quick?
All right. Come in as I leave. Rational Mind, over to you. Thank you.
One man, wait before you leave. Wait before you leave. Before I come to the boxing, you were supposed to talk about Diezani, 9 billion he gave to the Zamfara state governor. Did you talk about it?
Yes, we did talk about it, and Emeka was going to go there, but we got sidelined into all manners of into feminism.
Yeah, but I don't know if Emeka listened to me one time ago. I was accusing this new Zamfara state governor that he declared 12 trillion as a state asset during his governorship when he was campaigning. And I was asking, how come this guy has 12 trillion and he has no second office? He has no factory that is manufacturing anything. And recently I would dive into his record. It was just one of the directors in First Bank. How come he has 9 trillion and nobody's asking questions? He's richer than the 5th richest man in Africa, yet he's not on FOB. So these are the things we have to look into. But anyway, let me go into the boxing. See what you guys are saying about boxing, but it's not like 1+1. Parker can beat Wilder, but Joshua cannot be Wilder. All fighters have different tactics and different techniques, and they have people they have pattern where they can fight easily. Now there's a new guy on the block nobody's talking about. That Francis, I don't know, some guy from Cameroon that almost finished Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury is not a fighter. Who is talking Tyson Fury is a boxer. Tyson Fury already fought only 6 heavyweight bouts. 3 of that 6 is same person. That is Wilder. He draw 1, he won 2, and the remaining 2 was guys that passed their glory. 3 that passed their glory. So he has not really seen any match. And this is a guy that was banned from drugs. If it's a black man, they won't allow him to come back. But British soccer system, football, boxing system, they allow him came back or come back to come and be boxing so they can give him this thing. Joshua is a weak leg. Tyson Fury is not a boxer. Parker, I don't understand the guy Parker. Today we do good, tomorrow we do bad. Miller, well, we need a new kid on the block. These 4 of them that is fighting now are all recycled guys. They should bring Francis Inogo in, and we'll see if the dynamics will not change. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Can I reply Mike now?
No, you can reply Mike, but let me bail out. Rational Mind takes charge. Please cooperate with him so he doesn't get out of control. Rational Mind.
So,
thank
Mike.
you. Sorry, okay, go on.
Yeah, so Mike, it's not about. Yes, the guys are doing something bad, right? But we have no control over them doing that bad thing, right? But these women, wait now. Can I?
I'm listening. I'm not
these
disturbing. I'm not
women
talking.
have control over their bodies. If they say no and the guy still sleeps with them, the guy is going to jail for rape.
So are you saying boys don't have control over their body?
Wait now. If these women say, oh, the only way that I will
sorry. Rational Mind, Ajalo Koko has still not spoken, so when it's ready, go to him.
Okay, so ST0LE and everyone, just go through this so that we can go to some other topic. I think a lot of people are already getting bored with it. So just conclude it.
So, so if these women say, oh, I have so much to risk. I can get pregnant. I can become a single mother. My life can end if I go through with this guy. Even though I like him, if I go through with him with no security, why don't I secure myself and look for a confirmed relationship? In case this guy is lying to me, right? Let him marry me first. And then if he lies to me, he's going to lose. Why? Because I'll take everything that he has. If the guy says, oh, I will marry you to sleep with you, then she has saved herself years of misery. She has saved society years of hoodlums running around the streets, terrorizing the community. Saved just one single decision has saved the whole community and society. Just a simple no.
By you
Just
tonight.
no, you can be offended, but you cannot tell me that I am wrong. That is one thing.
Where I think you are wrong is you say we don't have control over the men, but you don't have control over the women either.
So the women cannot say a simple no.
So the men cannot say a simple no. So you can't make you see why you are wrong. Let me tell you what the problem is. You're trying to hold women only.
Just one more thing, Mike. If what do we see from basic animals in the wild?
We're not animals.
No, because we are all animals. The male species, what is his main job? To look for females to breed with. You cannot then come to human beings and want to change the whole biology dynamics. Just because.
Okay, do animals get married?
Wait, now let me finish. Just because you want to sound woke. You want
let me ask you.
Biology. Why don't you wait, Mike? Why is it that your mind cannot
you need to move on with this. You need to move on to this subject.
Solely, Johnny,
this is the last
hold on,
Solely. This is the last thing.
Would you listen? No, we're not going to go for more. Just hold on. Solely, I want to beg you. Let's just move on because the more you say, the more somebody wants to counter you. I'm with you on your whatever you say on that. I'm with you, and I know other people are with you, and other people have their own opinions too. Either Mike, Akim, and the rest of them. So let's just move on to some other topic because already I'm getting a notification here. I think I don't know what the woman is asking. So let's go to another topic. I think Ajale Gopo, are you there? Ajale Gopo. Babaja. You are so quiet today. What's going on now?
I've been so busy, so I've been listening to everybody. So
well, that's a good thing. Yeah. Sometimes it's good to just listen.
Christmas food.
Yeah. Christmas food. Okay. All right. So, we have some topic here. The Diezani says he's dying. That cancer wants to kill him. I think he had a case recently in the UK, and they said they placed a no flying embargo on her rather. So what do you have to say on that?
Yeah, thank you, Rational Mind. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, I think she really loves herself. She needs to stay where she is because the state of her health, I don't know how she's going to take care of it in Nigeria. So the confess she want to make, she can still do the confession. She can surrender all her loot and get everything, work with Nigerian government to get everything returned to Nigeria. She's claimed she's born again, so she can still do that where she is. She can meet with Nigerian official and get everything resolved. She don't need to come to Nigeria to get that done. She can work it out with them. Nigerian official can meet her, and they can still sign whatever agreement they want to sign with her. The what do you call it? The pardon she's asking for, President can still pardon her while away while outside the country. So, but our health is I mean, our health called for concern, and I think that for our own good, she don't need to come to Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't have that health system that can take care of our deteriorating health. So,
somebody just said, hold on. Somebody just said that it's a fake news because you wonder too, why would she be trying to lobby the government back home when she has a case in London, in the UK, and I think they put her on a no-fly list. So the question is, could that be true that it's a fake news again? Because we've been hearing of some of this news coming out about Diezani, and then later we find out that it's not.
It's not fake news, or it's not
fake news.
It's
Okay.
not, because
somebody just said that in the comments. That's what I'm saying.
She revealed the $9 billion. Nobody would have revealed that.
She said there wasn't $9 billion. Is that what you're saying?
She revealed the $9 billion.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. And she said the exact governor that it was with. So it can't be fake news.
Okay, all right. Well, I gotta go over to you, please.
Well, you see the amount, 9 billion. I'm not sure if she actually looted 9 billion. If that figure is correct, I'm not sure.
No, she didn't say she looted 9 billion. She said part of the loot, she gave it to that specific governor to keep. I don't know. I think they should Rational Mind, can you please show the write-up? It has more details in it.
The what?
The write-up.
Is that a news platform?
No, I mean the
okay,
news.
The news itself. Okay, let me search
it has more details in it. So I think she stole about 80 billion. or something like that. But that 9 billion was just a part of it. So she said that she has been trying to call the governor to help her to get into Nigeria, but the governor has not been picking her calls. That's when she now started giving more. You know how women are now. Once they start talking about somebody, they'll start revealing more things unintentionally. That governor, she gave that governor $9 billion out of the loot that she stole to keep for her, that she does not know why he's not picking her call. So she's now taking her request to another person, which is the Tinubu government. That's part of the story, but in the main story it has more details in it.
Well, the main issue is that in that article or in that report, she wanted to return to Nigeria. She was calling on Nigerian state to forgive her, pardon her, and so that is what I am speaking to. She doesn't need to come to Nigeria. They can still work out something on how maybe the governor should claim, as you are saying now, Nigerian government can still get hold of that governor, and with her they can meet, they can work out some things. But it's very good that at least she revealed some important information to us on how she with others, perpetrated corrupt practices while she was in office. So I think it's left for Nigerian state to now do something about what she said. So if I were the president, if what she said is actually true, I will get some of my officials to get in touch with her, to get details, and then work on that, information that she revealed to the official. So that's the way I see it. But I'm not going to advise her to come to Nigeria except she want to kill herself. She want to commit suicide. the kind of drug that she take over there for her health issue, she cannot get it in Nigeria. And if she comes and they put her in detention and they have to order that drug for her, that's gonna cost, I don't know at whose expense, maybe at her own expense or at the expense of the state, but it's gonna be a liability on Nigerian state. Nigerian state have to take care of her health, and that's gonna cost a lot of money, taxpayers' money. So she better remain there. I believe all her property has been confiscated in Nigeria, and Britain, even if they have confiscated all her property in Britain to her account and everything, they will still take care of her. They have the health system, they have the law that does not. They have the law that compels the authority to give you the best of the best health care while you are in detention or you are in prison, so she can get the best of the best treatment for her health issue. So she don't need to come to Nigeria. She need to stay there while the federal government, the Tinubu government, should reach out with her and get something done with her in order to recover our loot. In order to recover our money that she looted and kept in foreign account and stuff.
Sorry, Ajele Koko, what do you mean by for us to recover our loot? What loot are we recovering?
This is a woman that been accused of corruption, embezzlement of public fund, and they have discovered several bank accounts in her name in foreign land, representing some shady deal that she did while in office as minister. So federal government should meet with her and work out some things on how they can negotiate how to get those funds, those looted funds.
So Ajele, by what you mean by recover the loot, simply what you actually mean is just getting the loot back into Nigerians' hand. No, getting the loot back into Nigeria for it to be shared among the political class again, instead of it just remaining with one person. That's the term recovery in Nigerian terms, because Abacha loot, we have so many loots. So what you are saying is basically that amount of money is too large a sum to be with Diezani. So the Nigerian government should call her back, renegotiate, get the loot back into Nigeria so that the political class can share it into smaller pieces among themselves. Because when it comes to recovery, I think even we are just deceiving ourselves. I really don't understand what we're even talking about here. Look, the woman should just I understand the game she's playing. She actually needs, it's better for her to, she has looked at it, it's better for her to negotiate with Nigeria and go back home and live a peaceful life, like there's not going to be any jail time or anything, than to
negotiate what with Nigeria.
What do you call the thing? Is it plea bargain? That you just bring back the money and they waive off the cases. EFCC takes over the funds and everything, and they waive off all the cases.
To negotiate corruption with Nigeria.
That's what we do now. That's what we do now. Why you?
Ajale Koko, you have to remember that she has a case in UK too. She also has a case in UK, which she might go to jail for. So she might want to run to Nigeria.
That's the idea, because Nigeria is more lenient with corrupt cases like this. It's more or less like you're dangling, I have 9 billion, or you just tell the UK government to hand over the case to Nigeria or whatever. You come back to Nigeria, the 9 billion, maybe they will give Diezani 1 billion, the remaining 8 billion, they will share it among the political class, and she lives a free life, happy life. That's just what's going to happen. And I think we're just deceiving you. I think this is not even a case at all. There's nothing like Nigerians getting back any funds or anything. These funds are going to be relooted like it has always been done under Abacha. What have they done? Have they even built one hospital with the loot Abacha has been sending down from for years? What have they even done? $1 million. If they even remove $1 million to build a world-class hospital in Nigeria, they will have done so. I'm tired of that country. We're just wasting our time, deceiving ourselves of. I don't even know where we are. Well, I don't know, Joe. Let's forget about it.
A rational mind. I posted the link in the private chat.
Okay, I'll look at it. I'll take a look at it. Thanks. Go on, go. Yeah. The pushback. So he has a case in the UK. I was even reading that now too a while ago. He has a case, a bribery case. I mean, could this be some? I mean, because I read another article that said some members of the APC are the one behind this. They are the brain behind this, or trying to like bring her back to Nigeria and asking Nigeria government for some kind of forgiveness and all of that. So you tell you that there's much to this story that we know. And somebody said he has a case, and that case is still pending. And I think they said that she can't even leave the United Kingdom. I think they seized her passport.
And also, I think Nigeria has this law where they can't extradite you. I don't think I don't know if it applies to UK, but if you are in Nigeria and the government supports it that they shouldn't extradite you, you actually have the right to stay in, but you will not be able to leave Nigeria.
But what is UK holding her for? What the case she has in the UK? What is that about? Why is it under that jurisprudence?
I heard it's about.
I think it's about bribery. Go on.
Yeah, but it's not more. It's not one case. It's multiple cases.
So this woman is just I don't know how she's going to achieve what she's asking for when she's already in.
Let me just add one more thing. You see that passport that she bought, right? Because she bought another passport to one of those islands, all those islands that used to sell passports. Now, all those passports, they give you access to certain countries. Those countries have now been revoked. So basically, the passport she bought is almost useless. You know? So
anyway, all her passport and everything has been confiscated by British authority. She cannot even travel to anything now. So if she even have to leave Britain, her legal case in Britain have to be settled some kind of way. Maybe.
Yeah, but Ajani Koko, she can come back to Nigeria without passports now.
No. She has
Alamesia, forget Alamesia now.
She can come back to Nigeria without
won't you think a better solution to this is that Nigeria should forfeit that 9 billion, but give her life imprisonment?
Lie.
Why? I mean, I'd rather take it to me. If I was Nigerian government, I would either give her life imprisonment or death sentence and forfeit the 9 billion. It will teach others a lesson that money, they can't use that money to buy themselves out. If you like embezzle 200 billion, it will not buy yourself out.
But Charles, they are all criminals. They care about the money.
That's the thing. Because left to me, I'll forfeit the 9 billion, whatever dollars, and put her in life imprisonment or put her in the firing squad.
In this time that
Nigeria What time? What are they going to use the money to do? Ajale Koko, what are they going to the 9 billion? What is it going to be used it to do?
Be reasonable. You know who are dealing with.
The implication of what you are saying is not good. How do you want to forfeit 9 billion?
Okay, what are they going to use the 9 billion to do? What is it going to do in Nigeria's economy?
They could do a lot. Look,
they're not going to do anything. Ajale Koko, let's not lie. They are not going to do a damn thing.
Let him talk. Yeah, go on, please.
I cannot understand why you are saying that 9 billion should be forfeited in order to jail somebody, then forfeit 9 billion. I mean, it doesn't make sense at all. If 9 billion is put in our treasury a lot of things can still be done with that 9 billion. Or particularly if they throw it into central bank. Say, central bank, we are in serious financial crisis now. Take this 9 billion, use this to manage our, what do you call it? Our monetary, our banking system. Do you know what 9 billion is going to do in Nigerian economy today? If it's in the hand of central bank, don't let us even say that, okay.
Is it $9 billion or 9 billion naira?
Dollars. What are
No,
you
I was
talking
still
about?
Over 9 trillion naira.
What are you going to, what is 9 billion? What is $9 billion? What are you going to use it to do?
What are you talking about?
What are you going to? Is it going to change? Is it going to change your foreign? Is it going to make the naira stronger? No. Is it? What is it going to do? Tell me one thing that 9 billion is going to do. Because I don't know. You're saying bring it back into the country. What is it going to do?
Okay, let me tell you what it's going to do. Now,
Oh, yeah.
if we have 9 billion in our central bank today, and that 9 billion, part of it is thrown into the forex market, it's going to stabilize dollar. Naira. If we put, like, how much do you say, maybe on monthly basis, we are putting like $500 million in the forex market. Do you know how many businesses that will benefit from that?
What businesses are going to benefit from
stabilize,
that?
it's going to hold on. Now, why are you arguing like this? You know, why you just don't look?
I don't know, because
we have
what
to
business is going to, what business, which business are you talking about?
Listen. Do you know how many
Charles, just calm down.
industries?
Let him just talk.
Do you know how many industries that source for forex in order to achieve their business objective in, with their foreign partners in importation of goods and some other things into Nigeria? It's definitely going to stimulate economic growth. When we don't have enough forex in the system, that is why you see the value of our currency depreciation every day. That 9 billion will go a long way in stabilizing the value of our naira. And when the value of our naira is, stabilizes, it stimulates economic growth. Business will, how do I say it? Businesses will thrive. We thrive in that country.
And price of goods and services will stabilize.
How would they stabilize with the exchange rates? Are we subsidizing? So the funds you are talking about, is it that the businesses, are we going to subsidize it, like sell it, give it to those businesses at a lower rate? Or are they buying it at the
Charles, let me explain to you. It's not about subsidy. Part of the thing that changes price is the devaluations of naira, because most of the things that they use in manufacturing in Nigeria are imported. So if the naira falls, the price is going to increase in Nigeria. And that instability, if you have forex to exchange and the naira is stabilized, then all these price increments will be minimized. So this one that you are just saying is not just, you have to be practical when you are discussing. It's not, everything is not about no, everybody's going to lose. Everybody's no. Be practical.
Come on, Simba.
Charles, let me.
He's asking. He's only putting it. He's only asking.
But look, we have to be very, very constructive in our criticism.
But then he keep asking you now in concrete terms.
We are explaining to him, but he doesn't want to listen.
Charles, let me. Can I
just explain now? To him now.
Can I give Charles another example?
Okay,
Charles,
give it to him.
Charles,
give it to me.
Currently in Nigeria, right, we are working based on the amount of forex. That means exchange, amount of dollars, pounds, and euros we have. So not all businesses can have access to it because we have limited amounts. So there are only very few businesses that have access to it. Now, the other business, and when I say few, I mean just like maybe 5 businesses that have access to it. Now, other businesses have to now rely not on central bank rates, we have to rely on black market rates. And because the demand is so high in black market rates, the demand for dollars increases the price of dollars. Because now they can set any price and people will still buy it, right? Because people are desperate to have it. However, if central bank now has at least $500 million a month, more businesses can have access to central bank rates, which means demand for dollars will be lower. People will want to even be pricing the dollar. So you will see the value.
Sorry, hold on. But one other thing that Charles is saying to you guys that you people are not failing to you fail to understand, or you're not considering, that is that these money, all the loots that hold on, whoever wants to speak, all this loot that we've been hearing that they were recovering and everything, all the dollars, of course they must have sent those money back to Nigeria in hard currencies like in dollar or whatever. Why don't that also tilt the value of the naira over time? I mean, they've been selling oil.
Because
hold on. They've been selling oil. So the point he's trying to make is that these people will reloot these things. I mean, they will reloot this money just the way they relooted all that money that they got back from the different money that was stashed abroad that was stolen from the Nigerian treasury. So that all these things people are talking about is going to normally should boost the naira, like you people said. It should. But what we've seen over time is that when we get more money repatriated back, or we get even some of our foreign exchange earnings that we have, they will sell this currency among themselves and they will do round tripping with it. Like we've seen now over the years.
Hold on, rational mind. So who is going to benefit?
I'm pessimistic too.
Who is going to benefit from what Charles is proposing or what is suggesting?
Who is going to benefit is this? Okay.
Who is going to benefit is that to deter people from stealing money again, knowing the costs it would be.
No, I'm not talking about
the money should be left in the foreign country.
Yes, it should be left in the foreign. Yes, it should be left there. It should be left there.
We now know where you
left there.
You sound like somebody that doesn't even love your
Okay, I want to ask you a question. I want to ask, this 9 billion you're talking about, are you going to tell me that, wait, this 9 billion you're all making noise about, 9 billion is going to change Nigeria's economy. Are you going to tell me that at the end of 8 years, APC and those politicians will not take out more than 9 billion?
Forget about APC. It's not about APC. Everything is not about APC.
No. You're saying that 9 billion is going to be injected. Wait, you're saying 9 billion injected into Nigeria's economy will change things around. Meanwhile, I can assure you that after 8 years, more than 9 billion will be out of that economy. So I don't understand.
Let this one come back. You can't be. You can't
so
be.
So it's a short-term benefit, right? It's just a short-term benefit.
Whether it is 1 year, let us benefit from it.
So if white man is benefiting from that money, we forfeited that money to white people and use it to develop their country. That one
they can even sell Nigeria. I can sell Nigeria to white man. That's what he's saying.
Why won't I sell it? What benefit on all of you that are abroad? What are you doing there?
Charles, about we do that is ridiculous.
I don't know if Rational Man is supporting what he's saying.
No, Rational Man is supporting now because he's painting his narrative. That is how he behaves now.
But wait. Abacha's loot that they brought back is not more than 9 billion.
Hold on, please, I beg you. I don't want to.
That suggestion is too childish.
Our voices are speaking over each other. Please, hold on, please.
Yeah.
Let me make this my position known. I'm not supporting that part of what Charles said, that we should just leave it alone. We should know that money should come back. But what I support with what he said is that, what is the guarantee that this money will not get relooted by these thieves and corrupt criminals in our system? So if he said that money should not be sent back, well, that is his own. But the point is that if the money does not come back, to whose benefit is it? You jail this woman. So to whose benefit is it? You jail this woman. I mean, that's not going to.
The woman that is going through cancer already. So what help can you suffer more than that?
So the only part that I support in what Charles said is that these people are going to reload this money, and it's not going to be of any effect to Nigerian economy because they will still carry that money.
Rational mind. You can't be supporting. You cannot be supporting that. Let me tell you what we should be speaking about now is how, when the money is now repatriated, how the money can be judiciously used. But anytime you say, hey, they will loot it, they will steal it. So what at the end of the day, what do you want?
Ask you now,
The
all
money
the
to
ones
stay
they
there
got,
and let them
all the
benefit
ones
from
they
it.
got over years, the Abacha loot.
What we are saying, I agree with you. So what is your solution now?
Hold on. You see, the point is that you don't like us wanting to talk about the corruption of APC.
It's not only APC. This money that we are talking about, it was solely during PDP. We should not be ascribe corruption to party. All of them are thieves. This money was stolen in a regime that you supported. Now it's PDP that stole this money. So it's true now.
What regime I supported? What regime did I support? What regime?
PDP.
No, I did not.
What are you talking about? So now they want to repatriate the money. Yeah, say because they will steal it, they will do it, they will corrupt it. Is it only APC that is corrupt?
Rational man wants to deny Jonathan.
Simba. You see, let's not do this this thing that we do, trying to like discredit.
What do we do?
You're trying to say that I support PDP. I never supported the PDP. I just said it right now.
Are you not the same person that was talking about that you prefer Atiku to become the president?
Can you let me talk? I said all the.
I will let you talk, but you cannot be shouting on me.
Hold on. No, it's because you won't allow me to talk. That's why I have to increase my volume of my voice. And no disrespect. I'm trying to just make my point known that you are hindering me from speaking. So the point is that you said I supported PDP. I did not support PDP. I said, if you listen, that's why, and sometimes we don't take our time to listen to each other. I said over the years that the Abacha loot they've been getting. This Abacha loot also include a PDP era too, when they were in government. What did they do with it? So when I talk about APC now, because APC is the government, is the party in government, but you don't want me talking about them. That's my point. So why don't you want me talking about APC?
What I'm saying, get my point also. We should not be linking corruption to parties. We are all adults and we know what is going on in our country. No party is exempted. What you are saying, this money now, because you believe that okay, when the money come back to Nigeria, it will be reluted. So what is your solution? The money should not come back? Or what is your argument now? That okay, you supported him because you believe that he will steal the money.
At all. The question that if the money is sent back to Nigeria, it will be reluted. It should not even come back. I mean, it should not be a topic at all. How do we recover this money is what really matters now, because Nigeria, we don't have money right now. That is why you see the president traveling, begging around. Nigeria is like a beggar state, begging all over the world for this dollar. Now we have the dollar that we can recover. You are saying, oh, leave it alone. What kind of doesn't make sense?
Well, they said it's a fake news now. That's what they've been saying. Everybody been saying. Even on Twitter, Instagram said it's a fake news.
See,
don't even know which is true now. We're just debating. Somebody saying
the reason why I don't believe that it's not fake news is EFCC posted it and they deleted it. Now, second thing is they mentioned the source of that fund. So if it's fake news, how did the fake news know the source of that fund?
Well, we don't know yet. We shall have to.
Probably they are striking a deal, so they just quickly removed it because it's not any random news outlets that posted it. It's EFCC official page.
They said they did not sanction it. They did not sign it.
Let me just put this one there.
Whether it is fake or real, even if it is real, this is the way we be behaving. It depends on our behavior. And like Babajale Kuku said, it's just like you can't throw away the baby and the bathwater. No. What I'm saying, let me tell you this: you can't throw away just because you hate the president. Then you extend your hate to the country. How can somebody be rationalizing and say that okay, the money should not come back because some people?
But wait. I'm just looking at this news. What he's saying is that she entrusted the 9 billion to the current governor of Zamfara State.
What do you mean entrusted? What kind of what do you entrust the money that she looted to?
Well, what I'm getting from the news right now is that she said that she entrusted 9 billion to the current governor of Zamfara State.
What does that one mean to you, Taz? What does that one mean to you?
And she gave it to him for keep for her now, Abi.
The
man. Wait now. And the current governor of Zamfara State, is he an APC or PDP man?
He's a minister now. He's
a minister. So what's all this?
It's PDP.
No. Matawale is now APC. He's a minister in Tinubu.
The current one, not Matawale.
No, the current governor of Zamfara State.
Oh, it's current governor of Zamfara.
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes.
So all this stuff.
It's not APC now.
So if they are serious about it, why are they not? Why haven't?
This is a PDP governor.
If it's a PDP governor, no. I'm not siding any. I'm not doing APC PDP. But why haven't they?
You are the one that started it now. Why are you not now? You are not doing it again.
He wasn't the one.
I didn't affiliate myself with any party now. So wait. If the person holding this 9 billion is currently in Nigeria, why haven't they gone after him? What's the silence about?
Is that the way they go after people? Have they investigated it?
Can I answer your question? These governors, once they are sitting, they have a certain
and they have immunity.
Yes, they have immunity. You know, that's a really messed up law in Nigeria. a really big mess up. That simple law allows these people to get away with a lot of things.
And that is why I was suggesting earlier that the federal government should reach out to her, and those that are the interested partner in this thing, they should reach out to them, negotiate, and see how we can recover that thing. We need that money. But for her, I don't want her to come and die.
But you know why she's doing all this? Let me tell you. It's because what she has is a terminal illness. She's been suffering, right? This thing has been there for years.
Yeah.
You understand? And her health is not improving. You can see the picture.
Yeah. She looks very frail now.
Frail, yes.
Oh, bad. I mean, I really pity her.
You understand? To me,
who will not live frail when he has all this wahala on her neck? She has the British after her, Nigerian government after her, everybody after her. I mean, who will not have that kind of problem? If it's you, are you not going to have problem? Are you not going to start having?
I'm not going to even find myself in that position because this should be a lesson to all of us. It should be a lesson.
I'm just saying that if people are in that kind of situation, you think the whole world is after you, and that will cost your health.
If she cost it for herself. She caused it for herself.
I agree with you on that, yeah. But I'm just saying that let's not use this issue of whatever.
That woman was actually after entire Nigeria. So
who was after? Say that again, please.
I said Diezani was against entire Nigerians. You understand? Because the money that was supposed to be used for the Nigerian masses, everyone in Nigeria, you decide to pocket it. So yeah, like in physics, they will say to every actions, right? There will be equal and opposite reactions. So in life, before you do something, just look at the consequences. Because the consequences, if not staring at you, even merely thinking of it alone is enough to even make the entire someone's life terrible.
Like what consequences are you talking about here?
It depends on whatever consequence you are, even if it is just by his conscience alone or the mental health problem that is going through. There's a difference between someone that knows no crime and someone that has committed a crime. Even if you are not caught, every time you see the possibility of that thing coming at you, you will never remain the same again. So
no, I don't buy into that, honestly speaking. I really don't buy into that. Like,
you really understand what I'm saying. When you want to pity Diezani, for example, even without being caught, rational mind is saying something that how can a person like that not look frail when the entire world is against him? That's the point. Even without the law catching up, she's already suffering from the consequences of her own action. If he had not stolen, he would not have lost her peace of mind, right? So that's just my way. I'm just telling people that even before you do something negative, think about what that can do even to your mental health alone. That's just my point.
$9 billion mental health. I don't think it's going to do much than make me happy, Shao. It is not going to. It's not.
You see this chart. If you
No, it
spend
is
$1
truth. Why are
million,
you deceiving? Wait. Why are you people deceiving yourself? Wait, why are you deceiving yourself? You luckily steal $9 billion. You think you are going to be what? What are you looking at?
Charles.
Who is this Charles?
Charles.
Eh? Mm.
She stole more than 9 billion.
Yeah.
9 billion is just a part of it.
How did you arrive at that?
Do you understand the scale now? She probably stole over 60, 70, 80 billion dollars.
ST0LE, how did you arrive at that? What accounting gave you that?
It was written on the outlets, and I can just
Which
Google
outlets?
it now.
Please, I'm interested in that.
I'll Google it now. I'll go to Naira.
You see, one thing is this: when even and let's assume that the public official has stolen, but at the same time, we should not find a loophole for their co-criminals to hide under. Because the same question I will see asked you: how much did Nigeria make in those days? To the point that Diezani alone would stole
only one person.
Now only him the government. Now only had the government. So ST0LE will let loose if she was the only one that stole the money. So that's just the problem. If there's no way he could have stolen the money.
But I remember that was during the time of oil windfall. That when they were selling oil for 140 and there was no Niger Delta Avenger, we were producing almost 2 million barrels every day.
I love our
and it was stolen over years, not 1 year.
See, they said from every news outlets that I've Googled, they are saying 90 billion. They even said they found $700 million raw cash in a house.
ST0LE, some people lie that Obasanjo spent 16 billion.
Did you see the houses that they seized? This woman had gold faucets, gold doors, gold railing, gold everything.
Doesn't matter now.
ST0LE, wait. Some people said Obasanjo stole 16 billion, and that was a lie. The thing I'm telling you is this: even if Nigeria is making $100 billion on petroleum every year, don't forget that there's a cost to even exploration of those oil. Because one thing we say in Nigeria, the oil price now is $90 per barrel. I would think the $90 per barrel is what is going to the government's purse. I forgot that people forget that this thing is a joint partnership. They call it a joint venture. So that Nigeria will not have the entire money. It's going to be shared between the partners and Nigerians. So now don't forget too that the different arms of the government will still have money to run. The federation account. So the thing is this: how can a singular person store so much that you will not feed that in the purse?
Who felt it now? Ola, you want to tell me that Nigeria did not felt it?
What is the exchange rate?
Forget about exchange rate. I want concrete evidence. I want the FCC to talk. I want the Ministry of Finance to talk. I don't want a random. See, Diezani has stolen, but I want concrete figure that can be reasonable. I don't want something that can be so ridiculous and the entire situation will now lose credibility. That is exactly what I'm telling you. So when you start moving figure around, look at Sanusi as the CBN governor. He discovered that truly some amount was not remitted. Even what's the name of this guy?
How much did he put to it that time? Ola, do you remember? How much did he put to it that time?
I think she initially put about 21 billion or thereabout, and later he said no, it was not up to that, and a lot of conflicts, figure conflict. So at the end of the day, the thing lost its entire credibility. That's the problem I have. When we throw figure around, we lose the credibility when we don't even know the facts. So I'm not saying Diezani did not steal, but how would Diezani alone steal 9 billion?
She should come out and tell us the other.
Are you think other rogues in the system will be looking at her? It's impossible. Other thieves will not be looking at her. So
she was not the only person that stole. That's my point.
How possible the accountant general stole over 100 billion? Ola.
100 billion what? Naira, right?
Yeah, 100 billion naira.
Over.
We are talking of billion. We are talking of dollars. That's my concern. That 100 billion we are talking about, it simply means that it was not only 100 billion naira that was stolen. It should be more than 100 billion. The question is this: some people have that accountant general.
So how did the Emefiele stole the amount of money they said they stole? How did they do that?
He will not. Emefiele will not steal the money alone. I've seen this too. It will not be Emefiele alone. It is only the side of the story we want to hear. Emefiele, we have some people that will transfer. We have some intermediary. It's just like if you're a boss in a company, if you steal a loan, your subordinate will be the one to betray you. You have to give them the money to shut up. I know where I'm saying this. All those banking executives that were prosecuted, when everybody was sharing profit, nobody was talking. But when the executives started going too greedy, that was when the subordinates started giving information out to CBN and those people that will create problem. So that's the angle from which I'm coming from. Patoski say, "Oh, let him talk." Say, "I did lie if waiting at the talk."
Yeah, in fact, I think Zita left because I don't know. She was here a while ago. It's just because everybody was talking, and I don't want to. Ajale Koko had the floor, so Zita, if you want to come back, please come back. I think you are the only woman we have here. So it's Patoski there because I think he was trying to come in earlier too. Patoski.
He has gone to the kitchen.
Patoski of Canada.
That's why
I'm reading about this Lawal guy. I see that he participated. He was the flag bearer in the 2019 general elections for APC for the governorship of Zamfara, and from the news I'm getting, he single-handedly funded the entire campaign. Is it the 9 billion he used to fund that campaign as well? Because if that is the case, then even APC themselves are compromised.
2019, right?
Yeah, 2019. He contested under APC. Yes. Before he now switched to PDP in this new one. And from what I'm hearing, he was the money bag, the G8. They call themselves the G8 or something. In that northern state, and he was the financial muscle and money bag of the group. So is it the 9 billion that he has been spending that has been going around or what? Because if that's the case, then this whole 9 billion ish is lost. The money is gone. That this is going to be shared. It has been shared out to everybody already. We are just wasting our time just talking about this thing.
Whatever. The issue here is not about you don't discuss and you base your discussion on assumption. Whatever it is left, if you have a serious,
are we not doing assumption here?
If you have a serious country, let me tell you, what it should be done is that whether I spend 4 years or 8 years, it will still live one day. Then this guy should be investigated. And whatever the remnant, whatever the remnant he has, then you should collect it from you and deal him.
The 13 billion electrification project that was squandered during the Obasanjo time. Why did Tinubu or why did Bubu not?
You are the one that usually talk about. Say what about? You talk about what about?
I'm giving you
that is what you are doing now. You talk about it. Okay, you are the one that usually accuse people of saying what about?
Asimba, let me address what rational.
You address it, Ayolajo. Yes, I know it's what about. It's a what about, but a what about that I'm asking you that if you're talking about people not being prosecuted, it did not just start with APC, it started with PDP too. When PDP left there, despite they want $13 billion, or how many $1 billion are they use for electrification?
For the fact that certain things is not being done does not mean that we cannot be reiterating, we cannot be talking about it.
Yeah,
then if the way people are talking, that means we should keep quiet and let everything continue.
But we've been keeping quiet since even the Abacha loot now. What have we been? What has happened since I'm talking about it?
Have we done?
What has happened with the loot that has been coming in? Is it not just talk and it to enter voicemail at the end of the day? That's what I'm telling you. We're just waiting. This money is gone.
The only thing that happened with Abacha loot is that Abacha is in heaven. From heaven, he's still sending money to Nigeria.
How do you know he's in heaven? How do you know Abacha is in heaven? He's not in hell.
If he's not in heaven, why must
You would
money be
have
coming
bribed
to
his
him?
way with that money. You would have bribed his way into heaven, Jerry. Forget that one.
Somebody is in heaven, he's still sending money to a broken country. Praise that person. I beg.
Okay, okay. Let me address that, Obasanjo. See, you have to be very careful of who you listen to. Be very, very careful. When politicians speak, just to respond to another politician, be very careful. Now, in 46 years, up to 2019, the total amount of money spent by Nigeria government of electricity was 12.38 billion in 46 years. Now, and some ridiculous politician just woke up, maybe after taking some NSC or trying to take some other type of conduct, cheap conduct. They just woke up to tell Nigeria that Abacha spent 16 billion. You know that that Obasanjo just spent 16 billion. That thing started back in 2007. You understand? And the thing is this: when they know that Nigeria are so emotional,
Ola, sorry, it is not just some Nigerian came up and said Obasanjo says it. Buhari himself said it.
That's what I'm saying. Buhari said that there was electricity. So Buhari himself lied. He lied.
Yes.
So it was political, just because Obasanjo criticized. Although that thing, like I said, started under Yadra, all those stories. Now, what actually happened was there was a difference between when you made projection of what Nigeria will need to get the right megawatts to industrialize Nigeria or to power Nigeria, and what are they spent. The like of Okunje Weala, the like of Soludo, the like of Ekwesilesi, like Obi rather, so don't let me just bite myself. They came out and made the account of what was spent, that they never spent that amount. But politicians still went ahead to make all those stories. You know, I kept asking people, before you say Obasanjo spent 16 billion, ask yourself from the federation account, from where you can see the public space, how much did Nigeria even make during those periods? How much did you use to settle to settle the foreign debt before they wrote the remaining off? How much did you leave in the reserve? And so when you look at all these things together and daily, you are saying Nigeria spent 16 billion of power. We are still being unrealistic the way we think Nigeria is so rich. Nigeria is not rich. At the same time, we are so wasteful. You are not rich. At the same time, we are wasteful. That's the type of dilemma we have in Nigeria. So when they are saying this woman, because I've learned my own lesson, it's not as if I'm supporting Diezani. When you don't want a case to be successful, this is how you'll be having conflicting reports. You'll be already, a person like me now, I'm beginning to doubt the report that, oh, Diezani stole $9 billion. Diezani stole money, no doubt. Is she still up to 9 billion? I don't want to believe that. I want to know how. And that he stole so much that the like of Jonathan just allowed her, that free hand, to steal so much. So
He allowed her.
So I was privileged.
I
was privileged to get information. I was privileged to get information about this your power jargon as far back as 2008. You know, so how the thing went, and even those people that were even investigating, how some of them were even trying to even enrich themselves along the line of their investigation. Just like you will look at this guy to Idris that was even trying to make money out of subsidy probe. So when they throw something at us, don't let us get carried away. Yeah, those that think that if they bring the money to Nigeria, they will not do anything with it. Are we going to blame them? Because the one they recovered before, we can't see what they've done with those money. I know that at the same time, we can't leave the money there. Instead, we should be saying, okay, the foreign government, just like under Buhari, whatever money you are getting, tie the money to a particular project. Like they tie a particular Abacha loot to welfare, to is it what they use for trader money, or what did they use it for? So you can take this money away from Diezani and tie it to a particular project. If you like, go give Nigerians in the market, as long as you can find a way to do that. But I don't subscribe to just ridiculous figure, you must just call the dog a bad name. No, this is not me supporting Diezani. But let's we that want right thing to be done to try to do the right thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ola. So I think we have some other topic here. They said Emefiele was caught on CCTV camera dragging $6.2 million cash from CBN vault. So I don't know. Has anybody seen that news yet?
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw it. I just saw it.
Do
It
you have the video? Can you play us that video? Ìgbà tó fẹ́ gbé wìrì, ó fẹ́ gbé wìrì ká.
But my own question, not to ask a simple question. Look, let's juxtapose this. If this same thing with all the evidences and things under Emefiele was happened in maybe the US or Canada or wherever, don't you think this guy should be in jail by now? And what is the real reason why he actually hasn't been convicted or sentenced or anything? Can somebody just explain that to me? Because I don't understand with all the evidences.
Please give me a minute
even if
to
you
respond
say,
to this.
one thing I've realized there, even if you say, oh, maybe countries like US, Canada, UK, let me tell you, some politicians, if they know enough people, if they have high enough figure in that society, they may come out of this not even going to jail. I see it happen in first world countries. That's why Nigerians used to have the audacity to do it. Most of these things, they learn it from somewhere.
Like this particular, I don't think this has been done anywhere else in the world, though.
I don't agree with ST0LE. I don't agree with ST0LE. Charles, the first thing is this: assuming it is $9 billion, right, dollars, I can tell you that 1/1000 of that money will not even move out of the treasury in Canada without shaking somewhere. It won't.
Okay.
Because the mechanism is there. If you are going to defraud the country, it's not going to be that easy that way. So that means that the
entire system is rotten.
So it's not going to happen to start with. That's why you see most cases they run after is maybe people that use a loophole to evade tax, or maybe you find a way to give your people contracts, and what they will be getting from all those things will just won't be ridiculous thing that will not even make too much sense in reality. Apart from maybe you have people that have companies somewhere, you now buy the share of their company. Apart from that, imagine someone now that will defraud a system of 9 billion and you are giving a car of 100,000.
Ola, what about the situation when there was the 9/11 event and they said that in USA, not Canada, they lost trillions of dollars just disappeared. I think it was from CIA or their military complex. One of them, trillions of dollars just disappeared and nothing was done about it. Trillions.
Well, when was that?
You have to explain how that thing disappeared too. I will give you an example.
Trillions can't just disappear like that.
While in the bank, while in the bank, we there was a time we had problem with the back end server. Now, when we said we lost several millions of naira, then how did it happen? When the back end server was having problem, a customer that normally let's say 20,000 in his account, so there's possibility that that customer can withdraw like 1,000 because we kept withdrawing while the machine will not be debiting your account. I'm just giving instances. Now, you can see how people made away with money now. A system breakdown. So the front teller machines could not pass proper entries. I could not debit your account, but just credited the customer, right? So you can explain. So there's a possibility of a system breakdown somewhere. That's people, not necessarily people in the government, maybe the public just took advantage of that. And in most cases, even though we realized we realized later that some accounts were credited and some customer withdrew several times. But how will you enforce the return of those money? Yeah, you shakara some that were okay, they conferred, they just willingly, without running after them, they brought some back. And some will not even show up. The question is this: if about 100,000 customers, about 10,000 customers did transaction that day, how many of them will you run after? And if the customer account were not in debit, you were not under legal, you don't have legal right to pass debit into customer account, where your system was not passing that. So money like that will become a loss to any financial institution that had such problems. So money could be lost in a system when your system breaks down.
But Ola, do you remember what happened between 2007, 2000 during the financial crisis? All the chief executive in the US that looted that bankrupted most of their industry that they were building at that time, are they in prison now? Because what they revealed that time, now they were spending money, they were buying things, they were flying first class ticket all over the world with the money, and that was part of the thing that responsible.
No, Simba.
What about
happened that time?
Pelosi? What about Pelosi
what happened that time?
elected now in US?
This thing sometimes is just information asymmetry. What led to those financial crises? Not necessarily because all those CEO were mismanaging.
I didn't say it's the major. I said it's part of it, because that time they were even giving themselves, awarding so much money to themselves.
Wait now, there was the thing is that we now look at it is whether what they were doing was legal or illegal, because there were two things. You may broke the ethic of your profession, even whereas what we're doing may even be legal. There was this financial deregulation during that time. So what happened when that financial deregulation happened? The finance industry, they were able to give out more assets, and some of those assets went into the real estate. And the real estate just bubbled, just crashed. And it triggered a crisis. So your exposure to that industry and some other industry like oil and gas, you understand, contributed to that collapse. Those people that were taking that position, they thought they were making good money. They thought they will return, they will give their investors good returns. To the best of knowledge, they were doing the right thing, and they were spending money to convince so many investors, flying around. Maybe you will go to somewhere to broker a deal, all those stuff. So because sometimes when you see people flying, sometimes you think, oh, they were just going to hotel. No. When all these executive travel sometimes, not because they went there to enjoy, they went, see, now, if I would want to meet maybe the Emir or the King of Dubai, for example, now, if I would like to get to him to broker a deal, I will be looking for, even if when Concorde was still flying, the best of the best, just to present myself and carry so many people to go and meet him, because I would think of what the financial business I was going to broker with him what in the next 10 years. And I will try to spend as much as I can to make sure I get that business from him. Why some were reckless in the true sense of it, some were not necessarily reckless. It was just that probably they had a poor risk risk assessment, or they did their risk assessment very well and the thing just went out of hand. So to me, I don't know. Sometimes all those things that we say that we think these people do reckless, not necessarily, in quotes, not necessarily.
Hola. Let me ask Midwest here. I don't know what is going on. Hola, what is going on, Midwest? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know if Charles.
I'm here.
I know
I'm
you're there.
here.
Okay. What's going on in Europe? I mean, there is a bomb threat everywhere. In Cologne, there's a bomb threat, and then in Prague, there's a bomb threat at the airport. So what's going on?
Is it today?
Yeah, today. I mean, I think it was yesterday. There was a shooting in Prague, and
that shooting was from a local.
Mass shooting. So what?
It was from a local, probably a relationship issue or something, you know. So it's the result. That one is just a basic result of feminism. But the other ones, you see, I don't want to sound racist, right? You know, but Europe really brought in a lot of Arabs, people from Arab country who are very strong.
My brother, it's a pandemic in Austria and in Czech. Everywhere you go, you will see this. Is it kebab? What they call it? Is it kebab? That thing that they roll like
kebab
meat.
shop.
Kebab, everywhere in Prague.
No. See, there's a difference.
There's
a difference.
Yeah, all the small shops, you find them there.
So those kebab shops are mostly owned by Turkish people, and Turkish people are kind of very secular with their Islam. You know, that means they can live with Christians, they can live in a peaceful society, just like how Yoruba people live. That's how Turkish people are when it comes to religion. They are usually Turkish first, then religion. The issue is you are bringing in people from war-torn countries you are bringing them straight from war into civil society. But because they don't want to judge, right? They are accepting almost everybody. But if it's black people, right, they will put them in refugee camp. You get? So these people, they can be very, how do I put, their own form of racism is, okay, these people are white, right? So they must be just like us. But these people are black, so they are not like us. Basically, the Arabs are civilized because they are of light skin color and white. The blacks are not civilized because, well, they are black and from Africa. These Europeans don't know anything about Africa. I'm telling you, they don't know nothing. They don't know anything about China. They don't know anything about Russia. They don't know anything about Africa. All they know is what they've taught them. And most of them are not really bright. They go to university, yes, but they don't know anything about life. So
I mean, you're right, because I saw that. I think this is my last visit to Europe.
Because they don't travel out of Europe.
Every
the system.
And one thing I noticed again is that the government is giving them housing and all of that. They get free housing, and they
but at a cost.
And they keep reproducing like something else. Like if you go to like Vienna now, oh my goodness, when you enter some of those, they are trained. Those
you know, but you don't want.
Rationalmente. You know, it's the consequence of their policy.
Yes.
What
so we can't pity them for that.
European policies.
Yes, now they are the one that created the war in their country.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
Why would I say that?
They benefit.
What are you saying?
Rational mind.
Are they the one who started the Arab Spring? You know how it all began? Is it not the Arab Spring?
So what started the Arab Spring? Do you know the brain behind the Arab Spring?
Oh God! No, let's not do this now. Let us argue.
No, it's not about doing it. Let me tell you. Even what is happening in Sudan now. Do you know how it started? Do you know the brain behind it? Do you know the people that are benefiting? So let me tell you this.
Oh God.
The Europeans and even the Americans. It is only the Americans far away from these people. That's why they are not suffering as much as the Europeans are suffering. They are the ones that they are the ones benefiting from it. So it's just a tip of what they are getting. It's all the tip of what they are getting from what they have created in their country that they are spending on them.
They will not. This Simba, these American people, they will
No,
never agree
sorry,
because they benefit from it. I've noticed that about Americans. Once you benefit from it, it's not a problem. It's not usually a problem. It's the same way these Europeans behave.
Sorry, hold on.
Americans
finish.
do it, and the thing is that Americans,
Sorry,
all
can
the Americans,
you hear me?
both Asian, both white, both black, all of you do it. You benefit so much from America.
Can you hear me,
but
Solly?
Other countries are not benefiting.
Okay, let me. Solly, please let me not mute you. I don't want to mute you. So I just say let Simba finish what he was saying. I think Simba. I know you were talking, Solly, but let Simba talk, and then you can.
What I'm saying. Okay, let's take two countries for example, because these two Arab countries. Let's take Syria and Libya. Who are the people fighting in Syria now? It's not America and Russia.
No. That's not, the point is, how did it begin? That's the point. How did it begin? How did it begin? How did it begin? How did it begin? I mean to say, look at my.
Okay, let me tell you. If you look at Libya, for example, it was the NATO and the America that wanted to remove Gaddafi, and they used the people against him, and they got rid of him.
Simba, you will continue. Now let me I don't want to sound like maybe we're trying to school ourselves here. We know you might know how it began. Maybe you're not looking at it from that point of view. How it all began was how it began in Tunisia, and it spread across like wildfire to Egypt, and then back to west to Tunisia. Spread eastward, Libya, and then to what's it called to Egypt, and then up north to Syria and all of that. And that was how the Arab Spring began. And then when they saw, the Americans, the Westerners saw that the people were agitated for a change of the status quo. Like, for example, the Libya you're talking about now, when they saw that there was an uprising of the people, and they know what Gaddafi is capable of doing, how he can suppress those people, if the Americans were just to stand aloof and not to do anything about it and intervene, Gaddafi will slaughter his people. That was, don't get me wrong, I'm not justifying it. Listen, when I speak the way I speak.
You mean the same way US told you that there's weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, right? You mean the same people that told you that?
Hold on, sorry. There's always a bad, there's always a good side and bad side to every story. I'm not saying that what the Americans they did by going to invade, helping the rebels against Gaddafi was right. It is both right and it's both wrong. Because if Gaddafi had been allowed, the kind of power he would have crushed that rebellion, and he would have, killed it. And Americans, we know that's, the Westerns, they find out that that's as an opportunity for them to get rid of Gaddafi. But maybe that's not how they planned it, the way they did with the Gaddafi.
Let me ask you, Rational Man. Before then, let me tell you this.
Okay. Now, they think maybe we're going to catch him alive, and maybe to like give me some kind of trial that will put him away, maybe a war crime or whatever. But then the rebels got hold of him and they did their way with him, and that was where the whole thing tipped over for the West, because they never thought that it was going to go that way. It went the wrong way.
Are you sure? You are saying it as if you are there, and you are saying it authoritatively.
Because I'm a student of history. All I'm just saying now is not contrary to what they're out there in history.
What Rational Mind?
Hold on, eyes on, John.
Wait. I just wanted to call in because of this topic, and I can't believe I'm saying this. But
the West bombed
I agree with Simba.
Convoy now, Rational Mind.
I agree with Simba.
I agree, but let me land. Aizon, you will come in.
Okay.
My point
Rational Mind. The NATO bombed Gaddafi convoy.
All right.
The convoy of vehicle was bombed.
Well, when was that? Was it during the Arab Spring, or was it after the Arab Spring? When was this? Let me know. When was this?
When it was moving from one side of the country to the other, it was bombed. That was what was responsible for his capture. So what do you mean that the West doesn't?
No, what I'm saying is this. You see, you're not following. You're not following. Is that when it all began in Tunisia, the Arab Spring began.
They sponsored it.
Well, I don't know that. Hold on. I don't know. Hold on.
They are the ones that sponsored
it. You see, I'm a student of history. I might be wrong. I'm not saying my history is correct. As far as I can recollect, my recollection can serve me right. Is when that guy, the fruit seller, set himself. We all know this. So I don't.
No, let's forget about those one.
Hold on now. We need to go to the core.
The
of it.
rebel.
If we don't go to the core of how
that
it began,
came
it's easy for us to start framing
Libya,
stories.
the rebel that invaded into Libya through
I get it that they
Benghazi,
invaded. Hold on.
It was sponsored by the West.
I agree, but I
yes.
can land. Let me not, please. I agree that the West invaded these countries, like Libya we're talking about. But I'm saying how it all began is when it began with the deposition of Ben Ali in Tunisia, and the other countries saw that as if Ben Ali, who is one of the most tyrant dictator and who has been ruling Tunisia for so many years, and people could get rid of him, why can't we start our own in Egypt, in Libya, and in Syria and all those places? That was how it began, like wildfire. And they saw these dictators, if they do not step in, I'm making case for the Western countries why they invaded, because if they do not invade, these dictators, they have the strength to crush their people. The people who are agitated that we want a total going away from this status quo of these dictators ruling us. Either Ben Ali, either Gaddafi, either what was that Egyptian ruler for many years before they got him rid of him. I mean, all of them, and the Assad family in Syria. They know what these people are capable of doing, but instantly they had to come into it because they saw that their interest is also at play here. You see, we have to look at it from different angles. I'm not saying what they did by invading these countries were right.
But yes, but what he talked about is their policy. If they didn't interfere, they wouldn't have this. They wouldn't need to have this policy.
When did they interfere? That's the question. When did they interfere? When did they interfere into the matter?
They just told you they bombed this convoy. That's an interference.
I know they bombed it because that was when he was running away. When the insurrection started, the rebellion started, and he was running away, and they were trying to see the plan was.
So that's an interference.
From the plan that was that they wanted to capture him alive.
Bombing is capturing.
What are you saying, rational mind? Bombing.
Belu rockets. That's the capture.
They bomb. I don't know of that. I don't know if they bombed him. But what I know was that they were trying to capture him alive.
His car is
with rockets.
Was bombed by the France.
By France?
By the NATO. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, based on what, as far as my own recollection.
Rational mind, can I come in and give you some historical facts? Okay. So, Ajanle Koko and Simba are correct, and my brother from Netherlands, they're correct. So, Gaddafi, okay, first, Ben Ali, they had the uprising in Tunisia, right? They removed Ben Ali, right? Egypt had their own, and then they removed Hosni Mubarak. Right? Remember now. Now, remember, Egypt had an election. Democracy won. And the Muslim Brotherhood won in Egypt. Clean and fair elections. And Mohamed Morsi got implemented as the leader of Egypt. And then there was a coup in Egypt. That's what brought in Sisi. A straight coup. Sisi was a general. And then he switched to traditional civilian gear and took over power. Nobody said anything about the coup. Now, the same Western nations that supported a military coup in Egypt turned around and financed, this is fact, financed their proxies from Syria to go into Libya to destabilize the country. These proxies got weapons, went into Libya, started causing problems. Gaddafi started cracking down on them. They now accuse Gaddafi of bombing his own people, so they put a no-fly zone over Libya. After they put a no-fly zone over Libya, they essentially were providing air support to these fanatics that came into Libya. Gaddafi had an interview. He said it. He said, these are not Libyans. He said, I'm fighting Al-Qaeda and ISIS. But these people will not let me fight them. African leaders wanted to go there to talk to NATO to tell them to stop and have peace. Some African leaders, they disrespected the African leaders and sent them back. And then they put a no-fly zone, essentially giving air support to those people. Then they took out Gaddafi and killed him on the street. Fired him on the street. This is what happened. And then Libya became a place with no government, different warlords ruling Libya. Slavery started in Libya. And then all these people from all these countries started flocking to Europe. That's what Simba is talking about that's causing all these problems of the mass migration. And then what happened at the end? You see, so NATO is supposed to be not Atlantic Treaty Organization put together to defend against Russia's aggression, but instead they've become an imperial force, and they were hand in hand responsible for the destabilization of Libya, and that same group that destabilized Libya ended up moving into West Africa and ended up getting guns, and that's how we got the problem in Nigeria, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, so you can see the problem. So they're right. Rashomai, this is the history of the situation.
Yeah, I concur to some extent that what you guys said is that there are facts there that the NATO came in at some point. But like you said, when Gaddafi was cracking down on these people, well, like you said, the last time I checked, I know the ISIS had base at some point, but if you remember, there was this I said Tunisia, Libyan in America, who went on exile, who also has been fighting Gaddafi regime from abroad here, from America here, and I think he's trained. He has some military training. You know, he's one of those warlords now in Libya now. I think he controls Benghazi area and towards the east. And when these people went in there, you can say that these people were brought in from ISIS that were brought in, because you see, sometimes we make this narrative. Sometimes I just kind of, I'm not saying that the West are not capable of this kind of chaotic things and cause of mayhem like that. But if they were against ISIS from the beginning, they were trying to gun down the ISIS, take them down, and then they are now filtering them into Libya to go and destabilize Libya, like you said. Because I believe these are Libyans. There are many Libyans abroad in exile who are looking forward, who are just looking forward to the total collapse of Gaddafi. But then that's the NATO or the West supported these rebels in form of ISIS, brought them into Libya. But what I knew was that Gaddafi was crushing them. They know Gaddafi has the capability. And if he continues like that, he's going to continue crushing his people. And that was when I think they intervened. That might be an excuse for them to intervene, or maybe it's not a genuine excuse. But what I'm trying to say is that both sides, they have their rights. Gaddafi is right in trying to protect his people, protect his collapse of Libya. Now look at where Libya is today. Now Libya is in total mess.
Rasnama, do you know that this same narrative is why, if you go and listen to what the media, what they do is they always portray one side, they don't tell you the other side. If you listen to the people from Mali and Burkina Faso, for part of the reasons why they wanted the French out is because they felt the French were complicit in working with those militants that were destabilizing their country. Go and look at Mali now. How many of those militants have been successful in Mali since they kicked the French out? They've totally been able to stop it. Look at Burkina Faso. In Ouagadougou, there were almost bombings every day. It has stopped. They started working with the Russians, and all of a sudden, this stuff, this whole thing.
Rational mind. Have you been to France?
Yeah.
I know there was a time you were in Europe. Did you go to France?
My last tour, I wasn't in France.
When you speak to the average French person and you ask them about these kind of situations, they don't care as long as they benefit from it. I'm telling you. Now, if the average citizen has this mentality, how do you think their government works? As long as these people benefit from it and it is not affecting their daily life, they don't care. They believe that is how life works. If you can take advantage of some people, because that is their society.
Survival of the fittest.
Yes, their society has been survival of the fittest for thousands of years. These are people that had no resources for thousands of years. So they had to be stealing from each other, buying each other, raiding it. England and France fought war for 1,000 years. Nítorí Ọlọ́run, what are you fighting for? So they have this mentality and belief. So once it's happening to another country, they'll say, well, the country is weaker. So why are they not smart enough to fight back? That is their ideology.
So what is currently going in Europe now, in Scandinavian countries where you guys are in?
Now it is affecting them. So
it's
they
affecting
care.
them, right?
Yes,
I know. I understand that. I understand that they are paying for they are paying the price for their meddling in these people's affair in whatever way you guys have described it, or that we might not have even known. But I just believe that what is currently going on. I mean, I've seen it. I mean, the few countries that I've been to, this recent tour that I did, I was like marveled, like, whoa, what is going on in Europe? Europe that I used to know now, it's totally becoming Arab. What do you call it? Euro-Arab. I mean, Arab, Euro. There's a name. There's a name.
But of recent, there's been this anti-immigration laws that have been in Australia, in France.
Yeah, but let me explain that. It's not
But it's not really working in some countries like France.
Let me explain why it's not. Can I explain why it's not working?
Go on.
Politicians, like all politicians, are the same. They see a market where people are taking their attention to, and they use it to get votes. But they cannot really do anything unless they leave the European Union, and they are not leaving the European Union anytime soon. None of them are leaving it, but they use it as a way to get votes. That's just it. They can't do anything.
I was Orban. Is it Hungarian?
The only way they can implement what they want is if they leave the European Union.
Oh no, but Hungary is part of the European Union now, right?
Yes.
I was having this the conversation with this Hungarian chick when I was in Europe, and she was telling me about how they were able to do this over there in Hungary. Very tight. Their regulation is very, very tight.
But he's doing it against the rules, which it puts Hungary at the risk of being removed from the European Union.
But it's not happening. It's not still happening. I mean, it's
may happen. I'm telling you, these people, once they set their mind, they will let it happen. They will let him do what he wants. But I'm telling you, they may remove Hungary, and there's nothing Hungary will be able to do about it. These people have, especially Germany. This is why I can never live in that country. They have things called rules, and they believe that these rules is what has kept them surviving for thousands of years. So yes, they may just the same way they will allow things to happen, but you will surely pay a price later on. That's how they work.
Because I see this as a real big threat in Europe. Because I was like,
if this Hungary is going to stay in EU, they are going to suffer for it. They are going to pay for it one way or the other. I'm telling you.
But the Orban is, I mean, their prime minister, I mean, is he prime minister or president? Is really doing it. I mean, let me not say it's doing
yes,
it, but it's
for
really
now,
doing it
now.
Like I said, because I tell you, in Hungary, it's very strict for people that are non-European.
Yes, that's what I'm
really
saying.
Coming to that country.
They will let him do it for now because it benefits them. Once these situations have been resolved, then they will now start punishing you. They like what you call.
Why are they going to resolve it? Because they are more people.
They will find a way, but they will find a way one way or the other, even if it means harsh rules. They'll say, "Oh, some politicians went too far right; they couldn't control it, and it went too far. And finally, they controlled it. Once they've done what they need to do, they will now start. They have what they call media optics." Right?
You see,
they want it to be always presented in a nice way.
ST0LE, everything about these people is not because politicians want their votes. Yeah, someone said their policy are causing problem everywhere. Yeah, but it depends on the policy we are talking about. There are some policies that they've done, that they've embraced, that they've used that one to bottle themselves on the foot. How do I mean? All these issues of the feminism, all those women's world that will make the woman not get married, or the men who don't like to have kids and all those stuff. So why all this story is when you look at these people's population without immigrants, you find out that the age of those people that are supposed to be in the workforce, they were reducing. Just for example, maybe you find people within the age of 30 and below, for example, maybe they are not more than 20% of the population, while the older people are more. What does that mean? If those older people just get old, who is going to work for their retirement? Who is going to work to pay for their retirement and some other things? So they'll be depopulated.
That's the point. That's the point right there.
But Ola,
they are now supplementing.
You are in Canada. The difference is that In Canada, US, UK, you can do all those kind of rules and it will work for you, right? But this is Europe. These people that you've caused havoc with, they can simply walk over the fence. So you have people that you don't know who they are. Same thing that is happening with USA border. You don't know who they are. They may be criminals, they may be rapists, they may be serial fires, they may be bank robbers.
How was it easier when you look at what happened in 2001? So that's just theory. 2001 will tell you that anything is possible anyway. You understand? I understand these people you are talking about when they brought those people from Syria to Canada. You know, just imagine someone in the camp will be telling someone that is wearing mini shorts, will be drawing the sketch. No, don't do that. Without even knowing that what they were doing is nothing but harassment. You understand? Just because of their cultural or religion orientation, so they will behave that same way. And we are talking of those people that they rescue from problem, but they are the one now trying to control their rescuer, tell them how to behave. Not even knowing that, okay, if you know how to behave where you were coming from.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point we're talking about. So because like I said, I think I'm looking for that word. Is Arabification, we call it. I mean, like Europe is turning really becoming. I mean, like somebody said, and even the Caucasians there are not really giving birth. Like somebody was saying here that
See,
they really
if
even
not for
marrying.
immigrants, these people's population will be reducing.
You say what?
If not for immigrants, their population will
Yeah, population was reducing at some point. Yeah, so that's why if you go like places, some big major cities, like you just see that, you don't see real white people. You just see this brown people, like not really dark like us, but brown.
Is there a link? I was going to ask, is there a link between immigration and slave trade? What's the difference between both of them?
It's a form of it's another form of slave trade in some coded way. It's a coded slave trade in some ways, Yeah, some of us are moving.
Because if slaves were taken from Africa for the industrialization to build rail tracks, immigrants are also the way they select immigrants basically is based on, especially like Canada, is based on skills and what you can bring into the economy and stuff like that. So don't you see a linkage between both of them? Do you just
my
brother?
I
No,
don't necessarily agree.
My brother, no.
Why will you say no?
Because okay, let me give you an example. Slave trade, they forcibly took people. People were kidnapped. Yes, some of our people were complicit in actually trading, that made a lot of money by trading slaves. But today, because of the economic situation in most of these developing countries, from Middle East to Africa to South America to Central America, if a 17th century slave ship today docks in Lagos, the line that will be lining up to get on that ship to go to America, in fact, that line will be from Tinkan Island all the way to Ikeja. That's the difference today.
Can I ask Aizen a question? Good evening, guys.
Yeah.
By the way, do you think Africa would have been better off without the invasion of the West? Do you think Africa would have been better off without the so-called civilization from the West?
I think civilization is a matter of subjective perception, right?
Look at civilization. I mean the way it's perceived in today's world. I mean,
I think Africa would have been better off. We would have grown at our own pace, right? We would have grown at our own pace, using our own knowledge, taking things that we would have encountered from. You keep in mind, we're already trading with Middle East. Some people were going as far as Turkey, Africans. So we would have taken knowledge and grown at our own pace to the point where we would have developed. One of the main reasons, according to archaeologists and historians, that we didn't get as fast as some of these other people is because most of these other civilizations were constantly interacting with each other. If you look at where Egypt was, the Middle East, across the Mediterranean, those populations were constantly interacting. So the exchange of knowledge and technology and all that stuff was constantly being moved around. So they were able to move so much faster. We, because of the Sahara, only a handful of people had encountered us. before the Portuguese started sailing around the world and came into our. So we would have developed at our own pace and we would have had our city states, whether it's of your empire or this or that. Keep in mind, when they came to Benin Kingdom, right, the Portuguese said the organization in Benin Kingdom was better than Lisbon. This is fact. These are Portuguese explorers that came to Benin and they said the roads, the light, they said they saw lights. They saw lights in Benin Kingdom in the 14th century. So our people had knowledge and were advancing at our pace. When these guys came in, they totally destabilized everything. That's why that Chinua Achebe book, Things Fall Apart, is so powerful. Because everything that made us who we are was taken away and the structure just fell apart. And once the corruption and greed of slavery, of trading goods, of kidnapping your own and pitting one against the other, once all of that came in, it just went downhill from there. And we still haven't recovered.
Do you think it's the same? Can you link that same destruction to the same game that is happening in the Middle East, in Syria and stuff? Like, do you think it's actually like that aim, like plan to like destabilize or take away countries from actually growing at their own pace or advancing at their own pace? Because it can also be linked to the whole Syria, the whole Middle East. It's as if they're done with Africa. They've done whatever they've done with Africa. They put them at the back seat. And now the shift is now to the Middle East, and they've really destabilized that entire region. Like, I don't even see them even getting developed anytime soon, except for the UAEs and Saudis and everything. Do you think it's the same mindset, the same game plan?
The Middle East issue started when they discovered oil in Saudi Arabia. Keep in mind, the Saudis were a bunch of Bedouins living in the desert, right? Once they discovered oil, the rate at which their development went, and once that happened, the US realized that, listen, we need to corner this section and make sure we continue to get what we need from this area. And then they started working with the Saudis. They developed that whole area. And then they pitted these Arabs against one another. That's why you don't see the Saudis saying anything about what's happening in Palestine.
Can you well phrase it in the context of the metamorphosis of colonization? That is the new form of it. It's not as forceful, but it's a new form of colonization. So it's taking a new form. So like somebody tells you, for instance, that, well, we industrialized our own society for hundreds of years using coal and gas flaring, but Africa and the Middle East, we now have to evolve into green energy, and you need to stop using the same fossil fuels that we used to develop because we think we should have evolved past it. So it's like moving the goalpost. Each time you are ready to evolve or take a step or explore what they've done, they move the goalpost. And if you don't comply to what they want, they demonize you. And they have the media to do that. They even have some of your own people that are supposed to be the so-called educated, be at the forefront of demonizing their own people to the detriment of their own society in favor of the West. So it's a new form of colonization and a new form of slavery, mildly, we can put it that way.
You're right. You're right. No, I don't know if you've read any of Nkrumah's books. You know, I consider, me personally, I consider Nkrumah to be one of the fathers of Africa, because the man was ahead of his time. He called what's happening today neocolonialism. If you go and read his books, he actually said that neocolonialism, what's happening today, is 10 times more dangerous than what happened during colonialism, because today we have willing collaborators. We have willing, like you just said, right? People that are willing to, we have willing collaborators that will openly and willingly destroy our nations to the benefit of Western nations. Openly and willingly. And what you said about the technology, right? That is on us. They can say, okay, they've benefited from the Industrial Revolution and the use of oil and gas to develop their economies, and now they want to go green. So we are looking at it and saying, oh, well, you guys are talking about this and we have to comply, but we haven't developed our own space. So therefore, we need to use oil and gas to develop our own space first before we catch up. But we're not thinking. We don't need to follow them. We need to use the technology of today and the future to develop our own future. We need to chart our own course. You shouldn't say, oh, because you guys use oil and gas and you polluted your environment to build an economy, therefore, we need to use oil and gas to pollute our environment, develop our economy. No, we need to. I'll give you an example. In the US today, this is Babati, so I know you're in the US. In the US today, what do you see most people trying to gravitate towards? Organic foods, organic farming, less use of pesticides, insecticides, fertilizers, and all the right to develop because they've linked these items to being carcinogenic. In essence, they cause cancer, right? So they've identified it. But we, on the other hand, our ancestors gave us the course and said, hey, grow food and don't use these things. We want to embrace all those chemicals in our societies instead of trying to think into the future to say, no. We need to create our own system using what our ancestors left for us to create a future where we're feeding ourselves with healthy food and we're not poisoning our soils and our food or using GMOs. But we're not. What do you see? We've become a dumping ground for fertilizers. Monsanto, whomever, I forgot the name of the company, that pesticide Roundup somehow found its way to West Africa. Meanwhile, the FDA had outlawed it as being a carcinogenic substance. So you see, these are things that we need to wake up to. We can't blindly follow these countries because it will lead to our destruction. There's no other way to put it. We have to wake up and look and say, no, it's not everything the West does that we should openly follow.
So in that light, when you're ruling class, look at the show of shame with this recent Green Energy Summit, where you went there in the hundreds to attend a meeting that had nothing to do with you at all. You can benefit from it, but it wasn't really about you. It was pretty much to exploit you, and you were willing participants in that. That's the problem. It's not so much the people; it's the ruling class of our society.
But the ruling class represents the people, Babati, right? We're complicit.
That's
right. We're complicit because we can say, oh well, Tinubu went, but guess what? Tinubu had 8 million votes, right? We can say our House of Reps. But guess what? Most of our relatives in our local governments vote for our House of Reps.
Those votes were not earned based on policy debates. As a matter of fact, we didn't even have any debate.
So no, exactly.
People don't vote on issues like I would say, okay, in America now, everybody knows I am a economics-based voter. Everything I vote for is based on stock market, investment, and that's my thing. So I'm a one single voter. In Nigeria, if I ask the average voter, okay, why did you vote for this person? You're going to start hearing funny, nothing based on substance, nothing based on progressive ideas in terms of economic growth and society. So it's not based on the very thing that we need. So when you ask me the question that, that's the problem. We don't vote on issues. We don't vote on ideas. So when they get there, they don't owe you anything because they didn't promise you anything, by the way, and you did not demand anything from them.
No, are you sure that's the case? I believe that it's they don't owe you anything because your votes.
No. Let me clarify. When I say so, you say for me, when somebody says vote for me, I will give you water, road. No, we should have evolved. I'm not about major life-changing investment in the country. Basic amenities should not be a voting. It should not be a campaign matter, in my opinion. Water,
Babati,
I don't buy that.
Babati, you have to realize something, and this is what I have this same conversation with a lot of my friends, and we always agree on one thing: the average Nigerian, my brother, is not like any of us on this platform right now. You have to understand this. And if we understand this fundamentally at its core, then we know exactly how they're being manipulated. The average Nigerian, right, cannot see past their next meal. Majority of the population of our country is thinking about the next meal. So when a guy shows up and tells you, I will give you enough money that you use to feed your family for the next 3 months. And that money, by the way, Babati, is not up to money we earn in 2 days. They will take it and they will give that guy whatever he wants. That is where we are.
I think the
weaponization of poverty has become our very Achilles heel. And to Babati's point, we don't have those debates because we can't have those debates because we haven't gotten past the foundation items we need. What are the foundation items? Clean water. We don't have clean water. We don't have sewage. We don't have healthcare.
See, I think
education.
Nigerian politics. Nigerian politics is akin to, you know how we see when we watch football and we support teams blindly, like just because of the passion and everything. In this line, most of our political parties are in line with just either religious or ethnic sentiments. We really don't demand anything from them. Just like football, just win. When you win, you can. It's not as if we derive any personal benefits in terms of water, electricity, or anything like that. But it's more or less like it's all, like you said, it's all been politicized, ethnicized, and everything. I take home for APC or PDP winning an election is that, okay, my person won, a Christian won, and that is that. They don't owe us any form of accountability. All they've done is they've won, and I'm satisfied with that. They can do whatever they want. That's the mindset of every
you know what? If I can make a law in Nigeria, if I had my way, I will ban cutting tape for public projects. Overhead bridge, let's go and cut tape. Borehole, how are you cutting tape on what you're supposed to do? Anyways, it's nothing special, God damn it. It's your job. It's nothing. Exactly. Why are you cutting tape on borehole and schools?
Exactly. And my brother that just spoke, it's not even partisan. This is the thing I will say to you. This APC, all that, the APC, PDP, whatever, it's not partisan. Look, the very basic things for life that we need. Let's start there. The basic things for life. But no one can hold them accountable because the masses in our society, right, don't even feel empowered. They like I said, listen, if you don't believe me, go to any, most of you have, go to any rural area in Nigeria, go and see. They can't see past it. So how are you going to tell those people that, all the things we're discussing now, you can't even bring it up. In fact, if you bring it up, they'll laugh you out of the room. They'll say, this one has come from America. So, it's not even a conversation you can have. So like we were talking about before about the money coming back. Yeah, that money should come back to Nigeria. But if that money comes back, none of us have any method to account or hold them accountable for how the money will be spent, what it will be used for, how we can track it. Our media is so afraid of the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation that they can't even try to do their work because the instrument of state is being used to suffocate them. These are facts, whether it's PDP or PDP, APC, whomever, it doesn't matter. It's the same mode of system they use. And that's where we look at the situation and a lot of us feel hopeless because we're like, it's Nigeria. Well, some people are just giving up to prayer. In fact, they just say, well, we're just going to pray and hope this country gets better. Some have said the only thing that can save us is revolution. And that's why a lot of times when you listen to Omoyele Sowore, he's right in what he says about the way to get out of this thing, but he hasn't been able to.
Sorry to interrupt. Can I ask a quick question in regards to that revolution? Yeah. You know that Nigeria has two major fault lines. That is ethnicity and religion. So each time you've had the call for revolution, the so-called powers that be, they know how to throw in the culture, ethnicity. So if an Igbo man is the one, like maybe he has his followership and he wants to galvanize the whole country genuinely over the lawful country. Once it comes out to campaign for something, it's because his uncle lost elections. It's because if it's a Yoruba man, it's the other way around. They will find a way to insert that, and it's been very effective. Let's be honest. They find a way to effectively destabilize any form of revolutionary or protest. Even when Sowore that is from the job.
Babati. Let me say this. We should not even localize the problem. That this problem is not peculiar to Nigeria. It's a Pan-African problem. You understand? We are just looking at our own space and say, okay, maybe it's ethnicity because or whatever. But what is happening in Nigeria happens in virtually all African countries. So we should go beyond.
Not only African countries.
I'm not limiting it to Africa, but I'm not speaking to the Nigerian reality right now. I get your point, but how do we?
All those are micro. Let me tell you, all these problems that we are lighting, they are micro problems. The bigger picture is what we're supposed to be thinking about. If we think our own problem is ethnicity, Is ethnicity the problem in Ghana? Is ethnicity the problem in Kenya? Is it the problem in Namibia?
No. Simba, this is what I said from.
Okay, let me tell you. Look at what, as Aizon said earlier, look at what is happening in Egypt now. The guy came in 2013, changed the constitution to unlimited. He can run as many times as possible. He just contested third term now, and he has won. He will become another dictator in Egypt, and he's not doing well.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying that. Hold on. I'm saying that. No. I'm saying that those two fault lines have been effective tools for politicians to dampen any form of revolution that's about to take place. Each time you have that agitation that is coming up, they've found a way to effectively squash it. So how do the people rise up beyond those two fault lines to effectively change the system the way it's supposed to be, to favor the people, is the question, pretty much.
Babati, it starts with us. It starts with us.
No, it's not going to start with you the way you look at it.
You know, Ola, let me explain. Let me explain real quick. It starts with us. Do you know why I say that? Do you know why I say that? Okay, so like I said, majority of the average Nigerians, they're not like us, right? They haven't seen the world the way we have. Look at the things we're discussing here. These are not things that if you go to any beer parlor in Lagos, for the most part, they're not talking about these things. Some people are, but not a lot of people. But the reason why I say it starts with us is because every time, Babati, every time we see that ugly face of ethnicity or ethnocentrism or tribalism raise its head, we should crush it. Every time. For instance,
how do you crush it?
I'll give you an example. For instance, we're talking about Diezani, right? Diezani is an Ijaw woman. Her maiden name is Diezani Pobeni, right? She's from Kaboway clan. She's Ijaw, right? It's not Diezani Madueke. Madueke is her married name. Okay? Diezani is an Ijaw
she's
woman.
not Igbo.
She's not Igbo. She's Ijaw. Diezani.
Is that what?
She's like an Igbo princess or something. I think
her name. I know her family. Her last name is Pobini. Okay. One of her uncles was an admiral in the Navy. Diezani. Pobini. Diezani is a job, but I won't come to this platform and defend her. I cannot. Under any circumstances, right?
Aizon. Those people defending Diezani, they are not necessarily Ijaw or this.
No, but Oladi is the point I'm making, right? I'm using myself as an example. Listen, I know some Ijaw people that are defending her. Trust me, they're saying
no. I see. There's a point I'm countering there. It's not okay. See, there are many Yorubas now that are defending Obi, and there are many Yorubas that can buy themselves because of Buhari. No matter what, they will tell you that what Buhari did was not wrong. They will rather accuse me, accuse my dead grandpa, accuse my great grandpa that we are the problem. See,
but this is the point. This is the point I'm trying to make. Let me just land the plane and then take over. So what I'm saying is there are people that will look like you remember when what's his name came back to Delta State, Ibori, and Ibori is Urubu. He went back to his community. I don't know if you recall, but the celebration that happened when he came back, right? The reason I'm saying this is because there are people that will come out ready to die for that person from their ethnicity, regardless of what they've done, right? But there are a number of people like all of us that regardless of if the person can be from our own backyard, right is right and wrong is wrong. And we should stand up and say that, irrespective of anything. Look at the accountant general. They've top-banned him. Nobody's calling for his prosecution in the north. You know, the man stole money. I haven't heard one court case. You know, we're talking about Emefiele, and Emefiele should pay for whatever he's done.
You know that ID Sirikatu has been top-banned, so they say it's a shake now.
You see?
that country is something else. You know what they do all of that?
Go ahead, Jerry.
Hold on, you continue. Why they do that thing? Imagine now that you want to go and arrest ID Sirika for the failed Nigerian Airways or whatever you call it, Nigerian Air. Would they not tell me that, they have arrested our sheikh our mullah, our whatever, they will turn it to religion. See, my brother, that country. I was saying to somebody here this morning.
It's a field state.
Remember, I remember a few days ago on the platform we were discussing. There was this intention on fake drugs and fake drinks from the southeast, and immediately that topic came up. You had one of our famous southeastern on the platform, like, no, let's talk about everybody. It is a national issue. Why are you only discussing us? And before it became, even though the focus was
yeah. Look. The solution that the thing will change with us is not just going to change with us that way. Even among us said that we are ethnic in nature. We are not even the decision maker back in Nigeria. Those people that are decision makers in Nigeria are still the poor people suffering in Nigeria. Even because not we educated, the middle class, we are not even helping the cause of that Nigeria. We are at our best. We are so good at speaking grammar. We are so good in this kind of discussion and just conjuring solutions. But when it is time for implementation, you will never find us there. That's where the problem starts. Then, one thing back in Nigeria is lack of education, and there is a correlation between lack of education and poverty. When people are poor, they are likely to listen to who is going to feed them, where they are going to get crunches of food. Now, if you are generally educated, there will be a way to strike the balance that is not going to be that easy. Now, look at when we're having it's not just a coincidence that when we talk of Yoruba today, that we never see Yoruba, even the same thing they are supporting. When you are talking of that fragmentation of ideas, you find it among Yoruba people. Whether you like it tomorrow, some people will never agree with Obasanjo. You will never see a Yoruba supporting their own absolutely. It's impossible. You must have division. And what caused that? It's just because of the level of education we acquired in the past. And we build the confidence over time. See, and all these people, all these politicians, they've known that any day you have proper education. You know, meanwhile, proper education is not limited to when you have university degree. I'm saying education that will empower you, that will give you that confidence, that make you be whosoever you are, that do not make you be a subject to another person. If you are able to do that, because if you're able to get that, you won't be able to see people having some kind of gathering where people will indoctrinate. Just imagine someone working extra time, running after money, having an appointment with his babes, trying to fix all that. Where will he get time for him to be indoctrinated? Where will we get time for any politicians to change his mind? Because already he's an independent fellow. But over time, these people, they've made the system in such a way that the poor, even the so-called poor people, will still depend on these highly placed people. So that education, and whether by either by we have it intentionally or the politicians lost their mind and they educate us, if you don't have it, we are still going to fall for whatever that is happening. So
sorry, if I might ask, what differentiates the level of education of the West or the typical Yoruba person from the education the South or Southeast gets?
No, I'm just telling you that we have that leverage. You see before Awolowo, this thing, free education. You see, the southeastern people, they were in fact, even by the basis of occupying the civil service, I would say they were the most educated. But you will see that the level of education that Awolowo brought to the Western region, not necessarily university education, but the basic, what will empower the people for them to be self-reliant. So And so when you are occupied with what will make you progress, you don't depend on someone that is going to manipulate you. That is why you see all those papa, the same way you can use religion to manipulate some people's mind. All those papa, you cannot. And when I say all those papa that benefited from free education, that were well educated, you were not going to use that one to engineer their mind. But today, it's another thing entirely. So it's not going to be, oh, let me change, no, it's not going to happen. Okay, the question, how do 200 million people change just because we decide to change? It's not going to happen. It's going to be some kind of change in orientation. A change in orientation will be through education that is purposefully directed or targeted at achieving that purpose. So, like we said, here too, we are fragmented, like I said. In Canada, we are, but what differentiates our population here to Bygone is just because of the level of education. Before I start behaving like a typical Nigerian, I would think of implication, or I would think of what can I even do to make myself better. If I can pay my bill, why should I be shouting until I become homeless before I do the right thing, when I have everything to do the right thing?
Sorry, if I might chip in, is it really education that is a problem? Because I think we have a very high number of people that are educated in Nigeria. But let's start from the grassroots level.
The question of what is education? That's the definition. Education is a broad word. What's education?
What's the difference between the education you have in Canada from Nigeria? What's the difference?
You see, my brother, if I want to, then anyway, I had education in the United States, not Canada in particular. You understand? If I want to differentiate between the education I got back in Nigeria and the one I got back in the United States, I'm sorry to say.
No, you can't say you're sorry to say, because I know of people that
wait, my brother,
secondary school, primary school, Nigeria, university, Nigeria. I came to Canada and are flourishing. You can't even tell the difference.
The difference is between the Earth we have today and Milky Way galaxy. They are not the same. I'm sorry to say. Even though we went through a lot of things, they are not exactly the same, I can tell you. When you graduate from a university here, your confidence is as high. It's as high as anything. When you are coming from Nigeria, the first thing you find about it, you are hopeless. We will be saying, oh, who is going to employ me now? You start talking of unemployment. But whereas people, right from the type of education, they are training them to be self-reliant. What do I mean? Okay, you want to get into construction, carpentry. The first thing you do is you find someone in the apprenticeship. Already, you are earning and you are going to school to train. So you are learning the practical, you are learning the theory from school. By the time you are coming out, even though it is skill-based, you are starting on your own. You know all the rules and regulations, you know all the codes in your industry. How many electricians, for example, knows the code in Nigeria? Talk less of knowing the implications. So the thing is this, it's not even only that education of that I'm even talking about, even the civic education. You understand?
But the civic education, that was a deliberate attempt. Our political class eroded that. We don't have any civic or historical education in Nigeria.
Exactly. It'll be funny to you that I know Canadian politics more than Nigerian politics.
I think they are trying to introduce in Nigeria. They are doing it even in WAEC now.
No, my brother, I even did education in my undergraduate.
Introduce what? What are they trying to introduce in WAEC?
They have introduced civic education back to the curriculum.
Is it compulsory? Is it a compulsory course or
it's compulsory in the junior?
Previously, in form of social study and all of that, moral.
We used to have that, but what's the quality? That's the problem. What's the quality? Okay,
yeah, that's the thing. Apart from inequality, I had to even see the patriotism in the people, the leaders that these children are supposed to see. Because here in America, our kids that goes to school, I mean, I tell you, my kids were told that, listen, that you should be happy that you are in one of the greatest countries on earth. They've imbued that thing in them to make them
the love of country, right?
The love of country. Like, yeah, you should be proud to be an American. And a lot of people are.
But when you see a person
American
always bashing
exceptionalism.
Nigeria every day, how can you love? How can you love your
And
country?
apart from
You are
that, see,
bashing the country every day.
apart from that, they see the leaders. They see the military guys who go to war, who wants to die for the country. They see this in them, and the government even treat these people better. So that is why that patriotism is in them. But in our school, social study, Mongo Park, he discovered the road, the sea route to India, and Mongo Park, discovered Nigeria. I mean, those kind of crap.
Rational mind. Let me even tell you.
How do you see it? How do you see the functionality in the society?
Let me even tell you. Let me even tell you the practical education that they communicate to you directly, and the one they use just kinetics, body language to communicate to you. You want to teach people about equity, fairness, and justice, right? You know, okay, Babati is from Abeokuta. You serve for WAEC. Both of you were to go to University of Ife, Obafemi University. Babati scored 300. Someone from Sokoto scored 100. Then now goes, okay, in the name of federal character, Babati, because of catchment area, sorry, you cannot get to that place. We now give someone that scored 100. So what exactly are they teaching you? Inequity. Because your offense now is that because you were born in Abeokuta and someone was born in Sokoto, even though you put all effort, they are telling you that hard work will not give you anything, but your location will give you something. So from there is where you now address the system. Why can't you create your...
No, Ola. I agree with you what you are saying, and it should be generalized, because I could remember that time that we are doing JAM. Even some southeastern states were part of the educational disadvantaged states, and they put them there, especially Anambra that time.
No, don't let us. I'm just making an example.
Because no, people usually everybody is fixated that it's only the northerners. That's what I'm trying to correct.
Okay, the analogy is there's no level playing ground, because that is why that people like me, we advocate that you should have allowed every region to decide what work for them. If University of Sokoto, we admit someone without even JAMB at all, let it be. That's their own system. But don't communicate to two different people that, oh, no. Do you know at my age, I still carry the grudges that I could not get admission to Obafemi Awolowo University. And I still cause inwardly, although not outwardly, those people that made such kind of barbaric policy till tomorrow. How will I read night and day, burn candle? You understand? Read from 10 p.m. in the evening to like 6 a.m. And yes, someone would just say because of quota system, I will not get that. So that type of education, the orientation, you are not saying this thing directly in the classroom, but you are sticking this thing in people's brain. They are learning through their experience. You understand? You are learning through the experience. So until we look, because I see this thing as part of that education too. So the more you intentionally shape our orientation through education and what we learn through our environment, the better for the country. The better for the country. It is not by magic, even at my level of education, that I will tell you that never again for a person like Buhari or a person like Atiku. I was not in Nigeria, but Ruga almost gave me high blood pressure. Not because of myself, but because of my people at home. Looking at what is happening in Southern Kaduna. You understand? So those are the kind of indirect education that, this thing is not as if they sit us down in the classroom, but we are learning how these people are teaching us wrong things, how they are sending us wrong value. Then, when we go back to all those citizenship education, of course, I did citizenship education, and I still quote part of the exam that I did those days. If a man is to become pale as a land source to fairness, equity, or whatever jargon they were, I see manage to quote those things that came out through my exam. That's not what we are talking about. How many Nigerians even understand the constitution of Nigeria? How many Nigerians even understand how Nigeria unity came to be? How many Nigerians understand amalgamation and all those kind of pre-election, all those pre-election, the constitution we agree. All we know is Jagaban, Sai Baba. Those are the kind of thing we know, but we don't even know what those people truly represent.
Ola, do you know why they don't want that done? Because if you reveal the truth, then you're gonna have to have that real conversation about the fabric, the foundation of the country, and they don't want people asking questions. Okay, so if you really bring out history and start teaching it with the age of technology today, you have Google, you have all this information download that people can actually look back. If you introduce that into the Nigerian fabric society, people start asking questions. And what the ruling class hates the most is for a population that questions the authority or challenges them in any way, shape, or form. They don't want you questioning them at all on anything. So that's one of the main reasons why they will. I don't think they will fully introduce history to the level that you wanted to introduce into the society. And also in America, he said, for instance, the military is used to promote patriotism. America markets them to their kids. You know, you see an army officer, you see the advert, you see the love of country, and he was in that war, and he died in front of the bullet, saving his fellow soldiers, and he died for 10 people. By my uncle died at the war, but he saved 40 people by himself. That love of country is always there. They always share.
Babati, you know, the love of country.
You see, if he slap you, mopo. So there's no positive enforcement of that love of country. There's no figure to look at and say, okay, this is a person representing authority in Nigeria that loves country that I can emulate. You don't have that.
But Babati, the love of country is you're using the US example, right? You see ads on TV, Marines, you see this and this, right? But you have to understand, we have all these mechanisms in Nigeria, right? But the lack of effort to continually work on them and promote them and market them. Americans are very good at sales and marketing. To market them.
Example of the one that if you had the power to choose.
Yes, let me give you one. I'll give you two. In fact, I'll give you two in Nigeria that are there, right? And I give Gowon credit. The NYSC is one, right? The Unity Schools is another one, right? Beautiful programs to build and foster unity, to strengthen our bond and embrace our diversity. Fantastic programs. You finish university.
Honestly, those are false positive programs. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, but Ola, the point is that these are fantastic programs, right? Set up at a certain. You know why NYSC is not a fantastic program?
They are not fantastic.
The NYSC that is tagged now your suffering continues. Is that one fantastic?
Yeah, to the eyes of no, but you see that you're missing the point.
No, do you know why they are not fantastic?
Creation, wait. Let me say this: the creation of the program is a fantastic program.
But
the management and marketing of the program to make sure that it continues to have its desired effect has been dropped. They've dropped the ball. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is the point I'm making. Let me give you an example. I went to a Unity school, okay, for secondary school. I went to Unity school, secondary school. I didn't do university in Nigeria, but I went to Unity school. At a young age, I was exposed to, Gwari, Nupe, Birom, Fulani, Hausa, Ibibio, Efik. I was exposed to everyone. And till today, I cherish that experience because it took me far away from my home at a young age. And I was forced to understand what that country really meant and embrace and appreciate its diversity and its richness. Okay? So it's a fantastic program, But if I take you to my Unity school today, you will cry, right? So the point I'm making is that these things are beautiful, fantastic programs, but our government has totally just dropped the ball and has totally messed them up. NYSC, look,
they are
if you
fraud.
develop NYSC, Ola, if we develop NYSC with the same effort Americans put into their military, NYSC people that go and do NYSC, when they come out, these will be very dedicated patriots. But they dropped the ball on it.
Sorry, Aizon. I was in Israel like 5 years ago, right? I was in the street of Israel. But I had a tour guide. So I saw these young girls, but they had an American, like 4 of them, just young girls. They were wearing military uniform and they had guns, and they were by the roadside. They were like just walking, and they had like 4 of them, white girls with guns. So I said, wait a minute, where are you guys from? They're like, oh, we're from New Jersey. Wait a minute. Apparently, for the Jewish people, there's a program for their teenagers from America. Even if you're born in America, you come here for your military training, and they will come here and they will pay for everything, and they will go to Israel. How would they not love their country? How would they not love Israel?
They don't play around. They don't play around with it. Let me even tell you more. Babati, let me expand on Babati's example. Babati, let me even tell you more. Do you know, in every major city in the United States you go to, there's a Jewish community center. In every major city in the US you go to, there's a Jewish community center. In Toronto, I've counted at least 5 of them. Let me tell you what they do at these centers. They teach their children Hebrew. They teach them the history. They teach them the tradition. They build upon their education outside of school. They involve them in all sorts of activities. By the time they graduate from high school, they are very, very well-rounded. They have invested time and effort into their citizens. So that is the point I'm making. It's not that.
Let's address this problem. I disagree with you. What you are saying is you are looking at the periphery. You are not even looking at the foundation. Okay, look at it this way. The federal government, after 1966, hijacked all what belonged to the regions. And in putting people into those structures, now the people that believe they're in power, they are now loading themselves. Okay, look at, there was a time now, the time I was in Nepal, you have to know one Malam or somewhere before you could even get to that place. Probably the top echelon of that place, you are having like almost 80 to 85% of people from there from the north. And you are telling me that NYC will address that.
But that is where it got bastardized. Don't you understand what I'm saying, Ola? You can have good intentions about a program when you set it up, right? But the individuals that have gone in will bastardize it. And the reason why they can bastardize it is because you dropped the ball in managing that program. You have to understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying
that we manage it. You look at the Ministry of Justice, for example, you carry people from a particular region. You look at the police, you look at the military, you carry people from the particular region, and you are now saying NYSC will address what in particular.
Who is carrying them? Let me ask you this question. Who is carrying these people from a particular region?
What did Abacha know about NYSC? You carry all your officers, you carry all the weapons in Lagos before Obasanjo returned them. You move all of them to Kaduna, and you now put the Abacha of this one, Mukhtar of this one, everybody, you put them in charge. And you now say, oh, NYSC means you understand.
You're making my point. You're not listening. Maybe you don't understand the point.
They are using NYSC to deceive you. You know, when you pay leave.
Okay, let me give you an analogy.
NYSC. You don't need NYSC to do all those stuff.
Okay, let me give you an
Sorry, Ola, who started NYSC? Who started NYSC?
Go on.
Okay.
Go on. Started unit.
Awolowo initiated.
Go on. I will always suggest, but go on. So the question is this: you can't give me say, oh, NYSC go and mix up together, and yet you occupy the officer cadre of your military so that
Don't
you
you,
want to promote
Ola, what I want to ask is that don't you think that is we the Satana that started this and it backfired on us?
Look. See, it backfire because you are not even standing on the foundation based on the truths to stand with. I'm still asking you, the question you should ask yourself is this: why should someone even from Lagos or even from Kaduna, you now forcefully take the oil from South, and you are now dictating how to use their oil for them? Even though, you say, okay, the money we gave them, what have they done for the ecological, whatever? Why did you even allow them to even control their oil first of all?
Well, we're
And you
talking
now
about two different
negotiate based on
things.
what you are taking from them.
We're talking about two different
Wait,
things.
you take the oil from them, and the people cannot even become the minister of that particular industry. And you even look at the NNPC.
We're talking about two different
things. People from that area occupying the place. And you now introduce NYC to say, we are trying to. All those things are just fraud.
Wait. Let me respond.
Can I clarify something? Triumph. The program is for 18 months. It's called the IDF program so if you're an American Jewish child that just turned 18, you can go to that program for 18 months in Israel. Yeah, so look it up. Triumph. Go ahead, Aizon, sorry.
Yeah. So Ola, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about the federal government controlling resources for different region and all these different things. That is the total, and which, by the way, I agree with you on that, what you just said. That is a totally different aspect. What I'm talking about, right? We as a country need to build unity. We need to build strength. We need to build all these things, right? Gowon, in his wisdom, and I give him credit, created these programs because he understood that we had to survive as a nation. And in order to do that, we must learn to know each other. So he built these programs in order to do that, right? They are fantastic programs. Now, what has happened over the years is that people that have come in have bastardized them, have used them for their own means. Like you said, people have carried guns to Kaduna and all that stuff. Okay, it doesn't make it a bad program. The program at itself, at its very core, was to take Nigerians. If you were born and raised in Lagos and you're from Lagos State, you finish university, you go and serve in Bauchi. By serving in Bauchi, and it's called service, you are serving. By serving in wait. Now, my brother, wait. Make I finish.
He will live in Lagos. Those things, the population of those people that live.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
No. So, the thing you are saying, what happens to those people that do not have NYSC? Right? Those people that will not have opportunity to do NYSC, are you saying they will not know what is happening to other culture? See.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean don't have opportunity? What do you mean don't have opportunity to do NYSC?
People that decided that they will not attend either university or polytechnic, that decided to say, okay, I will go to technical school. Those people that said, okay, I will not go beyond secondary school, that don't have opportunity to travel to all those places. Are you now saying that they won't be able to appreciate? There's no way to appreciate the diversity. An Igbo man that did not study, an Igbo man or Yoruba man that just finished secondary school, that live in Kaduna, Kano, they know how to blend with them.
Okay.
It is a human thing. Okay.
Do you agree?
Let me ask you this question. Before we know how to blend in America or in the UK.
No, but you learned how to blend in America.
Sorry, I'm not saying anything. Now,
okay, go ahead.
I think I understand what Ola is saying, but I will use my own case as an example. I was born in the West. I was born in Ikere Party, I school in Oyo State. Eventually moved to the state, which I now call second home. I am from Oyo State, that's where I describe myself. But I was posted to Yola still. And anyway, my posting to Yola made me gain a better understanding of the Hausa and the Fulani. Before I went for NYC, I had a different thinking about Northerners, about Fulani, about people. But my service in Yola made me see them as very wonderful people, fantastic people, In short, when I was going to Yola, my brother who was in the army there accepted it as a military man, which I was with him when I was schooling in Yola. Told me you are going to Yola. If you see a girl in that place, go ahead and marry her. That was what my brother told me. Because maybe he had that opportunity as a military man to relate to them. He said, look, just go there with open mind. If you see a girl you like from there, Fulani girl you like, just marry her. So NYC made me see things. So whether I would like it or not, NYC is achieving its purpose. And mind for those who are not able to serve and who probably didn't have the opportunity to interact, people like us from the south who have gone there and have come back to the south and begin to give them a true picture of things. So when I'm talking to them, I'm talking authoritatively. I'm talking like someone who has been there. So begin someone like Ogbeni. I'm sure it was everybody that took Ogbeni to the north. If not, he wouldn't marry somebody from that northwest. That's
Exactly.
NYC.
Exactly.
So the NYC is achieving its purpose in
But
a way.
what people are failing to understand is this. What Ola is saying is that people does not have to go and serve NYC. We understand that NYC has its role, like some of you who have had the experience that's already saying here that you benefited and all of that. But what I'm saying is this: what I think Ola is saying, and I agree with him, is that how about those people who just went to? I just give you an example. Our kids here, right from primary school, they've been taught how great their country is, how they should be patriotic and all of the. They instill that in them, so that if they even finish 6th grade and that's all they can do, or 9th, whatever, then they stop there. Yeah. And then that's it. And then that love of country is still in them. So they don't hold on,
Yeah.
but they don't have to go and serve. Like somebody who went to secondary school and who went to
sorry. Can I come in?
Hold on now. I'm still talking now. I'm still talking. You can land. Somebody that stopped at SS3 in Nigeria and did not go to college, did not go to university, did not go anywhere. How can that kind of person learn to be patriotic? Does he or she have to go through the NYC process before he can learn? Don't get me wrong. I know NYC has its own, is achieving its own purpose, like some of you are saying already here. But the point is, how about kids that did not finish, did not go to college, did not go to university?
Rational mind, you say that it's not expansive enough. The program is not expansive enough, but you can't say the program is not working because it's not expansive. Yeah, it's not expansive enough. I agree with that. You can make that argument. That's fine.
Please let me respond. You see, rational mind, like I said, those who did not have opportunity to go to school and have not gone there, they will not rely on information from someone like us who have been there. And that information will
must they? That's the question. Must they? Must they learn from you or go to NYC before they can?
Learn from any form. That information will not make the society, make them be open to see the northern differently and visit the north, and the northern will be more open to visit that. But let me correct something.
Let's do this northern thing. This is not the issue of northern here. We're talking about making people be patriotic as a Nigerian. That's what we're saying.
Why I want to come in? Let me say this. The issue you raised about the US, people they didn't go for NYC. Do you know that there are people in the US who don't really know much about their country? I've visited their country, I've lived in the US. I know guys living in Texas they are 50 years, 60 years, they've never been to New York in their life. They've never left Texas. They don't know the country. There are people like that. Is that your country? They've never left California.
We are discussing, it goes deeper than that. So I'm even going to the level of indoctrination is what I'm talking about. I know that word is not the way you have to, in some way, shape, or form, indoctrinate them at that young age. Not see, NYSC is too late to achieve what we're talking about here. You must do this thing early. That 4 to 11 stage right there, that's where you get them to buy into what you're selling for your country. Once you start talking about NYSC, you're already 18, 2021, right? You're already 2021, 22.
Yeah, sorry.
It's not going to.
In my own opinion,
as effective enough as what I think we should be able to achieve the way they've done it in the West. You must catch them young. You must entertain them early for them to buy into that Nigerian project or whatever you're selling.
In my own opinion, I think there are so many roads. There are so many roads that can lead to whatever government want to achieve by uniting the country. It does not necessarily that it has to come from NYSC alone. Like we are talking about NYSC now, it's also part of how we can unite ourselves. But there are still a lot of things as well that we can still put together to unite the country. So like what we are just saying now, like we're supposed to get it done before age of 10, 11, 12, 13, before we even matured. We should be able to know about ourselves deeply, trying to unite us when we are still young, when we are still very, very young. Okay? Like the NYSC of a thing is not too late. And it's also part of what I think is actually helping us to even come together more. So we cannot actually condemn it totally. And it's also part of what I think that actually unite us. But that does not mean that we should base our what's it called, our unity on that particular one. There are a lot of ways that we can actually collaborate. We can actually come together. There's so many ways. So we don't need to condemn any aspect that can bring us together. But it's also part of what we need.
My brother, let me jump in real quick, please. So the NYSC poverty, the NYSC example came up because I was saying that there are some things that we do in Nigeria that are good, but that using the example Babati gave about how they promote the military and they promote all these things in America, is that we dropped the ball. We haven't put in the work to make those programs more effective, to expand them, to do all the things necessary so that way it can even have a larger effect. That's how the NYSC example came in. And I think from listening to Ola and even Rational Mind, that's the point. You guys are agreeing with me. You're saying that, yes, what about those people that finish secondary school and don't go to university? How would they learn about the other parts of Nigeria? Yeah, I agree with you. That's the point I'm making, is that it can be better because we haven't put in the work to expand on those things that we already have on ground, that were built there to help us achieve these things. So I think we're all on the same page. NYSC has had effects, and it's not just Patoski. There are other people I've met, lots of people. NYSC changed their lives. In fact, some of them moved to those other parts of Nigeria. But it can be expanded. There are more programs. Look at the program Babati just talked about Jewish kids from New Jersey going to Israel. I mean, there are a lot of other programs that can be done. There are even programs that can be done exclusively in just Ogun State or exclusively in Cross River State because of certain things that are happening there that benefit the young people that need to help them develop and grow. Because look, at the end of the day, if you focus on our human capacity, which is our greatest asset, it's not oil, it's not anything else, it's the people in that country. If you can focus on them and develop them and invest in them, we will have the best country in the world. I honestly 100% believe that. Because we can have this kind of conversation here, just Nigerians that got the opportunity to travel out and get exposed and maybe even get an additional education. But imagine if you had solid programs, not even for the 200 million, let's just say even 50 million in that country. That country will change dramatically. And our electoral system will get better because people now will be more informed to vote better, to make sure they're picking the right kind of leaders. Our politicians will get better, right? The number of engineers, lawyers, in fact, the entire nation will just go on a different trajectory. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I get your point. That was just an example because it was contrasting with my military example with the Americans. So I get your point. It wasn't that the all be all when you give the example of the NYSC. So I know where you're coming from. But that is even one part of it. So, but from the system itself needs to change. I've always said Nigeria democracy in its purest form is not effective. we are a different breed of humans. So maybe democracy in its purest form, we have to modify that system a little bit, where it has some form of militaristic. I hope I'm making sense, Aizo. It's not. Is I don't think Nigeria can. I don't think that's the democracy in its purest form can work in Nigeria. In my opinion, I think we need to find a way to modify it to suit our own reality.
Let me ask you this question though. This is actually a conversation I have one of my older brothers. But let me ask you this question. So if you were to, let's talk hypothetically now, in a fictionalized world, if you were to come up with a government that will work for Nigeria, Babati, how would you, what government would that be? How would you structure it, given our current composition?
Okay. Now, I have to take into account people's culture, and that would be the first priority, then the religious beliefs. Now, it will be a true federalist society, where if part of your society in the north or somewhere in the northeast, you want to you want Sharia in your, of course, there will be a benchmark for everything. That means if I'm a Christian in the south, I can still live amongst you. So, but we will recognize those differences. We will embrace our differences. You know, they say diversity is our strength, but we will not shy away from it. We will embrace it. So there will be peculiarities that you will embrace in your own constitution within your own locality. So when it comes to religious beliefs, cultural beliefs, for instance, if I say the federal government has an energy policy, somebody lives in Enugu, they have coal. So the way they will implement energy policy will be tailored to what they have on ground. I won't force everybody to buy into the same thing. Is the overall arcing belief would be what? Energy policy, right? That would be the main goal. But the way it will be implemented will be tailored to that environment. So what you would do is you now organize benchmarks. Okay, you want madrasas, you want Muslim schools in Kano, for instance. Well, okay, you can have your Muslim schools, but this is the minimum requirements. This is the minimum grade that they have to have. So federal government will set those minimum standards for education, healthcare, banking system. So you will incorporate the local belief into what you're setting at the national level. So everybody has a sense of belonging in the country, but at the same time, they feel like they're not losing themselves to Nigeria per se. Does that make sense?
What
Can I say
responsibility
something?
would the one more last question? Sorry, what responsibility would the national government do? So what responsibilities would you leave exclusively for the federal government? If, for instance, states or would you break it up by states, or would you break it up by regions, or would you break it up by 6 geopolitical zones? How will you do it?
So the region, we've done an extensive debate about the regional government. That cannot work anymore, because you also have to remember that had problems as well in the 60s. It was not that perfect. They had their own issues. So what we can go with right now is the states. Okay. I'm not gonna. I'm not
The
even.
issues they had in the 60s, I mean, Babati, the issues they have in the 60s was more of politics than the social.
Yeah, but hold on now.
Politics. Everybody wants to go to the center.
Hold on. Let me finish my thought. I'm factoring those realities into my response to his questions. That's my point. That those issues will always be there. So even if you bring it back, those things will still raise their ugly head. So why not just avoid that entirely? So you will just go with the state model. You can create more states. Like for instance, now the last province that never got a state because of the DI issue was Ijebu. They're supposed to have their state. They get their own state. Ibadan is too big to be a city. It should be a state. So if you can create more states to address those issues that they had back in the days. So you stay with the state model, then you practice true federalism. So federal government will just be in charge of course, immigration, some form of security. You can have shared responsibility amongst the states. Okay, setting benchmark, like I mentioned earlier, benchmark minimum standard for healthcare system. Okay, for primary education. Now, if you, let's say I say federal minimum wage is 40K. If Lagos wants to pay 100K, so be it. But you can't go below the standards. So you have funding to help the poorer states. So everybody gets to grow at their own pace. Therefore, Lagos is not waiting for for Borno State to come up with energy policy, because Lagos, if they were by themselves, they can have their own energy policy and have 24-hour electricity. But everybody seems to be dragging them down. So everybody goes at their own pace. Federal government just finds a way to help pull the struggling state up. So everybody just goes at their own pace. That would be a true federal system that I would.
And if a state wants to secede, what happens?
They have to table. I would do what I always say. I would do what I've always called it a 60-40 model. So if you want to succeed from the nation, if you can get 60% of your people to buy into it and also get 60% of other Nigerians to also vote for it, then you can leave. But I know that will never happen. That is the whole idea. You're not going to do anyway.
Let me add to what you're saying, because we advocating for the same model. You see, one thing is this: on that secession, we address it right from the beginning, because the question is this. When I said it the other time that Canada tailored their own federal system after that of the United States, but they learned from the Civil War in the United States. Because what happened during that Civil War is this: the state were so strong to the point that nobody decide on who is going to wield the residual power. So they were using that to secede. So Canada learned from that, and they modeled their federal system after that of America, except that they said, okay, we are going to operate parliamentary system. So it's just some kind of hybrid between the United Kingdom and that of United States of America. Whereas that of United States of America is what is so visible. But they intentionally reserve that residual power. They give it to the federal government in case that is that happen in America want to happen. Because what does that residual power means? Something that is not explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. At their own discretion, the federal legislation, the federal parliament can decide and make law around that. So the model is this: when you don't see, you can still make the central powerful to the point that they cannot secede. The region cannot secede, because the weakness of that pre-independence constitution was that because the central was not strong enough. There are some duties that were not so specified, and at the same time, unfortunately too, Gowon and Ojukwu, they agreed on what was not possible, like what Aburi, like what Ojukwu was trying to get from the federal government. So
just to
the thing is, when you have that, you do it in such a way that any state cannot just say you want to secede, because secession, what happened to look at it this way: Ibadan is a state, they want to secede. Then where is the border when you are going to Ekiti? You understand? So you must have factor in all those things. But what we are saying is this: everything that goes along with your culture, it goes with your culture. You want Sharia, no problem. You can't bring your Sharia to Ekiti. So instead of saying, okay, Kano wants Sharia now, someone from Ekiti say, no, you cannot go Sharia. No, you don't do that. You allow them. That's the culture. By the time you start asking them, Ekiti man start telling them what they were doing in Kano. That is where problem starts. And that is the problem that is starting in Nigeria today. You want to make we are running a unitary system disguising that we are running federal system. You understand? So that of decision, we agree from the beginning that you are not going to allow that to happen. You understand? You are not going to allow that one to happen. But every other thing.
So basically, we must practice true federalism, exactly. And states should be. We should have more states. For the local government council thing, I think it's charade. Just have more states, empower them, and they can have those laws. Federal governments have set the standards, the benchmark for healthcare, education, basic amenities, religious consideration, like I was alluding to. Then security, then they collaborate with the state government, and they take it from there.
Babati, I have a question for Ola.
Yeah, well, before
So
question,
Ola,
can I add something to that?
Just one quick question. I'm sorry. Just one. I'm sorry. Ola, so you said like Sharia, if Bauchi, for instance, or one of these states wants to have Sharia law, they can do it. Do you realize in some of these states they have a lot of minority groups and ethnicities in a lot of these states that are not Muslim or believe in Sharia? You know, what happens to the protection of minorities in this kind of environment? Because these people have this is their ancestral land. You know, they've always been there. If you get a chance and you look up ethnic.
Can I give you a quick response there? Can we have? I think to respond to your question directly, it's about time we had Kaduna South State now. Kaduna should have been broken too easy to respond to what you're saying.
But Kaduna is one example. But even in Sokoto, most people think Sokoto is just Fulani and Hausa. But
remember, I said earlier, you need to have more states. Local government thing doesn't really work for me.
I'll give you an example. I don't agree with this point though.
Okay. Oriade, let me quickly respond to Aizon. In Canada, we have provinces and territory. Territories are.
But you guys are still under the monarch, man. You're still under British. British is the head of state of Canada. So I don't understand.
Where are you talking about what you don't know? I'm a Canadian.
I know what will just you guys still under Canada.
I said don't say what you do not know.
I'm saying what I know.
Ola, he's right. Ola, he's right though. I'm in Canada too.
The head of state for Canada is still the British monarch.
King. The king is the head of government.
Don't know.
I know what I'm saying. I'm saying the truth. Canada is still under the monarch.
Let me make your point for you. He's telling the truth. The governor general is the British is the king's representative in Canadian government.
Can we let Ola finish his point before we start arguing about it?
Exactly. You are just saying what you don't know.
Let the man actually argue his point first now.
Holy,
what's going the hell, man? Meet your mic, man. Holy, what's going on, man?
What's going on? Let me mute him.
I should mute him.
Oriola,
see, the thing you are missing here is this. There are ways Canada we do things in Canada here. So we have both written and unwritten constitution. So we call one, when you say, when you refer to Constitution Act of 1867, which is the written one, then we have so many conventions. The crown in Canada is not the same as the crown in United Kingdom. Just like when you have some crown in some other Commonwealth states, they are not exactly the same crown in United Kingdom. Now, we have Governor General in Canada representing the crown. Queen Elizabeth at no particular time or King of England will not come here and sign any bill. The Governor General in this case is representing, right? It's using this it's representing the crown. Whereas Queen Elizabeth himself will not put a signature on any new constitution. Now, over time, by convention, the Prime Minister of Canada is one of the most powerful Prime Minister or equivalent of president you will find in the world, because they were like doing everything just like they will pass the law and they will say, oh, Queen, we have to sign. Do you know that the Governor General has no power to withhold his assent, even despite they say you have to sign? If they don't, there is a way they pass that law and the BS whosoever represent the crown.
Canada, Australia, even United States before they fought for independence. They're all British territory.
That's the thing.
Don't
Stop all
argue
this
what
argument that
you
you're
don't
making.
know.
Stop making argument for Canada. Canada know what it is.
Please, can we stay
You
on
are
Nigeria?
not. You are an outsider, my
Can we
friend.
stay on Nigeria, please? Can we leave Canada alone? Can we stick on the point, please? Because you
You are
are
just
giving.
arguing what you don't know. I did Canada politics, and you are arguing with me.
Wait, I'm an outsider, but see, I took world history. Canada is next to us. It's part of when all the slavery and
How
US.
do I
Wait,
tell
listen.
you?
Let me land.
No. Do you are you a Christian? They say letter kill it, but the spirit bring it what life. What you know from outside is what you know from inside. Canadian constitution is one of the most complex constitution you will see. Canada will be telling you that it's a convention, you are obeying. Some of the things they are doing in Canada
You
today,
don't even know about Canada like you think you do. But I will let you. I want to speak about Nigeria, sir.
Just keep arguing what you don't know. Some of those things you do to think it's legal, a day someone will take it to court and you cannot prove it in the court, and they've been doing all those things for years.
Don't worry, I'm actually going to put the link here. I'll put the link up. Let me just put the link up so you can read about that.
Please, can we leave Canada alone for a second?
Yeah,
just leave
he's fighting for Canada. Canada is the same thing as well.
Ade, please let the man make his point, and you can rebuttal when it's done. So we don't keep doing Canada law.
All right, so can I speak about what you guys are talking about? Because that's the reason why I came in.
Let him finish the point, and you have time to respond and make your own point. Ola, go ahead. Just to wrap up.
So the thing is, even on several occasions, something that they practice over time, that someone will just wake up and challenge the court. They will say, okay, though it's a constitutional convention, but that is a constitutional convention doesn't mean that it's legally binding. And you just be looking like, what? Like, seriously? And this thing has gone for a very long time that people are obeying. So the thing is, the monarch of United Kingdom is just by association against invasion by United States of America. Over time, there have been a lot of constitutional convention that has overtaken such events. That's so it's not as though tomorrow we pass now, we take it to the parliament. Who says? As far back as 1867, and before they finally finished everything by 1882, we took our lawmaking away from the British Parliament. And
okay,
Canada
now,
has their own independence of doing their own.
Can you bring it back to Nigeria? How does that relate
to
Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. So what we are saying in Nigeria is that, see, Babati, you said 99% of you made 99% of the bed of exactly what I've been saying. When people say democracy is not good for Nigeria, the thing they are missing is this: how are you tailoring your democracy or democracy? That's the point. That's why I say Australia democracy is different from that of Canada. The act of Canada is different from that United Kingdom, and that of United Kingdom is different from America. It's different from the one they practice in Germany. You have to look in Canada now. We have provinces and territory. Now, like territory, they are directly under the federal government because they are not, because you know they are not strong enough to form a province. So the federal parliament legislate for them. Now, like the areas that you say, okay, maybe in let's say in Adamawa, in other states, whereby they are not majority, they are minority, you can carve all those one out now and make them like territory, because that's what solution that Canada find from itself. Instead of merging a particular place with Quebec now, and for Quebec now to overrun them. No, they are not doing that. They carve them out and make them territory. So those areas, you can carve them out, make them territory, and let the federal government take care of that. But federal government need not to take care of Ekiti, take over Ekiti, Osun, Ogun, maybe Ijebu, Enegba. No. But maybe if you have a Ibira community there, maybe the population is not more than, let's say, 5,000. You can make that place a territory and give the responsibility to the federal government. So the countries around the world, they've been able to find solution to their problem. Nigeria is where they say we want to be unitary, because someone that is doing that, someone want to tell you that, oh, if I stretch my hand from Sokoto, it stretches Atlantic, that someone from Sokoto will be claiming Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. That is what we want. not until we are able to tell ourselves the truth. Let the state remain. For those minority like Ijaw is not minority, to be honest. If there's a way they have their territory together, but if they are minority in a particular state, then you carve them out as a territory and put them under the federal government. So, like I said, if someone in Kano want to practice Sharia, if Muslims are like 98% of the population there, let them practice the Sharia. So there will not be argument. Because it's when you want to dominate. Okay, you come from your family, now you want to dominate mine. You want to sell my ideology. There'll be clashes now. Let's go dabbling now. Let me do my own, I allow you to do yours. Then we meet at the center where we agree. So we can have our military together. We can have our custom together. Anything that unites us. We can have some kind of interstate. Okay, federal government now, we now adjudge in between states. Like it's happened here about the mountain trans-mountain pipeline extension. When the British Columbia were trying to stop Alberta, they were quoting environmental. Meanwhile, they were using politics. That pipeline has been there. We are just expanding. Because the same British Columbia that we're telling you, oh, we want to protect our environment, they were importing crude oil from Saudi Arabia. You understand? Even in Canada here, in Quebec there, is importing fuel from United States of America. And they are part of province in Canada. You can see democracy in play now. So, but when the British government would not allow the Alberta to expand the pipeline, the Supreme Court intervened and just made judgment straight away that no, you don't have that power. And the project continues. So federal government, maybe through the instrument or whether the federal legislative, the judiciary, they can legislate between interstate, but allow rail, power, education, agriculture, health services. Let them go to state. Let people decide how they want to. Federal government should not be controlling. Federal government should just focus on custom, focus on military, immigration, and all those factors that unite us. Not all these GBT that someone just want to corner your money and start distributing to the people, or someone want to create like 1 million local government just because you want to take money from South. Those are the things we advocate for. So this thing is not difficult. It's only that we don't want to look at what they are doing around us. Because if we want to look at what they are doing around us, we know that our problem is not peculiar to us alone. Some people, they've actually solved this problem. But what we don't want to do is, we don't want to take that thing because we have our own ulterior motive, what we want to achieve. Someone want to come from Daura. I want to bring all Fulani that's wandering around the sub-Saharan Africa. You want to relocate them to Ekiti. You want to relocate them to Ondo State. That's what we want. If not because of Land Use Act, by now, everywhere in Lagos will be Ruga now. I will be looking forward for the day you will see what is happening in Southern Kaduna. So to me, Babati has said 99% of it, but the fear of Aizon, what Aizon is afraid of, Canada. Thank you.
Can I add?
Hold on,
I
please.
came in
Hold on.
Just for
By
this.
the way, Ola, I agree with you. I was playing devil's advocate.
I don't agree with him.
Can I have you guys' attention, please? Hello, excuse me. Hold on. You guys will continue. I want to hand over to Ola. Ola, you have access, right?
Oh, God. Okay, you hand over to me, but Babati, when you don't hear my voice, you'll be moderating for me, Babati, because I'll be switching between the things. And yeah, you can hand over. Don't worry, you hand over.
So, guys,
so, Babati, whenever you don't hear my voice and everything is scattering, I beg, please intervene.
It's nice talking to you guys. So we'll see. Maybe tomorrow.
Welcome back, National Man. I heard you travel, so I hope you had a good time with your.
Wow. Wow. Well, it's been a good time. Yesterday and today, I guess. Yeah. So yeah. Good night, guys. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Rational Man. So, Babati, you are co-moderator now, please. Go ahead.
That was idea yesterday. He wanted to. He had his own idea.
Yeah. I want to. So first, I think you guys were talking about the national thing you do in Nigeria. I didn't. Well, I didn't happen to do all of that. So I was sharing what you guys were saying, that it kind of like bring Nigeria together and all of that. Which I think is good, but I just think that sometimes I think the people that put the initiative together, they make sense in a way, but I think it's being done in like a very tough way, in a very difficult way. And I think um someone said something initially. I think it was using an example of the United States, that right from like elementary school, um like the elementary, secondary, they
It's some
usually
form of
do.
indoctrination I was alluding to earlier.
It's not indoctrination.
Yeah, we just time
I was
loose.
going to had to. I was going to add to that, like, because I kind of like. I think I took advantage of that process as well, to be able to understand it a little bit, how those things work, and I think that's just probably what we need to implement in Nigeria. And I think they implement it, because when I was younger, I remember that um my was in my GSS 1. I remember that the classes that I took, you actually you have to take these classes. You have to take Yoruba if you. I live in Southwest, so that's what we have to take. You have to take Yoruba, you have to take Hausa, and you have to take Igbo. So you're learning the language, and you're learning, probably in your class you will learn about history as well. And you also have to take like both religion classes, like you have to take the Muslim and you have to take Christianity.
BK,
I
but before, because you said something earlier, you said the NYC wasn't properly implemented. So how would you properly
Yeah,
strengthen the FIA?
that's what I'm
How?
trying to speak to. Yeah, I'm going to go into that. I think that process, the process of having to take, because in Nigeria, I think we only have like four ethnicity. I think the other, they just tribe. Tribe just means that if you look at it, like the Yoruba, for example, we have so many. We have like, is it 10 or 20 tribes in it? So tribes is a lot, but the ethnicity, there are few. I think it's just like Yoruba, Kanuri, Fulani, Igbo, and one other outside. I think I don't think we have so many, because when you look at the Yoruba, for example, like the Igbira, for example, they have Yoruba in it.
Ego, Ego people, Yoruba people.
Yes, they are now.
Wow.
The crown was from Ilefe, was one of them was given to them as well. See, we just have to learn about ourselves. Basically, they're not different ethnicity. They are part of one. They are part of Yoruba ethnicity. We'll just with that being said, I think the NYSC kind of like make it a little, because the reason why I said everybody has to like the way it was being done initially, where you go to school, every majority of Nigeria will go to primary school and secondary school, majority. And if they have and if that's in place where I learn about, if I'm Yoruba, I'm learning to speak Hausa, and I'm also learning to speak Igbo. Um I'm already learning about them. So when I see them, or if I go to their region when I'm doing my NYC, it won't be something new, brand new. I mean, if I do well in my classes, I can even speak to them, communicate with them. That's how people learn. And then there's no afraid that, oh, I'm here, people are talking and I don't know if they're talking about me. That resilient, you won't have it. So I think that the fact that NYC is just for like the university, you have to go to university before you do it, and majority of people go that go over there, um like people were saying, oh yeah, they now end up marrying. That usually happen, like the people that you see, or you people you come in contact with, that's the kind of people that you have relationship with at the end of the day. If you live in a neighborhood where everyone is Yoruba, there's high chance, probably close to 90%, that you're gonna end up marrying a Yoruba person. If you live in Igbo land and all the people you see are the same type of people, of course you're gonna. But when you now mix your Yoruba, you see Igbo or Hausa for the next 4 years or 2 or 3 years, that's the people you're seeing. You're probably going to start like approaching them and trying to have the find them attractive. So that's that. And now you now make the point that they should create more states, and no, I kind of disagree with that. I just think we should go back to, if you look at the UK model, and if you look at the Switzerland, I believe their model, I think we should just go back to that.
Okay.
Yoruba area.
Okay, wait. Can we before you go into the tribal difference, before you make that argument, because you mentioned earlier that, like I said, we should start from the kids, and you said you experienced it in America too. Can you expand on what exactly it would look like if at that very young age in Nigeria now? What would it look like to properly implement those policies for the kids to buy into that program, that Nigerian at that age in Nigeria?
Yes, see, it's not something that you're buying into. You just more. I understand the point you're making. So, excuse me. So for here, for example, you go to school and you take social study and you take history. Basically, all they're doing is just teaching you about how US was formed. What's the guy that traveled here and discovered US from Italian? I forget his name now. That we celebrate at Thanksgiving. Christopher Columbus. They teach you about that. They teach you the process. And once you start getting to elementary school, you start learning about slavery. You start every kid now. That's the point where they now know that this one is black, one is superior. Like it's not like they're telling them that, but they letting them know the history, and the kid can figure it out from there. That's why it's very difficult in this country, that if you're minority, if you're black, for example, you have to make sure that you yourself know the history. So once my kid is getting to that grade 1, grade 2, I'm teaching them at home, because history classes is depend on the book that they're using for their history. So that's what they will learn. That's what they will be teaching them. So me myself, I have to give my kids confidence as well, that we know where we're from, because part of the history will also tell you that some people don't can find their roots anymore. Like history will tell you that. So they're teaching them how things are. So now in Nigeria, it's not in the they're not trying to in the what's the word you're saying? They're not trying to do any of that, like mislead them.
Okay, I was using the term loosely. Don't play too much.
Right. So they're not trying to mislead people. You just like they will say it out like this. So it's more like if you're in elementary school, you're supposed to. So you're so before I go to that, let me give you an example. So high school, for example, like you're supposed to have 4 years of history, and you are supposed to take 4 years of language, except language away from English, meaning you have to take either Spanish, or you take French, or you take or Italian for 4 years. So meaning we should be able to do such things, so that by the time that you graduate from your secondary school, you will be able to speak, maybe even not fluently, but close to that, if you choose. So they will, it's not like they're forcing people, it's more like part of the curriculum, and um part of the credit that you need to graduate from secondary school is that you have to learn another language from the language that you know. So it's just like, and that way we're learning history as well. Like, because when you learn people, when you're taking Yoruba class, or you're taking Igbo class, or Hausa class, you're learning, they will be learning about who they are, how they dress, move. You're learning about their culture at the same time. Their history will be coming in place as well. So you're learning it. So I think that would be like the best way. I think this was already in place before. I don't know what happened. something just got wrong in a place. So that's what they just need to have people like that way. It's not forced because when we're young, especially kids, if you have like kids that is not even 10, they easily like learn different language. Like they will easily can they can become multilingual because it's easy. It's not like you're forcing them. They're seeing this thing every day. They're learning it. They learn the alphabet, and now they're putting it in words. It become easy for them. I think that's what if we put that in place, it would be so easy for them by the time that they get to um even if they don't go to university, but if they go to university or they go to NYC, it become easy. They can communicate with people, and I don't think that the problem that everybody another problem is we're saying that, oh, how do we communicate if imagine that I was able to learn Igbo, I was taking Igbo classes when I was younger. I learned about them, and I now go to Igbo land. Do you think I'll find it hard for me to like become part of them because I already learned about it and I can speak it. I might not like be fluent like them, but I'm able to still communicate. I mean, a lot of us learn English in school. Like, it's not we still speak our indigenous language, and we're still able to go outside and communicate. So I just think that would be like a route. But myself, I would want us to like stay indigenous. Like you still have like the Yoruba land. It doesn't mean that you can't go anywhere you want, but it's just that when you comes to this particular area, because I think that's what's causing
But
friction now. Like
I did was what is it that when people move to a different area in Nigeria, not everyone, but they don't want to assimilate. Like, because I remember back in the days, the Igbos that I lived with in my hometown, they all spoke Yoruba. I mean, in fact, they did better in Yoruba than even I did. So, but now this fear of you still want, you don't want to. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I gotta pick up.
yeah, I think the problem with that is the fact that um a lot of us didn't understand the constitution completely. Constitution is saying that we're one, like Nigeria is one, but the constitution is not saying that there's no separate region. Like the constitution still had
Mr. Wheeler, I sorry to interject. I always advocate for one Nigeria. But
yes,
you said
one
something.
Nigeria
You
is
said
good.
something. Yes, but theoretical is good. My practic. I don't think if they can achieve it because you said that you said earlier with your own words. I'm judging with your own words that there are so many tribes. So the problem in Nigeria is not ethnicity for me. The problem because of like as today, why is that in the Western world they only choose just one language, and if everybody can choose one language, I bet you they'll be united, and
No, no,
then
no, 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 no. Don't mix it up. When you're
and then
talking about
no, 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 no,
France,
no.
wait. When you talk about France or you talk about Britain or you talk about Germany,
Yes.
you see Germans, Germany is a German country, meaning they speak German, and all of them
Okay.
majority 99 close to 90 to 99% they speak German. Where you go to
Okay.
France, close to 90 to 99% speak French. That means that's their
Everybody
language.
speaks French
Everybody,
here. Every
like, it's
is
not.
their culture. France language
Yeah,
is their culture. The language is their culture.
exactly. But
Triumph. You can't compare those countries to like in Nigeria
yeah,
where you have.
Why can't we
exactly.
implement the same thing in
Yeah,
Nigeria?
you can't
Everybody
compare
one
that.
language.
That's the point
If
I'm
it's to
trying to
white
make to
people
you.
up, the white people up.
Oh,
One
okay,
language.
Mr. Triumph. We don't speak one language in Canada. So we have Quebec that
You
speak
you
French.
you speak you
How
speak two
we speak
languages.
no, we have
But
two official language, French and
okay,
English language.
I
So
didn't
okay.
see. We don't need to go. I didn't want to go to Canada. I don't
No,
think we should
yeah,
have
no.
that
Let's not.
because
Okay,
me, I
I'm
have
begging
like
you. I'm begging you. Don't do
different
Canada.
perspective on
Let's do
that.
Nigeria. Let's do
Yeah.
Nigeria.
So the
Yeah, yeah.
point me I'm making is this. I think we should stay. So Yoruba land, they have Yoruba land, but inside Yoruba they have different tribes. You have the Egba, you have the Ijebus, you have but they all speak one common language, which is Yoruba. So even if they're going to fight, they will resolve it, and their constitution should be able to fix that for them. That okay, you speak the same language, work it out, find a way. The same thing when you go to Igbo land. I know they have other tribes, but they all common language is Igbo. Same
But
thing with Hausas.
normally, shouldn't you want to speak the language of where you move to? I mean, normally, if I move to like,
That's where
I want to speak outside, right? Normally, then,
yeah,
but why
yeah.
do you want to do that? I don't
Let me
understand.
let me now explain what I think about that. Here's what I think. I think the friction that we have is this. In the constitution, a lot of people are taken out of context. Of course, Nigeria is. I think the one Nigeria. This is what the one Nigeria means to me. The way I look at it, and part of the constitution that I've read, some of them, what it means is, excuse me, you can freely move anywhere. Like I can go to Yoruba land, I can go to Igbo land, I can go to Hausa land, and have a land is Nigeria. But here's the thing: there's a cultural difference. Meaning, if I go, I have to. In Nigerian constitution, does not say you should disrespect. There's no different. There isn't a difference between Western region, Eastern region, and Northern region. That constitution did not establish that. So I think what everybody was thinking is when you say everywhere is Nigeria is one, it means that I can go to Kano and become the governor of Kano. I can go to Lagos and become governor of Lagos. That's not what that is saying. I think that's what is causing a lot of people are taking that out of context, thinking that if I should be able to go anywhere. And now if because they're looking at it that way, that led to them not being able to respect whoever is there for there before. But what they don't realize is this: the federalism that we're trying to practice, we're trying to copy the United States. The United States is not a indigenous people in US. Like there's only the indigenous people of US. They're like 2%. They are
Right.
everybody else is immigrants. But in Nigeria,
Wait, even if you move to a place and you speak it, that gives you one leg up. That's an advantage, right?
yes,
An
yes,
advantage.
yes. And the thing in Nigeria is everybody is every area that you go to, there are people indigenous to that area. Meaning, even before slavery, when we start knowing of our history, there has been people there already. So it's more like when you go to Yoruba land, like Western region, there's Yoruba there already. So they're indigenous to those places. That's You can't compare that to if you go to Texas like today. No, everybody there they're like foreign to that land, even though they've been there since 14 whatever when Columbus discovered the United States. So you can't compare that. But when you look at Hausa land, for example, they indigenous to that place. Canary, the indigenous. So they have their own culture, they have the way they do things. So I just think that it's more like a lot and a lot of things that is happening in Nigeria is a lot of people in Nigeria they will look, especially now, they'll look at media, especially social media, they'll look what America is doing, especially blacks, but they didn't understand what
Copy,
they see
the copy and paste
exactly. They would think that they want to come. You see that answers, it's just a copy of what
of
happened in the
the
US.
PLM madness.
Exactly. They were thinking, but the thing is, they didn't get the concept 100% that here we're talking about race. Nigeria, there's no race. We're all the same thing. There's difference. So I think we're the context of that constitution is what we're mislead. We're being some people are being misled, thinking when you say your one Nigeria, it means that I can go anywhere and become whatever I want without respecting the people that were there. So a little bit more explanation need to come out, and I think that a lot of the adults, they know these things, but for some reason, maybe they think we should just the young people should just have known all of these things, not
Sorry
realizing
to
that
interject again. Sorry to interject again. That means that you're not telling us that the constitution of Nigeria is bad. That's what you're saying.
we all know that that constitution is bad now. We all, I mean, I think that the way I think Nigeria should be is not what it is. So I think the way me I'm saying it.
Bad is a good word. Bad is a good word. Very terrible.
It's
So you people,
it's fully there.
people want them to eradicate.
It's fully there.
No,
Progressive.
Foley is there now. Foley is here, but he's
No,
talking with his family. I know.
Okay.
He's talking with his family now.
And
You have
Patoski.
Patoski also is there now. Patoski, I know he's listening. I'm on
Go
Canada.
ahead. Try go ahead.
Patoski is sleeping.
He's sleeping. Okay. Okay, one thing I know that others will start coming in now, like Remy is going to come in. I know. One thing is just that when you guys were talking earlier, I was listening. I like listening because I'm learning every day. You understand? Even though I'm a bit different, the way I think and the way I do my stuff. You understand? But for me, for Nigeria to move forward, because I learned something here. The moment, let me use an example now. You heard what I was saying, Mr. Ola. Don't say that yesterday. You understand? That I was complaining of something. You understand? That was paining me inside. So you laugh and you corrected me. There's something here I used to tell people that if you want to do things, you do the way that it will favor everybody, not just for one. The moment you say here that you're a French citizen, you have all the rights, all the equal rights as people that the native born here. That's the way I see things. But the moment in Nigeria, you see you're in Nigeria, they will be asking me, mostly they ask me this one. They ask me, where are you from? I say, I'm in Nigeria now. We are. I say, I'm a Lagosian. No, you are not Lagosian. I say, why are you people taking me up and down now? That's the problem. They want just to categorize you in a certain ethnic group, which is very, very bad. Which is very, very bad. How can the country move forward? How can we move forward like that? So one thing for me, I would just like people to think about it, understand, and then look at the way
Wait,
that.
can I say something real quick? You see, no, let me just add something real quick. You see what you just said now, that they just want to categorize someone to like tribe. That's what the state is doing, because when you look at the Auguste, for example, and they all want to split as well, to have Egba and have Ijebu and have the Egbados. They all want to split. That's what that's what that state is doing. But whereas everybody is like one. So just to make that point that you're making, that everybody wants to know, are you from here? And I think that's what like a lot of people, especially the guy from Benin, always hold on to that. Oh, Nigeria is all separated now to in the federalism way where everybody states that. How come you still saying Yoruba people? I mean, you should just claim the states that you're from. But I don't think that will ever work. So just to like back what you're saying, like everybody just wants to know what tribes or whatever you are. Like the Yorubas, is everything is all the same. The fact that we all came from one place. So yeah, I just want to add that.
Okay. So, but we've all agreed now that we just have to redesign our country along the region. Okay.
Wait, is that what you said? I thought you were fighting for more states.
No, that was me. That was me.
Oh,
No. The reason I brought that up was because Aizon asked me that should we go back to the regional government, and I said no, we should not. That we should go back to. I didn't even mention. If you look at the 2014 conference, one of the recommendations in that conference was the creation of more states. Now, you talked about ethnicity or whatever, whatnot, and that would be through the government council empowerment. I get that, but they actually recommended creating more states. Now, if you go back into the 90s, they should have created the Ijebu state, like I mentioned earlier. That was the last province in Nigeria that never got a state. Ijebu should have been a state. Ibadan, definitely, with that landmark. You can literally win the governorship of Oyo, right? If you win Ibadan, you're almost like, that's your
Okay.
Exactly.
So like Kaduna South now, with the kind of issue that they're having, that section they always have in North and South, break it into two, North South.
Yeah.
So you
Right.
should
So if Ijebu get the state, then Egbado won the state as well. Like you guys are just complicated.
No. Listen to
Exactly.
It's not complicated. It's not complicated, I'm saying
every tribe in that country will want a state. Once you do that.
Listen. Some can work together, some cannot. Like when I give you now, Ijebu now, they were penned down to get the states. They were supposed to get the state, but when I hope you know who DI is, right? Do you know who DI is? I did.
All about him. I don't
Chief
know
of General Staff.
Yeah, was the deputy to Abacha. They were supposed to get the state.
yes.
So when the whole coup thing happened, it's what kind of heft that up. So, but they were supposed to get the state. So it wasn't because.
So if Ijebu get a state, would they be would Remo be under them?
It's Ijebu state. That's my point. They have more in common, so they won't have that much.
So they don't have nothing in common with Egbado.
No, stay with me. We don't have that much issue. But I'm saying that provincially, in the history of Nigeria, that was the only province that did not get a state. So that's what they always argue. They never argue that they don't like Igba people. I'm saying that historically, from Nigeria's inception, they were the only province that never got a state. So it wasn't because they hate Igba people, they want to break away. So by that logic, they should get Kaduna South. We know what's going on there. The constant religious battle, ethnic cleansing. So those ones, there's a need for that. Ibadan.
So wait. I don't agree with that one. Why would they get separate states just because they're having religious difficulty? Are they not speaking the same language?
It's not only religious.
They speak the same language.
Let me educate something. It's not only because they always paint that as some kind of religious war. No, there's also ethnic cleansing differences that is also championed. That's also
is it ethnic or tribe? We need to understand.
You can either way you want to spin it. It's fine.
No, it's not the same way. See,
no, I'm saying no. Just stay with me here. You can make an argument for them not having a state. I'm just giving you instances where I feel like they should have one. So go back and study that 2014 confab report and focus on state creation. And they give extensive lowdown to why each area of Nigeria should have more. They actually give their reasons, and they give some of those reasons that I am mentioning to you right now. So if you disagree with some of them, we can have that discussion. But from that confab, they also consider tribal ethnic differences. So some people can work together than others. In the case of Ogun State, it has ethnic differences. It has to do with the historical president of Nigeria. That would be their own reason for getting a state, not because they don't like Igba people. No, that's different. So every need for a new state has a reason behind it. So
I understand your point. Well, the point I'm just making is if all of this tribe that you mentioned or the religion, whatever, that are requesting for a state, that there's a reason for whoever that government to be looking to give them states.
Right.
I think that there will be more other ethnicity that will come later and start requesting for state as well.
But look at that, the confab report. Everybody came together, right, for that in 2014.
Nigeria never have a plan. See,
No, no,
sitting
no.
see
I didn't say
sitting together.
what
Wait,
I'm saying here
sitting
is that
together
they had a
and
confab,
saying
right? No, no, no. That a confab, right? And if you look at that report, once again, if you have to look at it, there were tribes that could work together, that they agree that, okay, I can stay with you in this state if we do break up from this A or B state. Now, using that down the road, if they want to create more states, then they have to present their reasons for wanting that. I think let me also add one thing and see your reaction to this. I think I'm asking you, and it's my own opinion, but it's a form of question to you. I think economic viability should also be part of the conditions for demanding to have a state. You must be economically viable to become a state. It's more of my. You cannot just be one of those machines that nobody knows you. You can't. You're barely struggling. Like Ijebu they are okay on their own. They don't need the back to survive. They'll be fine. So you must economically
see.
viable to become a state. In my own
Look,
opinion.
I think the problem that we have is this: we don't know how to. When it comes to planning, we fail at it so much. We always we will see a problem and try to find solutions to that problem, and we forget that the best way to find solution to anything is to have a plan and now make sure that whatever solution you're putting you're finding
Mhm.
fits into your plan.
Okay,
People
can you
that
give me? So sorry. Can you, if you had to reshape like that the state structure in Nigeria right now, what would be your criteria for some? Okay, let's say we say, okay, we dissolve all states right now. Or we now want to start afresh and create states. What would be your criteria for a state to come into being? What would
all
be?
right. So first of all, I would never create states. So that's my I think that region, especially if people of the same ethnicity. So Yoruba now they have Yoruba right, they have Hausa right, and they have the Igbo, and I think Igbo, I'm not sure a lot of other ethnicity fit into Igbo, but we might say Igbo right, whatever. Meaning that this ethnicity, they have people of they have different tribe that have the same commonality, meaning some of them their culture are the same, their language is the same, or their language technically has like there's influence with
No,
their
no.
language. So let me
Let me
now give you an example.
let me no. Let me separate that because Nnamdi Kanu talked about if you tie to rapper, you're Igbo, and you have people that we know they are Igbos. No, hold on. They are Igbos in Delta, and they said even though we are Igbo, we don't want anything to do with the Southeast. They are Igbo, but they still don't want, even though they speak the same language, they still don't want anything to do with the same their cousins or their cousins. So what do you do with those people?
Yeah, that's how you solve. That's when you plan and you have a solution, you're able to solve that problem. So meaning, so that's where I'm going. So let me excuse me. Let me talk to that aspect. For example, that people that are saying, oh, they don't want to associate with where they actually have like a cultural lenient towards, that like they have the same culture, almost the same religion. And when I say religion, I'm not talking about foreign religion, I'm talking about their own indigenous religion. A lot of things they have in common. So the best way to find solutions to that, in my own thinking, is this: have a plan, put a plan on the table. This is how, and this is how we want to if we come together, this is how, and this is how we want to run
They
things.
don't.
Every
They don't want to go. No. They don't want to come together at all. They don't even want to have anything to do with them. Like no, because I've heard. Okay, when we become a country, you will have all your freedom. They're like, we don't even want to be in the same country with you at all. I've heard that from the
yeah,
north. So what do you
yeah,
do?
yeah, in a war, when there's a
Can I say
war.
something? Can
See,
I say
when
something
there's a
concerning
war.
this? Can I say something, Mr. Rela, please? Because of I haven't had some people in some other platform. Because I asked them that those Delta Igbos that don't know Igbos, they told me that Delta Igbo not be Igbo. I was shocked. Even the South is those five. They said it. They are all man. They confirm it. They said no, they are not. So this case, so I was even shocked. So there's a problem in it already.
No, there's no problem. There's no problem, and I will tell you why there's no problem. When there's a war going on, the two people. So just like Ukraine and Russia having a war now, there's they both are splitting in their own face. Like this will never resolve. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how that war will last. They will still come to the table and have their own. Everybody will have what will have their own list. That this is what I want. This is what you want. How do we come to the middle? That's how you resolve conflicts. If they are actually Igbo, they have ties to them, they can resolve it. It's just that once whatever is what they come into conclusion, whatever they is broken, the amendment is broken, then there's a problem. But then they will have the consequence. Like, okay, if this happened and this happened, then there's a consequence. So wherever there's a law and there's something guiding them, people will always abide by that law, and they know once they actually go over the boundary of not respecting the law, there's consequence. So I just think that's like they can work it out. They're saying it probably something they've seen and they're not comfortable with, which is okay. It's like Ishekiri, for example. They're Yoruba to me. Like if you listen to them,
We
it's
know
not
we know
really
that
the
if I want to get I want to like it, didn't. Oh, to if
right,
I no, but that one can be easily be resolved by
right.
money because it's more
So
of say king throne issue that they are having. Cool. The Igbo thing is more of they are scared of being dominated. That's what
no,
they
no,
talk about.
yeah, but if you also if we look at it properly as well, the land that they're occupying, I don't even think it belongs to them. It happens that they've been there for so long, but I don't think they're occupying their lands because if you look some tribes in Nigeria, they actually belong. Like in Nigeria, we have some Congolese tribe that happen just like when you have like some Yorubas in Gambia.
With
No,
Congolese. Do you
no.
know what they call Congolese?
Wait,
Eh?
let me explain what I'm saying. So carefully listen. Just like you have some Yorubas in Gambia, those people during slavery activities happened for them to now settle to that region, but they're part of Yorubas, but they settled there. So they're just like minority tribe in that country. They don't belong there. So you have such things in Nigeria as well, where those people, if they think the problem we have in Africa in general is the fact that we have not created a culture for us to actually understand who we really are by questioning every single thing. And once we question every single thing, we can find the roots back to where things initially belong before some people came and destroy everything. And because you even have to realize that there's free of movement at some point in Africa, even all over the world, where you can settle down and anywhere where people will welcome you, they allow you to stay there. So that's where you will see like some people will say they're from Ile-Ife, but they moved to Gold Coast, where they call Ghana now. But they know where they actually came from. That's because they're free movement for them to be able to settle down over there, to be able to settle and people welcome them. So what I'm saying is this: there's some tribes that we have in Nigeria as well, just like every other country, that if you have to see like their whole population where they come from totally different country that they know as a country now. The tribe came from there. So it's just about us finding things out and understanding who we really are. So with the evil thing, I think they can solve it, and I don't even think those people in Delta, because if you look at that Delta area, it looks more like Southwest to me. Just like if you look at the North Central, those people claiming Central, some of them are so close. Like Kwara, for example, is like Yoruba land. Some
No,
Kogi.
let me even shock you. You know, like the Korea has about 18 local government councils. Guess which one? How many is Yoruba? 15. So the
Yeah.
majority of Kwara is just But their own issue is more of the
No,
trade.
even Takwa now. Takwa, their language is very close to Yoruba in a way.
That one
Like,
no,
yeah,
the actual border is by Jeba. Jeba is the Yoruba border.
yeah, exactly. No, because Niger, majority of Nigers are Takwa. I think some of them are Takwa. Just like Kogi as well, that you have the Bira and the
So
Okun and
do
stuff.
you think do you call it as Yoruba? Are they Yoruba to you?
They're Yoruba, right? Like their language is close to
What the
Yoruba.
hell?
Like,
What does that mean? Like
no. Look it up. Wait. When I said
like
no,
mixed
When,
like mixed
yeah, no. When I say Yoruba, right, meaning that most of their some of their not alphabet, some of their vowels, their verbs, some of their some of the words that they speak is Yoruba leaning. Like you have to.
If there are people cash you, this one you are talking to them Yoruba.
No, look it up now. I read about it now. I didn't just came up in my head. I read this thing up ni. It's not like something you should look it up. Like you will see the Hausa, right? People
Let me
that
tell you, I did that quiet thing. What's going on? If you want to make it secure as a Yoruba area, it's only one step, and everybody knows. Unlike that day from Babe, that's the issue. I'm telling you, I did on the phone bar. That's what is causing the problem. Once you
well,
put the time on his head and it becomes official, then you can take your thing back.
yeah, the only way those things will resolve is for us to go back to like that region where everybody will respect. Like you can live everywhere in Nigeria. All it this is, yeah, I'm a Yoruba guy now. I can live in Hausa land, but I will respect, and they should also mandate it that they will be communicating in is Hausa, meaning that if I come into that territory, I have to learn how to speak that language. So I can become more comfortable. It's just like you will see Nigeria go to Spain, go to Russia, but their language, their first language is not English now. Is Russia. Russia is Russia. You go to Spain in Spanish, and people actually learn that language so they can fit in. They can have a job. They can have family. They can do everything. I think that's what we need in that country. Like for me to become more comfortable, to be able to do things, I have to understand, learn, speak like them. Try to if I
That would
want.
be, I did. Do you know what? That means we need to have a more comprehensive confab then, where you have all this like what's he talking about? They have to come together and resolve all these things.
Babati, if you don't mind, can I move? Can I move to the background?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Everyone, thank you for your audience for the day, and we thank you for your contribution and for staying with us to this time. I know by tomorrow or maybe later in the day, depending on where you are, the Bygone himself, one man went to Mo, we learn and we start another program. I know to later in the day or wherever you are, we have Christmas Eve. So for those people that celebrate, I wish you Merry Christmas. Some people that prefer it in another language, in another way, happy holiday. I'll see you later.